cats it's true for. The others infest real humans, like some sort of parasite. Take over their minds, their bodies. Drugs, radiation, surgery, nothing works. The only way to kill him is to kill the host. He's already dead. We just need to destroy the thing inside him. The thing that did this. Push the button. Look again. Look. If you're going to be on my squad, I need to know that you will do whatever it takes to win. Welcome to the fight.
We must not rest. The race is far from over. American companies must lead the world in cellular technology. 5G networks must be secure. They must be strong. They have to be guarded from the enemy. We do have enemies out there, and they will be.
Look at this.
All those years in the big city, we finally got out. We're living the dream.
Maybe it is a dream.
Then everything just blew up. Big flash, like a pink light. Or actually, I don't even know what color it was. It wasn't like any color I'd ever seen before.
It's in the static, it's in the moisture. It's in here, it's out there.
They must also cover every community, and they must be deployed as soon as possible.
We're ready. Oh yeah, we're looking forward to this. Frequencies now. It's time. Let's light it up. Are you ready, Neville? Pre-check. Check. Check. Okay, Neville. In T-minus 3, 2, 1. So the difference between L minus time and T minus time is the difference between real time, the time on the clock, because the clock keeps ticking throughout the launch count. That's L time. T minus time is really a sequence of events. So we order the events of how we conduct a launch count in a very specific, orderly manner so that we don't get ahead of ourselves with one operation or another. So those will be identified by T times, which really aren't times at all. They can be extended or contracted as necessary to keep the launch moving and stay within the window.
Don't worry if you can't hear what I'm saying. I couldn't even hear myself. This is the loudest sound you could possibly conceive. And as it turns out, the cleanest. Now, the most amazing thing is that cloud up there, which was generated by the engine, is just a mixture of hydrogen and oxygen. It's water vapor. And in about an hour's time, someone in Mississippi is going to get wet washing. It will actually rain. I told you. It's raining. That's unbelievable. Oh. Let's just pray to God. It's making its own weather.
Ready to launch. Hit the button.
Here we go.
It's working. It's working. Nationwide 5G is live.
Yeah. We're just getting started. Wait until they see what's next.
Hi, this is John in Los Angeles. It's October 22nd, 2017, about 10 o'clock in the morning. I'm at a park in Dominguez, California here. That was a little religious ceremony they got going down there. So I'm looking around the park, and I'm looking at this. Look at this. This is a microwave cell tower, guys, right out in the open, where anybody can walk up to it. People are being hit by it that are playing in the park and all this stuff. And I'm going to show you the signs here, wide open. Look at this. You can freeze frame the video if you want to read some of this. I won't stay on it too long, but just take a look at this. Look at this. Yeah, you really want to salute this. They're microwaving the piss out of us all. And they're disguising it as this. This is what they do. They put the flag on things so you trust it. Well, I don't trust it.
Taylor Swift Eras Tour, it has been a big hit with the fans, but some have walked away from the show saying they don't quite remember her performing certain songs, even videos that they took during the show. They don't have a good memory of them. We asked a Denver neurologist why this would happen.
So I think it makes sense that some people may be more focused on experiencing what they're seeing and hearing at the concert, and really focusing a lot of their energy on that, and then therefore not focusing on what they want to remember, what they have the capacity to remember later.
And she said sometimes, your brain just can't remember every detail, and there's so much excitement just in that short period of time.
I get that, but there are phones now to take pictures.
Right.
Back in the day, like you just went to an event and then you went home and you're like,
that was it.
What happened? Yeah.
Even before the concert began, signs of chaos and of the dangers of a stampede were clear. This was the scene at the security barriers. A few hours later, as the rapper Travis Scott began his concert, people were being crushed at the front.
We get somebody help him. Somebody passed out right here.
The singer calling for help.
Security, somebody help jump in real quick.
But the music event went on, leaving concert goers to shout for help, pleading with organizers to stop the show. Others begged even the concert camera operators to understand the dimensions of what was unfolding. Eyewitnesses recounted the horror of the stampede as paramedics struggled to get through the dense crowd.
It felt like we was in a concert in hell. You couldn't breathe. You couldn't see. Like, it was just chaos, bro. It was a living hell, bro.
The Houston fire chief relayed the grim news about the preliminary toll.
We had at least eight confirmed fatalities tonight. 8 confirmed fatalities, and we had scores of individuals that were injured.
This is now the most serious concert accident in the US for nearly 2 decades. And with Travis Scott describing the tragedy as absolutely devastating, the investigation into what went wrong and why is now beginning.
The film we were about to see has no characters. If you spare a little of your imagination, it is a film to describe to you
Klaus Schwab. 진짜?
This is the Rebel Call channel. Welcome to today's show. I wanted to do a video because Klaus Schwab has been trending for about 24 hours. And supposedly the reason that Klaus Schwab is trending is because he's supposedly been hospitalized and is in serious condition. Now, we need to look at this story for a second and just see who is reporting on it and how are they getting this information. These people, like Klaus Schwab, do not go to local hospitals. So in other words, if Klaus Schwab actually had a stroke or something happened to him, which I do not believe to be true, nobody would find out that Klaus Schwab had a stroke. But this is what ends up happening, right? People start talking about it, starts trending, and then everybody just starts even speculating that Klaus Schwab might be dead, and that the New World Order might potentially be stopped. But as always, I am the bearer of bad news. And unlike the expression of cutting off the head of the snake and the body will die, that saying does not apply to these people because their control and their tentacles are in everything. So people out there are retweeting it. People out there are saying that it's true, and I don't know where they could possibly think they would ever get knowledge that Klaus Schwab was in a hospital. Because again, these people do not go to regular hospitals like we do. They go underground, and nobody would find out if they were there or not. The only way we would find out really that they were dead is if they wanted us to know that they're dead, and even then we should be skeptical, right? Because do we really believe that a lot of these people are dead with the technology that they have, or are they taking their souls and transferring them to new vessels, aka uploading their consciousness, aka taking themselves out of the current physical state that they're in and putting themselves into some new type of artificial intelligence machine? That's likely what would occur and is occurring with these types of people. They're not just suddenly getting sick. In fact, this technology that we see them working into our day-to-day lives, talking about living longer, living forever, anti-aging, they're only telling us this stuff because they're conditioning us to prepare for it, to prepare for the mark of the beast, to prepare to no longer be human. So with Klaus Schwab trending, of course, a lot of people think that this could be the end of the New World Order. Now, maybe that's something they want people to think. Maybe this is nothing at all. Maybe nothing will come of this story other than a few people who supposedly are credible sources online. I've never heard of them, but no one's ever heard of me anymore. So Leading Report was one of them. A lot of conservative news outlets that cover the World Economic Forum are reporting on this, which again, I would be skeptical of anybody who's actually reporting on it, because I'd say, well, where are they getting the information? Is Klaus Schwab's cousin calling them? Are they calling into the local news stations to let everyone know that Klaus, is sick? Now, these people, believe it or not, are not that out of touch with reality. They know that they're viewed as the faces of this movement that is really just a movement to imprison humanity with global communism. They know that they are hated. They see all this stuff because everybody posts it online, and that is the hive mind of the world right now. Everybody sees what other people post. The government studies what keywords you talk about, what thoughts you're giving to the whole world to see. You're really giving it to them. So they know that Yuval Harari and Klaus Schwab and Al Gore and all these guys are hated amongst the majority of humans. Just like there's a lot of people out there that don't actually believe that half the country, especially in America, actually is Democrat, actually is communist, and is actually supporting these things. They just tell you this type of stuff. So they know that they're not very well liked, but they just don't care. So we have to remember, though, in the event that these people tell us that they're leaving, they're not really going anywhere. They're just leaving the public eye. And when these people do supposedly pass, it doesn't change anything. So when Rothschild just recently exited, Lord Rothschild, David Rockefeller, George Bush Sr., Henry Kissinger, we shouldn't look at that and say, oh yeah, we're going to defeat the New World Order, because there's just another puppet in place right behind them, and they're all working and networking together, that it's so much bigger than we could possibly imagine. But what we should look at is, if all these people are exiting stage left, then that tells us that something is likely coming. Because this means that they'll no longer be seen in public. And a lot of the times, in the case of people like Kissinger, in the case of people like Lord Rothschild, in the case of even Klaus Schwab, for them to leave the public eye is a big deal. Okay? It's a big deal for them, because it means they can't be seen anymore. Now, of course, they can take on new looks, they can take on new faces with the technology and with face transplants and all that type of stuff. But I think it's a little bit suspicious that out of nowhere, all of a sudden, we got Rothschild, Kissinger, and then the rumors of Schwab. Now, does this mean that anything will come? No. Highly likely that something will come out of it. But if it is circulating out there and it does turn out to be true, and Klaus Schwab does pass away, wink, wink, take a look again at the sources you got it from, who are saying that they had inside information that Klaus Schwab was sick, and question their actual credibility, because nobody would have this type of inside info. So when we look at the Board of Trustees and we look at the people in power at the World Economic Forum, of course, you have Ambini. He's a guy who I covered on the website with his big wedding that he had out there with Gates and Zuckerberg and all these guys. Even the Trumps were in attendance, and nobody thought twice about it. That video is available on the website for those of you that didn't see it. Right? Ambini's another World Economic Forum stooge. He had all the left and right at his son's daughter's wedding. Right? Because these guys all work together. The left, right is only for us.
Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 1. In the beginning, Elohim created the heavens and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Ruach Elohim moved upon the face of the waters. And Elohim said,
Let there be light.
And there was light. And Elohim saw the light, that it was good. And Elohim divided the light from the darkness. And Elohim called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day. And Elohim said,
Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters.
And Elohim made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And Elohim called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day. And Elohim said,
Let the waters under the heavens be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear.
And it was so. And Elohim called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called he seas. And Elohim saw that it was good. And Elohim said,
Let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth.
And it was so. And the earth brought forth grass, and herb yielding seed after his kind, and the tree yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself after his kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the third day. And Elohim said,
Let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens, to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs, and for appointed feasts, and for days and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heavens, to give light upon the earth.
And it was so. And Elohim made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And Elohim set them in the firmament of the heavens to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And Elohim saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day. And Elohim said,
Let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that has life, and fowl that may fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven.
And Elohim created great sea monsters, and every living creature that moves, which the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind, and every winged fowl after his kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And Elohim blessed them, saying,
Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let fowl multiply in the earth.
And the evening and the morning were the fifth day. And Elohim said,
Let the earth bring forth the living creatures after his kind, cattle and creeping thing, and beast of the earth after his kind.
And it was so. And Elohim made the beast of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creeps upon the earth after his kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And Elohim said,
Let us make man in our image, after our likeness. Let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth.
So Elohim created man in his own image. In the image of Elohim created he him. Male and female created he them. And Elohim blessed them. And Elohim said unto them,
Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moves upon the earth.
And Elohim said,
Behold, I have given you every herb-bearing seed which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree in which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed. To you it shall be for food. And to every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the air, and to everything that creeps upon the earth, wherein there is life, I have given every green herb for food.
And it was so. And Elohim saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And the evening and the morning were the sixth day. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 2. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day, Elohim ended his work which he had made. And he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. And Elohim blessed the seventh day, and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which Elohim created and made. These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth, when they were created, in the day that Yahweh Elohim made the earth and the heavens. And every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew. For Yahweh Elohim had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground. But there went up a mist from the earth, and watered the whole face of the ground. And Yahweh Elohim formed the man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. And the man became a living soul. And Yahweh Elohim planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground made Yahweh Elohim to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food, the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted, and became into 4 heads. The name of the first is Pishon, that is, which compasses the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold. And the gold of that land is good. There is Delam, and the onyx stone. And the name of the second river is Gihon. The same is it that compasses the whole land of Cush. And the name of the third river is Hiddekel, that is, which goes toward the east of Ashur. And the fourth river is Perath. And Yahweh Elohim took the man, and put him into the garden of Eden to dress it and to guard it. And Yahweh Elohim commanded he man, saying,
Of every tree of the garden you may freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat of it. For in the day that you eat thereof you shall surely die.
And Yahweh Elohim said,
It is not good that man should be alone. I will make a helpmeet for him.
And out of the ground Yahweh Elohim formed every beast of the field, and every fowl of the air, and brought them unto the man to see what he would call them. And whatsoever the man called every living creature, that was the name thereof. And the man gave names to all the cattle, and to the fowl of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for the man there was not found a helpmeet for him. And Yahweh Elohim caused a deep sleep to fall upon the man, and he slept. And he took one of his ribs, and closed up the flesh instead thereof. And the rib which Yahweh Elohim had taken from man made he a woman, and brought her unto the man. And the man said,
This is now bone of my bones, and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man.
Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his woman, and they shall be one flesh. And they were both naked, the man and his woman, and were not ashamed. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 3. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which Yahweh Elohim had made. And he said unto the woman,
Yea, has Elohim said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden?
And the woman said unto the serpent,
We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, Elohim has said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die.
And the serpent said unto the woman,
Ye shall not surely die, for Elohim knows that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as Elohim, knowing good and evil.
And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her man with her, and he did eat. And the eyes of both of them were opened, and they knew that they were naked. And they sewed fig leaves together, and made themselves aprons. And they heard the voice of Yahweh Elohim walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And the man and his woman hid themselves from the presence of Yahweh Elohim amongst the trees of the garden. And Yahweh Elohim called unto Adam and said unto him,
Where are you?
And he said,
I heard your voice in the garden, and I was afraid, because I was naked, and I hid myself.
And he said,
Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten of the tree whereof I commanded you that you should not eat?
And the man said,
The woman whom you gave to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I did eat.
And Yahweh Elohim said unto the woman,
What is this that you have done?
And the woman said,
The serpent beguiled me, and I did eat.
And Yahweh Elohim said unto the serpent,
Because you have done this, you are cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field. Upon your belly shall you go, and dust shall you eat all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. It shall bruise your head, and you shall bruise his heel.
Unto the woman he said,
I will greatly multiply your sorrow and your conception. In sorrow you shall bring forth children, and your desire shall be to your man, and he shall rule over you.
And unto Adam he said,
Because you have hearkened unto the voice of your woman, and have eaten of the tree of which I commanded you, saying, You shall not eat of it. Cursed is the ground for your sake. In sorrow you shall eat of it all the days of your life. Thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to you, and you shall eat the herb of the field. In the sweat of your face shall you eat bread, till you return unto the ground. For out of it were you taken, for dust you are, and unto dust shall you return.
And Adam called his woman's name Hua, because she was the mother of all living. Unto Adam also, and to his woman did Yahweh Elohim make coats of skins, and clothed them. And Yahweh Elohim said,
Behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life, and eat, and live forever.
Therefore Yahweh Elohim sent him forth from the Garden of Eden, to till the ground from whence he was taken. So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubim, and a flaming sword which turned every way, to guard the way of the tree of life. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 4. And Adam knew Hua his woman, and she conceived, and bore Cain, and said,
I have gotten a man from Yahuwah.
And she again bore his brother Habil. And Habil was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. And in process of time it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering unto Yahweh. And Habil he also brought of the firstlings of his flock, and of the fat thereof. And Yahweh had respect unto Habil and unto his offering, but unto Cain and to his offering he had not respect. And Cain was very wroth, and his countenance fell. And Yahweh said unto Cain,
Why are you wroth? And why is your countenance fallen? If you do well, shall you not be accepted? And if you do not well, sin lies at the door, and unto you shall be his desire, and you shall rule over him.
And Cain talked with Habil his brother, and it came to pass, when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Habil his brother, and slew him. And Yahweh said unto Cain,
Where is Habil, your brother?
And he said,
I know not. Am I to guard my brother?
And he said,
What have you done? The voice of your brother's blood cries unto me from the ground. And now are you cursed from the earth, which has opened her mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. When you till the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto you your strength. A fugitive and a vagabond shall you be in the earth.
And Cain said unto Yahweh,
My punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, you have driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from your face shall I be hid. And I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. And it shall come to pass that every one that finds me shall slay me.
And Yahweh said unto him,
Therefore, whoever slays Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold.
And Yahweh set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him. And Cain went out from the presence of Yahweh, and dwelt in the land of Nod, on the east of Eden. And Cain knew his woman, and she conceived and bore Hanok. And he built a city, and called the name of the city after the name of his son, Hanok. And unto Hanok was born Irad, and Irad begat Mehujael, and Mehujael begat Methushael, and Methushael begat Lamech. And Lamech took unto him 2 women. The name of the one was Ada, and the name of the other Tillah. And Ada bore Jabal. He was the father of such as dwell in tents, and of such as have cattle. And his brother's name was Jubal. He was the father of all such as handle the harp and organ. And Silla, she also bore Tubal-Cain, an instructor of every artificer in brass and iron. And the sister of Tubal-Cain was Naamah. And Lamech said unto his woman,
Ada and Zillah, hear my voice, ye women of Lamech, hearken unto my speech. For I have slain a man to my wounding, and a young man to my hurt. If Cain shall be avenged 7-fold, truly Lamech 70 and 7-fold.
And Adam knew his woman again, and she bore a son, and called his name Seth.
For Elohim,
said she,
has appointed me another seed, instead of Havel, whom Cain slew.
And to Seth, to him also were born a son, and called his name Enosh. Then began men to call upon the name of Yahweh. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 5. This is the sefer of the generations of Adam. In the day that Elohim created man, in the likeness of Elohim made he him. Male and female created he them, and blessed them, and called their name Adam, in the day when they were created. And Adam lived 130 years, and begat a son in his own likeness, after his image, and called his name Seth. And the days of Adam, after he had begotten Seth, were 800 years, and he begat sons and daughters. And all the days that Adam lived were 930 years, and he died. And Seth lived 105 years, and begat Enosh. And Seth lived, after he begot Enosh, 807 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Seth were 912 years, and he died. And Enosh lived 90 years, and begat Canaan. And Enosh lived, after he begot Canaan, 815 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Enosh were 905 years, and he died. And Canaan lived 70 years, and begat Mahalalel. And Canaan lived, after he begot Mahalalel, 840 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Canaan were 910 years, and he died. And Mahalalel lived 65 years, and begot Yered. And Mahalalel lived, after he begot Yered, 830 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Mahalalel were 895 years, and he died. And Yered lived 162 years, and he begat Hanok. And Yered lived, after he begat Hanok, 800 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Yered were 962 years, and he died. And Hanok lived 65 years, and begat Methuselah. And Hanok walked with Elohim, after he begat Methuselah, 300 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Hanok were 365 years, and Hanok walked with Elohim, and he was not, for Elohim took him. And Methuselah lived 187 years, and begat Lamech. And Methuselah lived, after he begat Lamech, 782 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Methuselah were 969 years, and he died. And Lamech lived 182 years, and begat a son, and he called his name Noah, saying,
This same shall comfort us concerning our work and toil of our hands, because of the ground which Yahuwah has cursed.
And Lamech lived, after he begot Noah, 595 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Lamech were 777 years, and he died. And Noah was 500 years old, and Noah begat Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 6. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of Elohim saw the daughters of men that they were fair, and they took them women of all which they chose. And Yahweh said,
My Ruach shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh. Yet his days shall be 120 years.
There were Nephilim in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of Elohim came in unto the daughters of men, and they bore children to them, the same became giants, which were of ancient times, men of infamy. And Yahweh saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And Yahweh repented that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart. And Yahweh said,
I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping thing, and the fowls of the air, for I repent that I have made them.
But Noah found grace in the sight of Yahweh. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man, and perfect in his generations. And Noah walked with Elohim. And Noah begot 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The earth also was corrupt before Elohim, and the earth was filled with violence. And Elohim looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. And Elohim said unto Noah,
The end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them. And behold, I will destroy them with the earth. Make you an ark of gopher wood. Rooms shall you make in the ark, and shall pitch it within and without with pitch. And this is the fashion which you shall make it of. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits, the breadth of it 50 cubits, and the height of it 30 cubits. A window shall you make to the ark, and in a cubit shall you finish it above. And the door of the ark shall you set in the side thereof, with lower, second, and third stories shall you make it. And behold, I, even I, do bring a flood of waters upon the earth, to destroy all flesh, wherein is the breath of life from under heaven, and everything that is in the earth shall die. But with you will I establish my covenant, and you shall come into the ark, you and your sons, and your woman, and your sons' women with you. And of every living thing of all flesh, 2 of every sort shall you bring into the ark, to keep them alive with you. They shall be male and female, of fowls after their kind, and of cattle after their kind, of every creeping thing of the earth after his kind. 2 of every sort shall come unto you, to keep them alive. And take unto you of all food that is eaten, and you shall gather it to you, and it shall be for food for you, and for them.
Thus did Noah according to all that Elohim commanded him. So did he. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 7. And Yahweh said unto Noah,
Come, you and all your house into the ark, for you have I seen righteous before me in this generation. Of every clean beast you shall take to you by 7s, the male and his female, and of beasts that are not clean by 2, the male and his female. Of fowls also of the air by 7s, the male and the female, to keep seed alive upon the face of all the earth. For yet 7 days, and I will cause it to rain upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. And every living substance that I have made will I destroy from off the face of the earth.
And Noah did according unto all that Yahweh commanded him. And Noah was 600 years old when the flood of waters was upon the earth. And Noah went in, and his sons, and his woman, and his sons' women with him, into the ark because of the waters of the flood, of clean beasts, and of beasts that are not clean, and of fowls, and of everything that creeps upon the earth. There went in 2 and 2 unto Noah into the ark, the male and the female, as Elohim had commanded Noah. And it came to pass after 7 days that the waters of the flood were upon the earth. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, the 17th day of the month, the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened. And the rain was upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. In the selfsame day entered Noah, Shem, and Ham, and Japheth, the sons of Noah, and Noah's women, and the 3 women of his sons with them into the ark. They and every beast after his kind, and all the cattle after their kind, and every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth after his kind, and every fowl after his kind, of every bird of every sort. And they went in unto Noah into the ark, 2 and 2 of all flesh, wherein is the breath of life. And they that went in male and female of all flesh, as Elohim had commanded him. And Yahweh shut him in. And the flood was 40 days upon the earth, and the waters increased, and bore up the ark, and it was lifted up above the earth. And the waters prevailed, and were increased greatly upon the earth, and the ark went upon the face of the waters. And the waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth, and all the high hills that were under the whole heaven were covered. 15 cubits upward did the waters prevail, and the mountains were covered. And all flesh died that moved upon the earth, both of fowl, and of cattle, and of beast, and of every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth, and every man, all in whose nostrils was the breath of life, of all that was in the dry land, died. And every living substance was destroyed which was upon the face of the ground, both man and cattle, and the creeping things, and the fowl of the heavens, and they were destroyed from the earth. And Noah only remained alive, and they that were with him in the ark. And the waters prevailed upon the earth 150 days. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 8. And Elohim remembered Noah, and every living thing, and all the cattle that was with him in the ark. And Elohim made a wind to pass over the earth, and the waters assuaged. The fountains also of the deep, and the windows of heaven were stopped, and the rain from heaven was restrained, and the waters returned from off the earth continually. And after the end of the 150 days, the waters were abated. And the ark rested in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, upon the mountains of Ararat. And the waters were decreased continually until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the 1st day of the month, were the tops of the mountains seen. And it came to pass at the end of 40 days that Noah opened the window of the ark which he had made, and he sent forth a raven which went forth to and fro until the waters were dried up from off the earth. Also he sent forth a dove from him to see if the waters were abated from off the face of the ground. But the dove found no rest for the sole of her foot, and she returned unto him into the ark, for the waters were on the face of the whole earth. Then he put forth his hand and took her, and pulled her in unto him into the ark. And he stayed yet other 7 days, and again he sent forth the dove out of the ark. And the dove came into him in the evening, and lo, in her mouth was an olive leaf, plucked off. So Noah knew that the waters were abated from off the earth. And he stayed yet other 7 days, and sent forth the dove, which returned not again unto him any more. And it came to pass in the 601st year, in the 1st month, the 1st day of the month, the waters were dried up from off the earth. And Noah removed the covering of the ark, and looked, and behold, the face of the ground was dry. And in the 2nd month, on the 7th and 20th day of the month, the earth was dried. And Elohim spoke unto Noah, saying,
Go forth of the ark, you and your woman, and your sons women with you. Bring forth with you every living thing that is with you, of all flesh, both of fowl and of cattle, and of every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth, that they may breed abundantly in the earth, and be fruitful, and multiply upon the earth.
And Noah went forth, and his sons, and his woman, and his sons' women with him, every beast, every creeping thing, and every fowl, and whatsoever creeps upon the earth after their kinds, went forth out of the ark. And Noah built an altar unto Yahweh, and took of every clean beast, and of every clean fowl, and offered burnt offerings on the altar. And Yahweh smelled a sweet savor. And Yahweh said in his heart,
I will not again curse the ground any more for man's sake. For the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I again smite any more everything living, as I have done. While the earth remains, seed time and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease.
Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 9. And Elohim blessed Noah and his sons, and said unto them,
Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moves upon the earth, and upon all the fish of the sea. Into your hand are they delivered. Every moving thing that lives shall be meat for you. Even as the green herb have I given you all things. But the flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall ye not eat. And surely your blood of your lives will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require it, and at the hand of man. At the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of man. Whoso sheds man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of Elohim made he man. And you, be ye fruitful, and multiply. Bring forth abundantly in the earth, and multiply therein.
And Elohim spoke unto Noah, and to his sons with him, saying,
And I, behold, I establish my covenant with you, and with your seed after you, and with every living creature that is with you, of the fowl, of the cattle, and of every beast of the earth with you, from all that go out of the ark, to every beast of the earth. And I will establish my covenant with you. Neither shall all flesh be cut off any more by the waters of a flood. Neither shall there any more be a flood to destroy the earth.
And Elohim said,
This is the sign of the covenant which I make between me and you, and every living creature that is with you, for perpetual generations. I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be for a sign of a covenant between me and the earth. And it shall come to pass, when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the bow shall be seen in the cloud. And I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you, and every living creature of all flesh. And the waters shall no more become a flood to destroy all flesh. And the bow shall be in the cloud, and I will look upon it, that I may remember the everlasting covenant between Elohim and every living creature of all flesh that is upon the earth.
And Elohim said unto Noah,
This is the sign of the covenant which I have established between me and all flesh that is upon the earth.
And the sons of Noah that went forth of the ark were Shem, and Ham, and Japheth. And Ham is the father of Canaan. These are the three sons of Noah, and of them was the whole earth overspread. And Noah began to be a husbandman, and he planted a vineyard. And he drank of the wine, and was drunken, and he was uncovered within his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and told his two brethren without. And Shem and Japheth took a garment, and laid it upon both their shoulders, and went backward, and covered the nakedness of their father. And their faces were backward, and they saw not their father's nakedness. And Noach awoke from his wine, and knew what his younger son had done unto him. And he said,
Cursed be Canaan, a seventh of seventh shall he be unto his brethren.
And he said,
Blessed be Yahweh Elohai of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. Elohim shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant.
And Noach lived after the flood 350 years, and all the days of Noach were 950 years, and he died. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 10. Now these are the generations of the sons of Noach, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And unto them were sons born after the flood. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, and Magog, and Madai, and Yaban, and Tubal, and Meshech, and Tirak. And the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, and Riphath, and Togarma. The sons of Yaban, Elisha, and Tarshish, and Kittim, and Dodanim. By these were the isles of the other nations divided in their lands, everyone after his tongue, and after their families, in their nations. And the sons of Ham, Cush, and Mitzrayim, and Put, and Canaan. And the sons of Cush, Seba, and Havilah, and Kavta, and Raamah, and Kavteka. And the sons of Raamah, Sheba, and Dedan. And Cush begat Nimrod. He began to be a giant and a hunter in the earth. He was a giant and a hunter before Yahweh. Wherefore it is said, even as Nimrod, the giant hunter before Yahweh. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, and Erech, and Akkad, and Calneh, in the land of Shinar. Out of that land went forth Ashur, and built Nineveh, and the city Rehoboth, and Kelach, and Resen between Nineveh and Kelach. The same is a great city. And Mitzrayim begat Lodim, and Anamim, and Lechavim, and the Naphtuchim, and the Pathrusim, and the Kasluchim, out of whom came Pelishtim, and the Kaphtorim. And Canaan begat Sidon, his firstborn, and Heth, and the Jebusite, and the Amorite, and the Girgashite, and the Hivite, and the Arkite, and the Hinite, and the Arvadite, and the Tsemarite, and the Hamathite. And afterward were the families of the Canaanim spread abroad. And the border of the Canaanim was from Sidon, as you come to Gerar, unto Gaza, as you go unto Sodom, and Amorah, and Admah, and Zeboim, even unto Lasha. These are the sons of Ham, after their families, after their tongues, in their countries, and in their nations. And unto Shem also, the father of all the children of Eber, the brother of Japheth, the elder, even to him were children born. And the children of Shem, Elam, and Ashur, and Arphaxad, and Lud, and Aram. And the children of Aram, Uz, and Hul, and Gether, and Mash. And Arphaxad begat Shelach, and Shelach begat Eber. And unto Eber were born two sons. The name of one was Peleg, for in his days was the earth divided. And his brother's name was Yoktan. And Yoktan begat Almodad, and Shelef, and Chatzar-Maveth, and Yerach, and Hadoram, and Uzal, and Dikla, and Obal, and Abimael, and Sheba, and Ophir, and Havilah, and Yobab. All these were the sons of Yoktan. And their dwelling was from Misha, as you go unto Sephar, a mountain of the east. These are the sons of Shem, after their families, after their tongues, in their lands, after their nations. These are the families of the sons of Noach, after their generations, in their nations, and by these were the nations divided in the earth after the flood. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 11. And the whole earth was of one language and of one speech. And it came to pass, as they journeyed from the east, that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. And they said one to another,
Go to, let us make brick and burn them thoroughly.
And they had brick for stone, and slime had they for mortar. And they said,
Go to, let us build a city and a tower, whose top may reach unto the heavens, and let us make a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth.
And Yahweh came down to see the city, and the tower, which the children of men built. And Yahweh said,
Behold, the people is one, and they have all one language, and this they begin to do, and now nothing will be restrained from them, which they have imagined to do. Go to, let us go down, and there confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech.
So Yahweh scattered them abroad from thence upon the face of all the earth, and they left off to build the city. Therefore is the name of it called Babel, because Yahweh did there confound the language of all the earth. And from thence did Yahweh scatter them abroad upon the face of all the earth. These are the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old, and begot Arphaxad 2 years after the flood. And Shem lived after he begot Arphaxad 500 years, and begat sons and daughters. And Arphaxad lived 35 years, and begot Shelach. And Arphaxad lived after he begot Shelach 403 years, and begat sons and daughters. And Shelach lived 30 years, and begot Eber. And Shelach lived after he begot Eber 403 years, and begat sons and daughters. And Eber lived 34 years, and begot Peleg. And Peleg lived 30 years, and begat Reu. And Peleg lived after he begot Reu 209 years, and begot sons and daughters. And Reu lived 32 years, and begot Serug. And Reu lived after he begot Serug 207 years, and begot sons and daughters. And Serug lived 30 years, and begot Nahor. And Serug lived after he begot Nahor 200 years, and begot sons and daughters. And Nahor lived 29 years, and begot Terach. And Nahor lived after he begot Terach 119 years, and begot sons and daughters. And Terach lived 70 years, and begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. Now these are the generations of Terach. Terach begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. And Haran begot Lot. And Haran died before his father Terach in the land of his nativity, in Ur of the Kasdim. And Abram and Nahor took them women. The name of Abram's woman was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's woman, Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah, and the father of Yizkah. But Sarai was barren, she had no child. And Terach took Abram his son, and Lot, the son of Haran, his son's son, and Sarai, his daughter-in-law, his son Abram's woman. And they went forth with them from Ur of the Kasdim to go into the land of Canaan. And they came unto Haran and dwelt there. And the days of Terach were 205 years, and Terach died in Haran. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 12. Now Yahweh had said unto Abram,
Get you out of your country, and from your kindred, and from your father's house, unto a land that I will show you. And I will make of you a great nation, and I will bless you, and make your name great, and you shall be a blessing. And I will bless them that bless you, and curse him that curses you. And in you shall all families of the earth be blessed.
So Abram departed as Yahweh had spoken unto him, and Lot went with him. And Abram was 75 years old when he departed out of Haran. And Abram took Sarai his woman, and Lot his brother's son, and all their substance that they had gathered, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran. And they went forth to go into the land of Canaan, and into the land of Canaan they came. And Abraham passed through the land unto the place of Shechem, unto the plain of Moreh, and the Canaanite was in the land. And Yahweh appeared unto Abram and said,
Unto your seed will I give this land.
And there built he an altar unto Yahweh, who appeared unto him. And he removed from thence unto a mountain on the east of Beit El, and pitched his tent, having Beit El on the west, and Ai on the east. And there he built an altar unto Yahweh, and called upon the name of Yahweh. And Abram journeyed, going on still towards the Negev. And there was a famine in the land, and Abram went down into Mitzrayim to sojourn there, for the famine was grievous in the land. And it came to pass, when he was come near to enter into Mitzrayim, that he said unto Sarai his woman,
Behold now, I know that you are a fair woman to look upon. Therefore it shall come to pass when the Mitzrayim shall see you, that they shall say, This is his woman, and they will kill me, but they will save you alive. Say, I pray you, you are my sister, that it may be well with me for your sake, and my soul shall live because of you.
And it came to pass, that when Abram was come into Mitzrayim, the Mitzrayim beheld the woman, that she was very fair. The princes also of Pharaoh saw her, and commended her before Pharaoh. And the woman was taken into Pharaoh's house. And he entreated Abram well for her sake. And he had sheep, and oxen, and he asses, and men servants, and maid servants, and she asses, and camels. And Yahweh plagued Pharaoh and his house with great plagues because of Sarai, Abram's woman. And Pharaoh called Abram and said,
What is this that you have done unto me? Why did you not tell me that she was your woman? Why said you, She is my sister, so I might have taken her to be my woman? Now therefore, behold, your woman, take her, and go your way.
And Pharaoh commanded his men concerning him, and they sent him away, and his woman, and all that he had. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 13. And Abram went up out of Mitzrayim, he, and his woman, and all that he had, and Lot with him, into the Negev. And Abram was very rich in cattle, in silver, and in gold. And he went on his journeys from the Negev even to Beit El, unto the place where his tent had been at the beginning, between Beit El and Ai, unto the place of the altar which he had made there at the first. And there Abraham called on the name of Yahweh. And Lot also, which went with Abram, had flocks and herds and tents, and the land was not able to bear them, that they might dwell together, for their substance was great, so that they could not dwell together. And there was a strife between the herdsmen of Abram's cattle and the herdsmen of Lot's cattle. And the Canaanite and the Perizzite dwelled then in the land. And Abram said unto Lot,
Let there be no strife, I pray you, between me and you, and between my herdsmen and your herdsmen, for we be brethren. Is not the whole land before you? Separate yourself, I pray you, from me. If you will take the left hand, then I will go to the right. Or if you depart to the right hand, then I will go to the left.
And Lot lifted up his eyes, and beheld all the circle of the Yarden, that it was well watered everywhere, before Yahweh destroyed Sodom and Amorah, even as the garden of Yahweh, like the land of Mitzrayim, as ye come unto Zoar. Then Lot chose him all the circle of the Yarden, and Lot journeyed east, and they separated themselves, the one from the other. And Abram dwelt in the land of Canaan, and Lot dwelt in the cities of the circle of the Yarden, and pitched his tent toward Sodom. But the men of Sodom were wicked and sinners before Yahweh exceedingly. And Yahweh said unto Abram, after that Lot was separated from him,
Lift up now your eyes, and look from the place where you are, northward and southward, and eastward and westward. For all the land which you see, to you will I give it, and to your seed forever. and I will make your seed as the dust of the earth, so that if a man can number the dust of the earth, then shall your seed also be numbered. Arise, walk through the land in the length of it and in the breadth of it, for I will give it unto you.
Then Abram removed his tent, and came and dwelt in the plain of Mamre, which is in Hebron, and built there an altar unto Yahweh. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 14. And it came to pass in the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elakar, Kedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of nations, that these made war with Bera, king of Sodom, and with Birsha, king of Amorah, Shinav, king of Admah, and Shem-Eber, king of Tseboim, and the king of Bela, which is Zoar. All these were joined together in the valley of Siddim, which is the Salt Sea. 12 years they served Kedorlaomer, and in the 13th year they rebelled. And in the 14th year came Kedorlaomer, and the kings that were with him, and smote the Rephaim in Ashtaroth Karnaim, and the Zuzim in Ham, and the Emim in Shaveh Kiriathaim, and the Horim in their Mount Seir, unto Il Paran, which is by the wilderness. And they returned and came to En Mishpat, which is Kadesh, and smote all the country of the Amalekim, and also the Amorim, that dwelt in Hatzron Tamar. And there went out the king of Sodom, and the king of Amorah, and the king of Admah, and the king of Tseboim, and the king of Bela, the same as Zoar, and they joined battle with them in the valley of Siddim, with Kedorlaomer, the king of Elam, and with Tidal, king of nations, and Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Elakar, 4 kings with 5. And the valley of Siddim was full of slime pits, and the kings of Sodom and Amorah fled, and fell there, and they that remained fled to the mountain. And they took all the goods of Sodom and Amorah, and all their victuals, and went their way. And they took Lot, Abram's brother, who dwelt in Sodom, and his goods, and departed. And there came one that had escaped, and told Abram the Ivri, for he dwelt in the plain of Mamre, the Amorite, brother of Eshcol, and brother of Aner, and these were confederate with Abram. And when Abram heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his trained servants, born in his house, 318, and pursued them unto Dan. And he divided himself against them, he and his servants, by night, and smote them, and pursued them unto Hobah, which is on the left hand of Damascus. And he brought back all the goods, and also brought again his brother Lot, and his goods, and the women also, and the people. And the king of Sodom went out to meet him after his return from the slaughter of Kedorlaomer, and of the kings that were with him, at the valley of Shaveh, which is in the king's valley. And Malkitzedek, king of Shalem, brought forth bread and wine, and he was the priest of El Elyon. And he blessed him and said,
Blessed be Avram of El Elyon, possessor of heaven and earth, and blessed be El Elyon, which has delivered your enemies into your hand.
And he gave him tithes of all. And the king of Sodom said unto El Abram,
Give me the persons, and take the goods for yourself.
And Abram said to the king of Sodom,
I have lifted up my hand unto El Yahuwah, El Elyon, the possessor of heaven and earth, that I will not take from a thread even to a shoe latchet, and that I will not take anything that is yours, lest you should say, I have made Avram rich, save only that which the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men which went with me, Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre. Let them take their portion.
Bereshit, Genesis chapter 15. After these things, the word of Yahweh came unto El Abram in a vision, saying,
Fear not, Avram. I am your shield, and your exceeding great reward.
And Abram said,
Adonai, Yahuwah, what will you give me, seeing I go childless, and the steward of my house is this Eliezer of Damascus?
And Abram said,
Behold, to me you have given no seed, and lo, one born in my house is my heir.
And behold, the word of Yahweh came unto him, saying,
This shall not be your heir, but he that shall come forth out of your own generation shall be your heir.
And he brought him forth abroad and said,
Look now towards the heavens, and count the stars, if you be able to number them.
And he said unto him,
So shall your seed be.
And he believed in Yahweh, and he counted it to him for righteousness. And he said unto him,
I am Yahuwah, that brought you out of Ur of the Kasdim, to give you this land to inherit it.
And he said,
Adonai, Yahuwah, whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it?
And he said unto him,
Take me a heifer of 3 years old, and a she-goat of 3 years old, and a ram of 3 years old, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon.
And he took unto him all these, and divided them in the midst, and laid each piece one against another, but the birds he divided not. And when the fowls came down upon the carcasses, Abram drove them away. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and lo, a horror of great darkness fell upon him. And he said unto Abram,
Know of a surety that your seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge, and afterward they shall come out with great substance, and you shall go to your fathers in peace. You shall be buried in a good old age. But in the 4th generation they shall come hither again, for the iniquity of the Amorim is not yet full.
And it came to pass that, when the sun went down, and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace, and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces. And the same day Yahweh cut a covenant with Abram, saying,
Unto your seed have I given this land, from the river of Mitzrayim unto the great river, the river Parath, the Canaanite, and the Kenizzim, and the Kadmonim, and the Hittim, and the Perizim, and the Rephaim, and the Amorim, and the Kenainim, and the Girgashim, and the Yebusim.
Bereshit, Genesis chapter 16. Now Sarai, Abram's woman, bore him no children, and she had a handmaid, a Mitzrite, whose name was Hagar. And Sarai said unto Abram,
Behold now, Yahuwah has restrained me from bearing. I pray you, go in unto my maid. It may be that I may obtain children by her.
And Abram hearkened to the voice of Sarai. And Sarai, Abram's woman, took Hagar, her maid, the Mitzrim, after Abram had dwelt 10 years in the land of Canaan, and gave her to her man Abram to be his woman. And he went in unto Hagar, and she conceived. And when she saw that she had conceived, her mistress was despised in her eyes. And Sarai said unto Abram,
My wrong be upon you. I have given my maid into your bosom, and when she saw that she had conceived, I was despised in her eyes. Yahuwah judge between me and you.
But Abram said unto Sarai,
Behold, your maid is in your hand. Do to her as it pleases you.
And when Sarai dealt hardly with her, she fled from her face. And the angel of Yahweh found her by a fountain of water in the wilderness, by the fountain in the way to Shur. And he said,
Hagar, Sarai's maid,
Whence came you, and whither will you go?
And she said,
I flee from the face of my mistress Sarai.
And the angel of Yahweh said unto her,
Return to your mistress, and submit yourself under her hands.
And the angel of Yahweh said unto her,
I will multiply your seed exceedingly, that it shall not be numbered for multitude.
And the angel of Yahweh said unto her,
Behold, you are with child, and shall bear a son, and shall call his name Yishmael, because Yahuwah has heard your affliction. And he will be a wild man. His hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him. And he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren.
And she called the name of Yahweh that spoke unto her.
Uel, see me.
For she said,
Have I also here looked after him that sees me?
Wherefore the well was called Be'er Lahai Roi. Behold, it is between Kadesh and Bered. And Hagar bore Abram a son, and Abram called his son's name which Hagar bore Ishmael. And Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bore Ishmael to Abram. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 17. And when Abram was 90 years old and 9, Yahweh appeared to Abram and said unto him,
I am El Shaddai. Walk before me and be perfect. And I will make my covenant between me and you, and will multiply you exceedingly.
And Abram fell on his face, and Elohim talked with him, saying,
As for me, behold, my covenant is with you, and you shall be a father of many nations. Neither shall your name any more be called Avram, but your name shall be Avraham. For a father of many nations have I made you. And I will make you exceeding fruitful, and I will make nations of you, and kings shall come out of you. And I will establish my covenant between me and you, and your seed after you, in their generations, for an everlasting covenant, to be Elohim unto you, and to your seed after you. And I will give unto you and to your seed after you the land wherein you are a stranger, all the land of Canaan, for an everlasting possession, and I will be their Elohim.
And Elohim said unto Abraham,
You shall guard my covenant, therefore, you and your seed after you in their generations. This is my covenant, which ye shall guard, between me and you and your seed after you. Every male child among you shall be circumcised, and ye shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall be a sign of the covenant betwixt me and you. And he that is 8 days old shall be circumcised among you, every male child in your generations. He that is born in the house, or bought with money of any stranger, which is not of your seed, he that is born in your house, and he that is bought with your money, must need to be circumcised. And my covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. And the uncircumcised male child, whose flesh of his foreskin is not circumcised, that soul shall be cut off from his people. He has broken my covenant.
And Elohim said unto Abraham,
As for Sarai, your woman, you shall not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall her name be. And I will bless her, and give you a son also of her. Yea, I will bless her, and she shall be a mother of nations. Kings of people shall be of her.
Then Abraham fell upon his face and laughed, and said in his heart,
shall a child be born unto him that is 100 years old, and shall Sarah, that is 90 years old, bear?
And Abraham said unto Elohim,
Oh, that Ishmael might live before you.
And Elohim said,
Sarah your woman shall bear you a son indeed, and you shall call his name Yitzhak. And I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant, and with his seed after him. And as for Ishmael, I have heard you. Behold, I have blessed him, and will make him fruitful, and will multiply him exceedingly. 12 princes shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation. But my covenant will I establish with Yitzhak, which Sarah shall bear unto you at this set time in the next year.
And he left off talking with him, and Elohim went up from Abraham. And Abraham took Ishmael his son, and all that were born in his house, and all that were bought with his money, every male among the men of Abraham's house, and circumcised the flesh of their foreskin in the selfsame day, as Elohim had said unto him. And Abraham was 90 years old and 9 when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And Ishmael his son was 13 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And the selfsame day was Abraham circumcised, and Ishmael his son. And all the men of his house, born in the house, and bought with money of the stranger, were circumcised with him. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 18. And Yahweh appeared unto him in the plains of Mamre, and he sat in the tent door in the heat of the day. And he lifted up his eyes, and looked, and lo, 3 men stood by him. And when he saw them, he ran to meet them from the tent door, and bowed himself toward the ground, and said,
My Adonai, if now I have found favor in your sight, pass not away, I pray you, from your servant. Let a little water, I pray you, be fetched, and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree, and I will fetch a morsel of bread, and comfort ye your hearts. After that ye shall pass on, for therefore are ye come to your servant.
And they said,
So do, as you have said.
And Abraham hastened into the tent unto El Serah, and said,
Make ready quickly 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes upon the hearth.
And Abraham ran unto the herd, and fetched a calf tender and good, and gave it unto a young man, and he hastened to dress it. And he took butter, and milk, and the calf which he had dressed, and set it before them. And he stood by them under the tree, and they did eat. And they said unto him,
Where is Sarah, your woman?
And he said,
Behold, in the tent.
And he said,
I will certainly return unto you according to the time of life, and lo, Sarah your woman shall have a son.
And Sarah heard it in the tent door, which was behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old and well stricken in age, and it ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of women. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying,
After I am waxed old, shall I have pleasure, my Lord being old also?
And Yahweh said unto El Abraham,
Wherefore did Sarah laugh, saying, Shall I of a surety bear a child, which am old? Is anything too hard for Yahuwah? At the time appointed, I will return unto you, according to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a son.
Then Sarah denied, saying,
I laughed not.
For she was afraid. And he said,
Nay, but you did laugh.
And the men rose up from thence, and looked toward Sodom. And Abraham went with them to bring them on the way. And Yahweh said,
Shall I hide from Abraham that thing which I do? Seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him. For I know him, that he will command his children and his household after him, that they shall guard the way of Yahuwah, to do justice and judgment, that Yahuwah may bring upon Abraham that which he has spoken of him.
And Yahweh said,
Because the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sin is very grievous, I will go down now and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it, which is come unto me, and if not, I will know.
And the men turned their faces from thence, and went toward Sodom. But Abraham stood yet before Yahweh. And Abraham drew near and said,
Will you also destroy the righteous with the wicked? Perchance there be 50 righteous within the city. Will you also destroy and not spare the place for the 50 righteous that are therein? That be far from you to do after this manner, to slay the righteous with the wicked, and that the righteous should be as the wicked. That be far from you. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right?
And Yahweh said,
If I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I will spare all the place for their sakes.
And Abraham answered and said,
Behold now, I have taken it upon me to speak unto Adonai, which am but dust and ashes. Perchance there shall lack 5 of the 50 righteous. Will you destroy all the city for lack of 5?
And he said,
If I find there 40 and 5, I will not destroy it.
And he spoke unto him yet again and said,
Perchance there will be 40 found there.
And he said,
I will not do it for 40's sake.
And he said unto him,
Oh, let not Adonai be angry, and I will speak. Perchance there shall be 30 found there.
And he said,
I will not do it if I find 30 there.
And he said,
Behold now, I have taken upon me to speak unto Adonai. Perchance there shall be 20 found there.
And he said,
I will not destroy it for 20's sake.
And he said,
Oh, let not Adonai be angry, and I will speak yet but this once. Perchance 10 shall be found there.
And he said,
I will not destroy it for 10's sake.
And Yahweh went his way, as soon as he had left communing with Abraham. And Abraham returned unto his place. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 19. And there came 2 angels to Sodom at evening, and Lot sat in the gate of Sodom. And Lot, seeing them, rose up to meet them, and he bowed himself with his face toward the ground. And he said,
Behold now, my lords, turn in, I pray you, into your servant's house, and tarry all night, and wash your feet, and ye shall rise up early, and go on your ways.
And they said,
Nay, but we will abide in the street all night.
And he pressed upon them greatly. And they turned in unto him, and entered into the house. And he made them a feast, and did bake matzah, and they did eat. But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compassed the house round, both old and young, all the people from every quarter. And they called unto Lot, and said unto him,
Where are the men which came into you this night? Bring them out unto us,
that we may know them.
And Lot went out at the door unto them, and shut the door after him, and said,
I pray you, brethren, do not so wickedly. Behold now, I have 2 daughters, which have not known man. Let me, I pray you, bring them out unto you, and do ye to them as is good in your eyes. Only unto these men do nothing, for therefore came they under the shadow of my roof.
And they said,
Stay back.
And they said again,
This one fellow came into sojourn, and he will need to be a judge. Now we will deal worse with you than with them.
And they pressed sore upon the man, even Lot, and came near to break the door. But the men put forth their hand, and pulled Lot into the house to them, and shut the door. And they smote the men that were at the door of the house with blindness, both small and great, so that they wearied themselves to find the door. And the men said unto Lot,
Have you here any besides son-in-law, and your sons, and your daughters? And whatsoever you have in the city, bring them out of this place. For we will destroy this place, because the cry of them is waxing great before the face of Yahweh, and Yahweh has sent us to destroy it.
And Lot went out, and spoke unto his sons-in-law, which married his daughters, and said,
Up, get you out of this place, for Yahweh will destroy this city.
But he seemed as one that mocked unto his sons-in-law. And when the morning arose, then the angels hastened Lot, saying,
Arise, take your woman and your 2 daughters which are here, lest you be consumed in the iniquity of this city.
And while he lingered, the men laid hold upon his hand, and upon the hand of his woman, and upon the hand of his 2 daughters, Yahweh being merciful unto him. And they brought him forth, and set him without the city. And it came to pass, when they had brought them forth abroad, that he said,
Escape for your life, look not behind you, neither stay in all the circle of the Yarden. Escape to the mountain, lest you be consumed.
And Lot said unto them,
Oh, not so, my Adonai. Behold, now your servant has found grace in your sight, and you have magnified your mercy, which you have showed unto me in saving my life. I cannot escape to the mountain, lest some evil take me, and I die. Behold now, this city is near to flee unto, and it is a little one. Oh, let me escape hither. Is it not a little one? And my soul shall live.
And he said unto him,
See, I have accepted you concerning this thing also, that I will not overthrow this city for which you have spoken. Make haste, escape hither, for I cannot do anything till you are come hither.
Therefore the name of the city was called Zoar. The sun was risen upon the earth when Lot entered into Zoar. Then Yahweh rained upon Sodom and upon Amorah brimstone and fire from Yahweh out of the heavens. And he overthrew those cities, and all the circle of the Yarden, and all the inhabitants of those cities, and that which grew upon the ground. But his woman looked back from behind him, and she became a pillar of salt. And Abraham got up early in the morning to the place where he stood before Yahweh, and he looked toward Sodom and Amorah, and toward all the land of the circle of the Yarden, and beheld, and lo, the smoke of the country went up as the smoke of a furnace. And it came to pass, when Elohim destroyed the cities of the circle of the Yarden, that Elohim remembered Abraham, and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow, when he overthrew the cities in which Lot dwelt. And Lot went up out of Zoar, and dwelt in the mountain, and his 2 daughters with him, for he feared to dwell in Zoar, and he dwelt in a cave, he and his 2 daughters. And the firstborn said unto the younger,
Our father is old, and there is not a man in the earth to come in unto us after the manner of all the earth. Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father.
And they made their father drink wine that night. And the firstborn went in, and lay with her father. And he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. And it came to pass on the morrow, that the firstborn said unto the younger,
Behold, I lay yesternight with my father. Let us make him drink wine this night also, and go in and lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father.
And they made their father drink wine that night also. And the younger arose and lay with him. And he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. Thus were both the daughters of Lot with child by their father. And the firstborn bore a son, and called his name Moab. The same is the father of the Moabim unto this day. And the younger, she also bore a son, and called his name Ben-Ammi. The same is the father of the children of Ammon unto this day. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 20. And Abraham journeyed from thence toward the country of the Negev, and dwelt between Kadesh and Shur, and sojourned in Gerar. And Abraham said of Sarah his woman,
She is my sister.
And Abimelech king of Gerar sent, and took Sarah. But Elohim came to Abimelech in a dream by night, and said to him,
Behold, you are but a dead man, for the woman which you have taken, for she is a man's woman.
But Abimelech had not come near her. And he said,
Adonai, will you slay also a righteous nation? Said he not unto me, She is my sister? And she, even she herself said, He is my brother? In the integrity of my heart and innocence of my hands have I done this.
And Elohim said unto him in a dream,
Yea, I know that you did this in the integrity of your heart, for I also withheld you from sinning against me. Therefore suffered I you not to touch her. Now therefore restore the man his woman, for he is a prophet, and he shall pray for you, and you shall live. And if you restore her not, know you that you shall surely die, you and all that are yours.
Therefore Abimelech rose early in the morning, and called all his servants, and told all these things in their ears. And the men were sore afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham, and said unto him,
What have you done unto us, and what have I offended you, that you have brought on me and on my kingdom a great sin? You have done deeds unto me that ought not to be done.
And Abimelech said unto Abraham,
What saw you that you have done this thing?
And Abraham said,
Because I thought surely the fear of Elohim is not in this place, and they will slay me for my woman's sake. And yet indeed she is my sister. She is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother, and she became my woman. And it came to pass, when Elohim caused me to wander from my father's house, that I said unto her, This is your kindness which you shall show unto me. At every place whither we shall come, say of me, He is my brother.
And Abimelech took sheep, and oxen, and men servants, and women servants, and gave them unto Abraham, and restored him Sarah his woman. And Abimelech said,
Behold, my land is before you. Dwell where it pleases you.
And unto Sarah he said,
Behold, I have given your brother 1,000 pieces of silver. Behold, he is to you a covering of the eyes, unto all that are with you, and with all other.
Thus she was reproved. So Abraham prayed unto Elohim, and Elohim healed Abimelech, and his woman, and his maidservants, and they bore children. For Yahweh had fast closed up all the wombs of the house of Abimelech, because of Sarah, Abraham's woman. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 21. And Yahweh visited Sarah as he had said, and Yahweh did unto Sarah as he had spoken. For Sarah conceived, and bore Abraham a son in his old age, at the set time of which Elohim had spoken to him. And Abraham called the name of his son that was born unto him, whom Sarah bore unto him, Yitzchak. And Abraham circumcised his son Yitzchak, being 8 days old, as Elohim had commanded him. And Abraham was 100 years old, when his son Yitzchak was born unto him. And Sarah said,
Elohim has made me to laugh, so that all that hear will laugh with me.
And she said,
Who would have said unto Abraham that Sarah should have given children suck? For I have borne him a son in his old age.
And the child grew, and was weaned. And Abraham made a great feast, the same day that Yitzchak was weaned. And Sarah saw the son of Hagar, the Mitzrayim, which she had borne unto Abraham, mocking. Wherefore she said unto Abraham,
Cast out this bondwoman and her son, for the son of this bondwoman shall not be heir with my son, even with Yitzhak.
And the thing was very grievous in Abraham's sight because of his son. And Elohim said unto Abraham,
Let it not be grievous in your sight because of the lad, and because of your bondwoman. In all that Sarah has said unto you, hearken unto her voice. For in Yitzhak shall your seed be called. And also the son of the bondwoman will I make a nation, because he is your seed.
And Abraham rose up early in the morning, and took bread and a bottle of water, and gave it unto Hagar, putting it on her shoulder, and the child, and sent her away. And she departed, and wandered in the wilderness of Beersheba. And the water was spent in the bottle, and she cast the child under one of the shrubs. And she went, and sat her down over against him a good way off, as it were a bowshot. For she said,
Let me not see the death of the child.
And she sat over against him, and lifted up her voice, and wept. And Elohim heard the voice of the lad. And the angel of Elohim called unto Hagar out of the heavens, and said unto her,
What ails you, Hagar? Fear not, for Elohim has heard the voice of the lad where he is. Arise, lift up the lad, and hold him in your hand, for I will make him a great nation.
And Elohim opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water. And she went, and filled the bottle with water, and gave the lad drink. And Elohim was with the lad, and he grew, and dwelt in the wilderness, and became an archer. And he dwelt in the wilderness of Paran, and his mother took him a woman out of the land of Mizraim. And it came to pass at that time, that Abimelech and Pichol, the chief captain of his host, spoke unto Abraham, saying,
Elohim is with you in all that you do. Now therefore swear unto me here by Elohim, that you will not deal falsely with me, nor with my son, nor with my son's son, but according to the kindness that I have done unto you, you shall do unto me, and to the land wherein you have sojourned.
And Abraham said,
I will swear.
And Abraham reproved Abimelech because of a well of water, which Abimelech's servants had violently taken away. And Abimelech said,
I know not who has done these things, neither did you tell me, neither yet heard I of it, but today.
And Abraham took sheep and oxen, and gave them unto Abimelech, and both of them cut a covenant. And Abraham set 7 ewe lambs of the flock by themselves. And Abimelech said unto Abraham,
What mean these 7 ewe lambs which you have set by themselves?
And he said,
For these 7 ewe lambs shall you take off my hand, that they may be a witness unto me, that I have dug this well.
Wherefore he called that place Beersheba, because there they swore both of them. Thus they cut a covenant at Beersheba. Then Abimelech rose up, and Pichol, the chief captain of his host, and they returned into the land of the Palestine. And Abraham planted a grove in Beersheba, and called thereon the name of Yahweh, El Olam. And Abraham sojourned in the Palestine's land many days. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 22. And it came to pass after these things, that Elohim did try Abraham, and said unto him,
Abraham.
And he said,
Behold, here I am.
And he said,
Take now your son, your Yahid, Yitzhak, whom you love, and get you into the land of Moriah, and offer him there for a burnt offering upon one of the mountains, which I will tell you of.
And Abraham rose up early in the morning, and saddled his ass, and took 2 of his young men with him, and Yitzchak his son, and clave the wood for the burnt offering, and rose up, and went unto the place of which Elohim had told him. Then on the 3rd day Abraham lifted up his eyes, and saw the place afar off. And Abraham said unto his young men,
Abide ye here with the ass, and I and the lad will go yonder, and worship, and come again to you.
And Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering, and laid it upon Yitzchak his son. And he took the fire in his hand, and a knife, and they went both of them together. And Yitzchak spoke unto Abraham his father, and said,
My father.
And he said,
Here am I, my son.
And he said,
Behold the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for a burnt offering?
And Abraham said,
My son, Elohim will provide himself a lamb for a burnt offering.
So they went both of them together. And they came to the place which Elohim had told him of. And Abraham built an altar there, and laid the wood in order, and bound Yitzchak his son, and laid him on the altar upon the wood. And Abraham stretched forth his hand, and took the knife to slay his son. And the angel of Yahweh called unto him out of the heavens, and said,
Abraham, Abraham.
And he said,
Here am I.
And he said,
Lay not your hand upon the lad, neither do you anything unto him. For now I know that you fear Elohim, seeing you have not withheld your son, your Yachid, from me.
And Abraham lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, behind him a ram caught in a thicket by his horns. And Abraham went and took the ram, and offered him up for a burnt offering in the stead of his son. And Abraham called the name of that place Yahweh Yireh, as it is said to this day, In the mount of Yahweh it shall be seen. And the angel of Yahweh called unto Abraham out of the heavens the second time, and said,
By myself have I sworn, says Yahuwah, for because you have done this thing, and have not withheld your son, your Yahid, that in blessing I will bless you, and in multiplying I will multiply your seed as the stars of heaven, and as the sand which is upon the seashore, and your seed shall possess the gate of his enemies. And in your seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because you have obeyed my voice.
So Abraham returned unto his young men, and they rose up and went together to Beersheba. And Abraham dwelt at Beersheba. And it came to pass after these things that it was told Abraham, saying,
Behold, Milcah, she has also borne children unto your brother Nahor, Buz his firstborn, and Buz his brother, and Kemuel the father of Aram, and Kesed, and Hazo, and Pildash, and Yidlaf, and Bethuel.
And Bethuel begat Rivkah. These 8 Milcah did bear to Nahor, Abraham's brother, and his concubine, whose name was Reumah. She bore also Teva, and Gaham, and Tahash, and Ma'akah. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 23. And Sarah was 127 years old. These were the years of the life of Sarah. And Sarah died in Kiryat Arba, the same is in Hebron, in the land of Canaan. And Abraham came to mourn for Sarah, and to weep for her. And Abraham stood up from before his dead, and spoke unto the sons of Heth, saying,
I am a stranger and a sojourner with you. Give me a possession of a burying place with you, that I may bury my dead out of my sight.
And the children of Heth answered Abraham, saying unto him,
Hear us, my lord. You are a mighty prince among us. In the choice of our sepulchres bury your dead. None of us shall withhold from you his sepulchre, but that you may bury your dead.
And Abraham stood up, and bowed himself to the people of the land, even to the children of Heth. And he communed with them, saying,
If it be your mind that I should bury my dead out of my sight, hear me, and entreat from me to Ephron, the son of Zohar, that he may give me the cave of Machpelah, which he has, which is in the end of his field. For as much money as it is worth he shall give it me, for a possession of a burying place amongst you.
And Ephron dwelt among the children of Heth. And Ephron the Hittite answered Abraham in the audience of the children of Heth, even all that went in the gate of his city, saying,
Nay, my lord, hear me. The field I give you, and the cave that is therein I give it you. In the presence of the sons of my people, give I it you. Bury your dead.
And Abraham bowed down himself before the people of the land. And he spoke unto Ephron in the audience of the people of the land, saying,
But if you will give it, I pray you, hear me. I will give you money for the field. Take it of me, and I will bury my dead there.
And Ephron answered Abraham, saying unto him,
My lord, hearken unto me. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver. What is that betwixt me and you? Bury therefore your dead.
And Abraham hearkened unto Ephron. And Abraham weighed to Ephron the silver, which he had named in the audience of the sons of Heth, 400 shekels of silver, current money with the merchant. And the field of Ephron, which was in Machpelah, which was before Mamre, the field and the cave which was therein, and all the trees that were in the field, that were in all the borders round about, were made sure unto Abraham for a possession in the presence of the children of Heth, before all that went in at the gate of his city. And after this, Abraham buried Sarah his woman in the cave of the field of Machpelah before Mamre, the same as Hebron, in the land of Canaan. And the field and the cave that is therein were made sure unto Abraham for a possession of a burying place by the sons of Heth. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 24. And Abraham was old and well stricken in age, and Yahweh had blessed Abraham in all things. And Abraham said unto his eldest servant of his house, that ruled over all that he had,
Put, I pray you, your hand under my thigh, and I will make you swear by Yahweh, the Elohai of heaven and the Elohai of the earth, that you shall not take a woman unto my son of the daughters of the Canaanim, among whom I dwell. But you shall go unto my country and to my kindred, and take a woman unto my son Yitzhak.
And the servant said unto him,
Perchance the woman will not be willing to follow me unto this land. Must I needs bring your son again unto the land from whence you came?
And Abraham said unto him,
Beware that you bring not my son thither again. Yahuwah Elohai of heaven, which took me from my father's house, and from the land of my kindred, and which spoke unto me, and that swore unto me, saying, Unto your seed will I give this land. He shall send his angel before you, and you shall take a woman unto my son from thence. And if the woman will not be willing to follow you, then you shall be clear from this my oath. Only bring not my son thither again.
And the servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham his master, and swore to him concerning that matter. And the servant took 10 camels of the camels of his master, and departed, for all the goods of his master were in his hand. And he arose, and went to Aram Naharaim, unto the city of Nahor. And he made his camels to kneel down without the city by a well of water, at the time of the evening, even the time that women go out to draw water. And he said,
O Yahuwah Elohai of my master Abraham, I pray you, send me good speed this day, and show kindness unto my master Abraham. Behold, I stand here by the well of water, and the daughters of the men of the city come out to draw water. And let it come to pass, that the damsel to whom I shall say, Let down your pitcher, I pray you, that I may drink. And she shall say, Drink, and I will give your camels drink also. Let the same be she that you have appointed for your servant Yitzhak. And thereby shall I know that you have showed kindness unto my master.
And it came to pass, before he had done speaking, that behold, Ribkah came out, who was born to Bethuel, son of Milcah, the woman of Nahor, Abraham's brother, with her pitcher upon her shoulder. And the damsel was very fair to look upon, a virgin, neither had any man known her. And she went down to the well, and filled her pitcher, and came up. And the servant ran to meet her, and said,
Let me, I pray you, drink a little water of your pitcher.
And she said,
Drink, my lord.
And she hastened, and let down her pitcher upon her hand, and gave him drink. And when she had done giving him drink, she said,
I will draw water for your camels also, until they have done drinking.
And she hastened and emptied her pitcher into the trough, and ran again into the well to draw water, and drew for all his camels. And the man, wondering at her, held his peace, to wit whether Yahweh had made his journey prosperous or not. And it came to pass, as the camels had done drinking, that the man took a golden earring of 1/2 shekel weight, and 2 bracelets for her hands of 10 shekels weight of gold, and said,
Whose daughter are you? Tell me, I pray you. Is there room in your father's house for us to lodge in?
And she said unto him,
I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Milcah, which she bore unto Nahor.
And she said moreover unto him,
We have both straw and provender enough, and room to lodge in.
And the man bowed down his head and worshipped Yahweh. And he said,
Blessed be Yahuwah Elohai of my master Avraham, who has not left destitute my master of his mercy and his truth. I, being in the way, Yahuwah led me to the house of my master's brethren.
And the damsel ran and told them of her mother's house of these things. And Ribkah had a brother, and his name was Laban. And Laban ran unto the man, unto the well. And it came to pass, when he saw the earring and the bracelets upon his sister's hands, and when he heard the words of Ribkah his sister, saying,
Thus spoke the man unto me,
that he came unto the man, and behold, he stood by the camels at the well. And he said,
Come in, you blessed of Yahuwah. Wherefore stand you without? For I have prepared the house and room for the camels.
And the man came into the house, and he ungirded his camels, and gave straw and provender for the camels, and water to wash his feet, and the men's feet that were with him. And there was set meat before him to eat, but he said,
I will not eat until I have told my errand.
And he said,
Speak on.
And he said,
I am Avraham's servant, and Yahuwah has blessed my master greatly, and he has become great. And he has given him flocks and herds, and silver and gold, and menservants and maidservants, and camels and asses. And Sarah, my master's woman, bore a son to my master when she was old, and unto him has he given all that he has. And my master made me swear, saying, You shall not take a woman to my son of the daughters of the Canaanim, in whose land I dwell, but you shall go unto my father's house, and to my kindred, and take a woman unto my son. And I said unto my master, Perchance the woman will not follow me. And he said unto me, Yahuwah, before whom I walk, will send his angel with you, and prosper your way. And you shall take a woman for my son of my kindred, and of my father's house. Then shall you be clear from this my oath, when you come to my kindred, and if they give not you one, you shall be clear from my oath. And I came this day unto the well, and said, O Yahuwah Elohai, of my master Avraham, if now you do prosper my way which I go, behold, I stand by the well of water. And it shall come to pass, that when the virgin comes forth to draw water, and I say to her, Give me, I pray you, a little water of your pitcher to drink. And she say to me, Both drink you, and I will also draw for your camels. Let the same be the woman whom Yahuwah has appointed out for my master's son. And before I had done speaking in my heart, behold, Rivkah came forth with her pitcher on her shoulder. And she went down unto the well, and drew water. And I said unto her, Let me drink, I pray you. And she made haste, and let down her pitcher from her shoulder, and said, Drink, and I will give your camels drink also. So I drank, and she made the camels drink also. And I asked her and said, Whose daughter are you? And she said, The daughter of Bethuel, Nahor's son, whom Milcah bore unto him. And I put the earring upon her face, and the bracelets upon her hands. And I bowed down my head and worshipped Yahuwah, and blessed Yahuwah Elohai of my master Avraham, which had led me in the right way to take my master's brother's daughter unto his son. And now, If you will deal kindly and truly with my master, tell me, and if not, tell me, that I may turn to the right hand or to the left.
Then Laban and Bethuel answered and said,
The thing proceeds from Yahuwah. We cannot speak unto you bad or good.
Behold, Rivka is before you. Take her and go, and let her be your master's son's woman, as Yahuwah has spoken.
And it came to pass that when Abraham's servant heard their words, he worshipped Yahweh, bowing himself to the earth. And the servant brought forth jewels of silver and jewels of gold and raiment, and gave them to Ribkah. And he gave also to her brother and to her mother precious things. And they did eat and drink, and the men that were with him, and tarried all night. And they rose up in the morning, and he said,
Send me away unto my master.
And her brother and her mother said,
Let the damsel abide with us a few days, at the least 10.
After that she shall go.
And he said unto them,
Hinder me not, seeing Yahuwah has prospered my way. Send me away, that I may go to my master.
And they said,
We will call the damsel, and inquire at her mouth.
And they called Ribkah, and said unto her,
Will you go with this man?
And she said,
I will go.
And they sent away Ribkah their sister, and her nurse, and Abraham's servant, and his men. And they blessed Ribkah, and said unto her,
You are our sister. Be the mother of thousands of millions, and let your seed possess the gate of those which hate them.
And Ribkah arose, and her damsels, and they rode upon the camels, and followed the man. And the servant took Ribkah, and went his way. And Yitzhak came from the way of the well of Beer Lachairoi, for he dwelt in the country of the Negev. And Yitzhak went out to meditate in the field in the evening. And he lifted up his eyes and saw, and behold, the camels were coming. And Ribkah lifted her eyes, and when she saw Yitzhak, she lighted off the camel. For she had said unto the servant,
What man is this that walks in the field to meet us?
And the servant had said,
It is my master.
Therefore she took a veil and covered herself. And the servant told Yitzhak all the things that he had done. And Yitzhak brought her into his mother Sarah's tent, and took Ribkah, and she became his woman, and he loved her. And Yitzhak was comforted after his mother's death. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 25. And again Abraham took a woman, and her name was Keturah. And she bore him Zimran, and Yokshan, and Medan, and Midian, and Yishbak, and Shuach. And Yokshan begat Sheba, and Dedan. And the sons of Dedan were Ashurim, and Letushim, and Leumim. And the sons of Midian, Ephah, and Epher, and Chanok, and Abidah, and Eldaah. These were the children of Keturah. And Abraham gave all that he had unto Yitzhak. But unto the sons of the concubines which Abraham had, Abraham gave gifts, and sent them away from Yitzhak his son, while he yet lived, eastward into the east country. And these are the days of the years of Abraham's life which he lived, 160 years. Then Abraham gave up his ruach, and died in a good old age, an old man and full of years, and was gathered to his people. And his sons Yitzhak and Ishmael buried him in the cave of Machpelah, in the field of Ephron, the son of Zohar, the Hittite, which is before Mamre, the field which Abraham purchased of the sons of Heth. There was Abraham buried, and Sarah his woman. And it came to pass, after the death of Abraham, that Elohim blessed his son Yitzhak, and Yitzhak dwelt by the well Be'er Lachairoi. Now these are the generations of Ishmael, Abraham's son, whom Hagar, the Mitzrayim, Sarah's handmaid, bore unto Abraham. And these are the names of the sons of Ishmael, by their names, according to their generations. The firstborn of Ishmael, Nebaioth, and Kedar, and Adbeel, and Mibsam, and Mishma, and Duma, and Masaah, Hadar, and Tima, Yetur, Naphish, and Kedema. These are the sons of Ishmael, and these are their names. by their towns and by their castles, 12 princes according to their nations. And these are the years of the life of Ishmael, 137 years. And he gave up his ruach and died, and was gathered unto his people. And they dwelt from Havilah unto Shur, that is before Mitzrayim, as you go toward Ashura. And he died in the presence of all his brethren. And these are the generations of Yitzchak, Abraham's son. Abraham begat Yitzchak, and Yitzchak was 40 years old when he took Ribkah to be his woman, the daughter of Bethuel, the Aramite, of Padan Aram, the sister unto Laban, the Aramite. And Yitzchak entreated Yahweh for his woman, because she was barren, and Yahweh was entreated of him. And Ribkah his woman conceived. And the children struggled together within her. And she said,
If it be so, why am I thus?
And she went to inquire of Yahweh. And Yahweh said unto her,
2 nations are in your womb, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from your generation. And the one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger.
And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And the first came out red all over like a hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. And after that came his brother out, and his hand took hold on Esau's heel, and his name was called Jacob. And Yitzchak was 80 years old when she bore them. And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field, and Jacob was an upright man, dwelling in tents. And Yitzchak loved Esau, because he did eat of his venison, but Ribkah loved Jacob. And Jacob sought pottage, and Esau came from the field, and he was faint. And Esau said to Jacob,
Feed me, I pray you, with that same red pottage, for I am faint.
Therefore was his name called Edom. And Jacob said,
Sell me this day your birthright.
And Esau said,
Behold, I am at the point to die, and what profit shall this birthright do to me?
And Jacob said,
Swear to me this day.
And he swore unto him, and he sold his birthright unto Jacob. Then Jacob gave Esau bread and pottage of lentils, and he did eat and drink, and rose up and went his way. Thus Esau despised his birthright. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 26. And there was a famine in the land, beside the first famine that was in the days of Abraham. And Yitzchak went unto Abimelech, king of the Pelishtim, unto Gerar. And Yahweh appeared unto him and said,
Go not down into Mitzrayim, dwell in the land which I shall tell you of. Sojourn in this land, and I will be with you, and will bless you. For unto you and unto your seed I will give you all these countries, and I will perform the oath which I swore unto Abraham, your father. And I will make your seed to multiply as the stars of heaven, and will give unto your seed all these countries, and in your seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed. Because that Abraham obeyed my voice, and did guard my watch, my commandments, my statutes, and my Torah.
And Yitzchak dwelt in Gerar. And the men of the place asked him of his woman, and he said,
She is my sister.
For he feared to say, She is my woman, lest, said he,
the men of the place should kill me for Rivkah, because she was fair to look upon.
And it came to pass, when he had been there a long time, that Abimelech, king of the Pelishtim, looked out at a window and saw, and behold, Yitzchak was sporting with Ribkah his woman. And Abimelech called Yitzchak and said,
Behold, of a surety she is your woman. And how said you, She is my sister?
And Yitzchak said unto him,
Because I said, lest I die for her.
And Abimelech said,
What is this you have done unto us? One of the people might lightly have lain with your woman, and you should have brought guiltiness upon us.
And Abimelech charged all his people, saying,
He that touches this man or his woman shall surely be put to death.
Then Yitzchak sowed in that land, and received in the same year 100-fold, and Yahweh blessed him. And the man waxed great, and went forward, and grew until he became very great, for he had possessions of flocks, and possessions of herds, and great store of servants. And the Pelishtim envied him. For all the wells which his father's servant had dug in the days of Abraham his father, the Pelishtim had stopped them, and filled them with earth. And Abimelech said unto El Yitzchak,
Go from us, for you are much mightier than we.
And Yitzchak departed thence, and pitched his tent in the valley of Gerar, and dwelt there. And Yitzchak dug again the wells of water, which they had dug in the days of Abraham his father. For the Pelishtim had stopped them up after the death of Abraham. And he called their names after the names by which his father had called them. And Yitzchak's servants dug in the valley, and found there a well of springing water. And the herdsmen of Gerar did strive with Yitzchak's herdsmen, saying,
The water is ours.
And he called the name of the well Esek, because they strove with him. And they dug another well, and strove for that also. And he called the name of it Sitnah. And he removed from thence, and dug another well. And for that they strove not. And he called the name of it Rehoboth. And he said,
For now Yahuwah has made room for us, and we shall be fruitful in the land.
And he went up from thence to Beer-sheba. And Yahuwah appeared unto him that same night, and said,
I am the Elohai of Abraham your father. Fear not, for I am with you, and will bless you, and multiply your seed, for my servant Abraham's sake.
And he built an altar there, and called upon the name of Yahuwah, and pitched his tent there, and there Yitzchak's servants dug a well. Then Abimelech went to him from Gerar, and Achuzat, one of his friends, and Pichol, the chief captain of his army. And Yitzchak said unto them,
Wherefore come ye to me, seeing ye hate me, and have sent me away from you?
And they said,
We saw certainly that Yahuwah was with you, and we said, Let there be now an oath betwixt us, even betwixt us and you, and let us cut a covenant with you.
That you will do us no hurt, as we have not touched you, and as we have done unto you nothing but good, and have sent you away in peace. You are now the blessed of Yahuwah.
And he made them a feast, and they did eat and drink. And they rose up early in the morning, and swore one to another. And Yitzchak sent them away, and they departed from him in peace. And it came to pass the same day that Yitzchak's servants came, and told him concerning the well which they had dug, and said unto him,
We have found water.
And he called it Sheba. Therefore the name of the city is Beer-sheba unto this day. And Esau was 40 years old, when he took to be his woman Yehudit, the daughter of Beeri, the Hittite, and Basemat, the daughter of Elon, the Hittite, which were a grief of mind unto Yitzchak and to Ribkah. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 27. And it came to pass that when Yitzchak was old, and his eyes were dim, so that he could not see, he called Esau his eldest son, and said unto him,
My son.
And he said unto him,
Behold, here I am.
And he said,
Behold now, I am old. I know not the day of my death. Now therefore take, I pray you, your weapons, your quiver and your bow, and go out to the field, and take me some venison, and make me savory meat such as I love, and bring it to me, that I may eat, that my soul may bless you before I die.
And Ribkah heard when Yitzchak spoke to Esau his son. And Esau went to the field to hunt for venison, and to bring it. And Ribkah spoke unto Jacob her son, saying,
Behold, I heard your father speak unto Esau, your brother, saying, Bring me venison, and make me savory meat, that I may eat, and bless you before Yahuwah, before my death. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice, according to that which I command you. Go now to the flock, and fetch me from thence 2 good kids of the goats, and I will make them savory meat for your father, such as he loves. And you shall bring it to your father, that he may eat, and that he may bless you before his death.
And Jacob said to Ribkah his mother,
Behold, Esau my brother is a hairy man, and I am a smooth man. My father perchance will fill me, and I shall seem to him as a deceiver, and I shall bring a curse upon me, and not a blessing.
And his mother said unto him,
Upon me be your curse, my son. Only obey my voice, and go fetch me them.
And he went and fetched and brought them to his mother. And his mother made savory meat, such as his father loved. And Ribkah took goodly raiment of her eldest son Esau, which were with her in the house, and put them upon Jacob her younger son. And she put the skins of the kids of the goats upon his hands, and upon the smooth of his neck. And she gave the savory meat, and the bread, which she had prepared, into the hand of her son Jacob. And he came unto his father, and said,
My father.
And he said,
Here I am. Who are you, my son?
And Jacob said unto his father,
I am Esau, your firstborn. I have done according as you bade me. Arise, I pray you, sit and eat of my venison, that your soul may bless me.
And Yitzchak said unto his son,
How is it that you have found it so quickly, my son?
And he said,
Because Yahuwah Elohika brought it to me.
And Yitzchak said unto Jacob,
Come near, I pray you, that I may fill you, my son, whether you be my very son Esau or not.
And Jacob went near unto Yitzchak his father, and he felt him, and said,
The voice is Yaakov's voice, but the hands are the hands of Esau.
And he discerned him not, because his hands were hairy, as his brother Esau's hands. So he blessed him. And he said,
Are you my very son Esau?
And he said,
I am.
And he said,
Bring it near to me, and I will eat of my son's venison, that my soul may bless you.
And he brought it near to him, and he did eat. And he brought him wine, and he drank. And his father Yitzchak said unto him,
Come near now, and kiss me, my son.
And he came near, and kissed him. And he smelled the smell of his raiment, and blessed him, and said,
See, the smell of my son is as the smell of a field, which Yahuwah has blessed. Therefore Elohim give you of the dew of heaven, and of the fatness of the earth, and plenty of grain and wine. Let people serve you, and nations bow down to you. Be Lord over your brethren, and let your mother's sons bow down to you. Cursed be every one that curses you, and blessed be he that blesses you.
And it came to pass, as soon as Yitzchak had made an end of blessing Jacob, and Jacob was yet scarce gone out from the presence of Yitzchak his father, that Esau his brother came in from his hunting. And he also had made savory meat, and brought it unto his father, and said unto his father,
Let my father arise, and eat of his son's venison, that your soul may bless me.
And Yitzchak his father said unto him,
Who are you?
And he said,
I am your son, your firstborn, Esau.
And Yitzchak trembled very exceedingly, and said,
Where is he that has taken venison, and brought it to me? And I have eaten of all before you came, and have blessed him. Yea, he shall be blessed.
And when Esau heard the words of his father, he cried with a great and exceeding bitter cry, and said unto his father,
Bless me, even me also, O my father.
And he said,
Your brother has come with subtlety, and has taken away your blessing.
And he said,
Is he not rightly named Yaakov? For he has supplanted me these 2 times. He took away my birthright, and behold, now he has taken away my blessing.
And he said,
Have you not reserved a blessing for me?
And Yitzchak answered and said unto Esau,
Behold, I have made him your lord, and all his brethren have I given to him for servants, and with grain and wine have I sustained him. And what shall I do now unto you, my son?
And Esau said unto his father,
Have you but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father.
And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Yitzchak his father answered and said unto him,
Behold, Your dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, and of the dew of heaven from above. And by your sword shall you live, and shall serve your brother. And it shall come to pass, when you shall have the dominion, that you shall break his yoke from off your neck.
And Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing wherewith his father blessed him. And Esau said in his heart,
The days of mourning for my father are at hand. Then I will slay my brother Jacob.
And these words of Esau, her elder son, were told to Ribkah. And she sent and called Jacob, her younger son, and said unto him,
Behold, your brother Esau, as touching you, comforts himself, purposing to kill you. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice, and arise, flee to Laban my brother, to Haran, and tarry with him a few days, until your brother's fury turn away, until your brother's anger turn away from you, and he forget that which you have done to him. Then I will send and fetch you from thence. Why should I be deprived also of you both in one day?
And Ribkah said to Yitzchak,
I am weary of my life because of the daughters of Heth. If Yaakov take a woman of the daughters of Heth, such as these which are of the daughters of the land, what good shall my life do me?
Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 28. And Yitzchak called Jacob, and blessed him, and charged him, and said unto him,
You shall not take a woman of the daughters of Canaan. Arise, go to Padan Aram, to the house of Bethuel, your mother's father, and take you a woman from thence of the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother, and El Shaddai bless you, and make you fruitful, and multiply you, that you may be a multitude of people, and give you the blessing of Abraham to you, and to your seed with you, that you may inherit the land wherein you are a stranger, which Elohim gave unto Abraham.
And Yitzchak sent away Jacob, and he went to Padan Aram unto Laban, son of Bethuel, the Aramite, the brother of Ribkah, Jacob's and Esau's mother. When Esau saw that Yitzchak had blessed Jacob, and sent him away to Padan Aram, to take him a woman from thence, and that as he blessed him, he gave him a charge, saying,
You shall not take a woman of the daughters of Canaan.
And that Jacob obeyed his father and his mother, and was gone to Padan Aram. And Esau, seeing that the daughters of Canaan pleased not Yitzchak his father, then went Esau unto Ishmael, and he took unto the woman which he had, Mahalat, the daughter of Ishmael, Abraham's son, the sister of Nebaioth, to be his woman. And Jacob went out from Beersheba, and went toward Haran. And he lighted upon a certain place, and tarried there all night, because the sun was set. He took of the stones of that place, and put them for his pillows, and lay down in that place to sleep. And he dreamed, and behold, a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven. And behold, the angels of Elohim ascending and descending on it. And behold, Yahweh stood above it, and said,
I am Yahuwah Elohai, of Abraham your father, and the Elohai of Yitzhak. The land whereon you lie, to you will I give it, and to your seed. And your seed shall be as the dust of the earth, and you shall spread abroad to the west, and to the east, and to the north, and to the south. And in you, and in your seed, shall all the families of the earth be blessed. And behold, I am with you, and will guard you in all the places whither you go, and will bring you again into this land. For I will not leave you until I have done that which I have spoken to you of.
And Yaakov awoke out of his sleep, and he said,
Surely Yahuwah is in this place, and I knew it not.
And he was afraid, and said,
How dreadful is this place! This is none other but the house of Elohim, and this is the gate of heaven.
And Jacob arose up early in the morning, and took the stone that he had put for his pillows, and set it up for a pillar, and poured oil upon the top of it. And he called the name of that place Beit El. But the name of that city was called Luz at the first. And Yaakov vowed a vow, saying,
If Elohim will be with me, and will guard me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat, and raiment to put on, so that I come again to my father's house in peace, then shall Yahuwah be my Elohim. And this stone which I have set for a pillar shall be Elohim's house, and of all that you shall give me, I will surely give the 10th unto you.
Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 29. Then Yaakov went on his journey, and came into the land of the people of the east. And he looked, and behold, a well in the field, and lo, there were 3 flocks of sheep lying by it. For out of that well they watered the flocks, and a great stone was upon the well's mouth. And thither there were all the flocks gathered, and they rolled the stone from the well's mouth, and watered the sheep, and put the stone again upon the well's mouth in its place. And Yaakov said unto them,
My brethren, whence be ye?
And they said,
Of Haran are we.
And he said unto them,
Know ye Lavan, the son of Nahor?
And they said,
We know him.
And he said unto them,
Is he well?
And they said,
He is well. And behold, Rachel his daughter comes with the sheep.
And he said,
Lo, it is yet high day, neither is it time that the cattle should be gathered together. Water ye the sheep, and go and feed them.
And they said,
We cannot, until all the flocks be gathered together, until they roll the stone from the well's mouth. Then we water the sheep.
And while he yet spoke with them, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she kept them. And it came to pass, when Yaakov saw Rachel, the daughter of Laban, his mother's brother, and the sheep of Laban, his mother's brother, that Yaakov went near, and rolled the stone from the well's mouth, and watered the flock of Laban, his mother's brother. And Yaakov kissed Rachel, and lifted up his voice, and wept. And Yaakov told Rachel that he was her father's brother, and that he was Ribka's son. And she ran and told her father. And it came to pass, when Laban heard the tidings of Yaakov his sister's son, that he ran to meet him, and embraced him, and kissed him, and brought him to his house. And he told Laban all these things. And Laban said to him,
Surely you are my bone and my flesh.
And he abode with him the space of a month. And Laban said unto Yaakov,
Because you are my brother, should you therefore serve me for naught? Tell me, what shall your wages be?
And Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the elder was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. Leah was tender-eyed, but Rachel was beautiful and well-favored. And Yaakov loved Rachel, and said,
I will serve you 7 years for Rachel, your younger daughter.
And Laban said,
It is better that I give her to you, than that I should give her to another man. Abide with me.
And Yaakov served 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed unto him but a few days, for the love he had to her. And Yaakov said unto Laban,
Give me my woman, for my days are fulfilled, that I may go in unto her.
And Laban gathered together all the men of that place, and made a feast. And it came to pass in the evening, that he took Leah his daughter, and brought her to him, and he went in unto her. And Laban gave unto his daughter Leah Zilpah, his maid, for a handmaid. And it came to pass, that in the morning, behold, it was Leah. And he said to Laban,
What is this that you have done unto me? Did I not serve with you for Rachel? Wherefore then have you beguiled me?
And Laban said,
It must not be so done in our country, to give the younger before the firstborn. Fulfill her week, and we will give you this also for the service which you shall serve with me yet 7 other years.
And Yaakov did so, and fulfilled her week. And he gave him Rachel his daughter to be his woman also. And Laban gave to Rachel his daughter Bilhah his handmaid to be her maid. And he went in also unto Rachel, and he loved also Rachel more than Leah, and served with him yet 7 other years. And when Yahweh saw that Leah was hated, he opened her womb, but Rachel was barren. And Leah conceived, and bore a son, and she called his name Reuben. For she said,
Surely Yahuwah has looked upon my affliction.
Now therefore my man will love me.
And she conceived again and bore a son and said,
Because Yahuwah has heard that I was hated, he has therefore given me this son also.
And she called his name Shimon. And she conceived again and bore a son and said,
Now this time will my man be joined unto me, because I have borne him 3 sons.
Therefore was his name called Levi. And she conceived again and bore a son, and she said,
Now I will praise Yahuwah.
Therefore she called his name Yahudah, and left bearing. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 30. And when Rachel saw that she bore Jacob no children, Rachel envied her sister, and said unto Jacob,
Give me children, or else I die.
And Jacob's anger was kindled against Rachel, and he said,
Am I in Elohim's stead, who has withheld from you the fruit of the womb?
And she said,
Behold, my maid Bilhah, go in unto her, and she shall bear upon my knees, that I may also have children by her.
And she gave him Bilhah her handmaid to be his woman. And Jacob went in unto her, and Bilhah conceived, and bore Jacob a son. And Rachel said,
Elohim has judged me, and has also heard my voice, and has given me a son.
Therefore called she his name Dan. And Bilhah, Rachel's maid, conceived again, and bore Jacob a second son. And Rachel said,
With great wrestlings have I wrestled with my sister, and I have prevailed.
And she called his name Naphtali. And when Leah saw that she had left bearing, she took Zilpah her maid, and gave her Jacob to be his woman. And Zilpah, Leah's maid, bore Jacob a son. And Leah said,
A troop comes.
And she called his name Gad. And Zilpah, Leah's maid, bore Jacob a second son. And Leah said,
Happy am I, for the daughters will call me blessed.
And she called his name Asher. And Reuben went in the days of the wheat harvest, and found mandrakes in the field, and brought them unto his mother, Leah. Then Rachel said to Leah,
Give me, I pray you, of your son's mandrakes.
And she said unto her,
Is it a small matter that you have taken my man? And will you take away my son's mandrakes also?
And Rachel said,
Therefore he shall lie with you tonight for your son's mandrakes.
And Jacob came out of the field in the evening, and Leah went out to meet him, and said,
You must come in unto me, for surely I have hired you with my son's mandrakes.
And he lay with her that night. And Elohim hearkened unto Leah, and she conceived, and bore Jacob the 5th son. And Leah said,
Elohim has given me my hire, because I have given my maiden to my man.
And she called his name Issachar. And Leah conceived again, and bore Jacob the 6th son. And Leah said,
Elohim has endued me with a good dowry. Now will my man dwell with me, because I have borne him 6 sons.
And she called his name Zebulun. And afterwards she bore a daughter, and called her name Dinah. And Elohim remembered Rachel, and Elohim hearkened to her, and opened her womb. And she conceived and bore a son, and said,
Elohim has taken away my reproach.
And she called his name Joseph, and said,
Yahuwah shall add to me another son.
And it came to pass, when Rachel had borne Joseph, that Jacob said unto Laban,
Send me away, that I may go into my own place, and to my country. Give me my women and my children, for whom I have served you. Let me go, for you know my service which I have done you.
And Laban said unto him,
I pray you, if I have found favor in your eyes, tarry, for I have learned by experience that Yahuwah has blessed me for your sake.
And he said,
Appoint me your wages, and I will give it.
And he said unto him,
You know how I have served you, and how your cattle was with me. For it was little which you had before I came, and it is now increased unto a multitude, and Yahuwah has blessed you since my coming. And now, when shall I provide for my own house also?
And he said,
What shall I give you?
And Jacob said,
You shall not give me anything. If you will do this thing for me, I will again feed and guard your flock. I will pass through all your flock today, removing from thence all the speckled and spotted cattle, and all the brown cattle among the sheep, and the spotted and speckled among the goats, and of such shall be my hire. So shall my righteousness answer for me in time to come. when it shall come for my hire before your face, every one that is not speckled and spotted among the goats, and brown among the sheep, that shall be counted stolen with me.
And Laban said,
Behold, I would it might be according to your word.
And he removed that day the he-goats that were ring-streaked and spotted, and all the she-goats that were speckled and spotted, and every one that had some white in it, and all the brown among the sheep, and gave them into the hands of his sons. And he set 3 days' journey betwixt himself and Jacob, and Jacob fed the rest of Laban's flocks. And Jacob took him rods of green poplar, and of the hazel and chestnut tree, and pilled white strakes in them, and made the white appear which was in the rods. And he set the rods which he had pilled before the flocks in the gutters, in the watering troughs, when the flocks came to drink, that they should conceive when they came to drink. And the flocks conceived before the rods, and brought forth cattle, ring-streaked, speckled, and spotted. And Jacob did separate the lambs, and set the faces of the flocks toward the ring-streaked, and all the brown in the flock of Laban. And he put his own flocks by themselves, and put them not unto Laban's cattle. And it came to pass, whensoever the stronger cattle did conceive, that Jacob laid the rods before the eyes of the cattle in the gutters, that they might conceive among the rods. But when the cattle were feeble, he put them not in. So the feebler were Laban's, and the stronger Jacob's. And the man increased exceedingly, and had much cattle, and maidservants, and menservants, and camels, and asses. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 31. And he heard the words of Laban's son, saying,
Yaakov has taken away all that was our father's, and of that which was our father's has he gotten all his glory.
And Jacob beheld the countenance of Laban, and behold, it was not towards him as before. And Yahweh said unto Jacob,
Return unto the land of your fathers, and to your kindred, and I will be with you.
And Jacob sent and called Rachel and Leah to the fields unto his flock, and said unto them,
I see your father's countenance, that it is not towards me as before, but the Elohim of my father has been with me. And ye know that with all my power I have served your father. And your father has deceived me and changed my wages 10 times, but Elohim suffered him not to hurt me. If he said thus, the speckled shall be your wages, then all the cattle bore speckled. And if he said thus, the ring-straked shall be your hire, then bore all the cattle ring-straked. Thus Elohim has taken away the cattle of your father, and given them to me. And it came to pass at the time that the cattle conceived, that I lifted up my eyes, and I saw in a dream, and behold, the rams which leaped upon the cattle were ring-straked, speckled, and grizzled. And the angel of Elohim spoke unto me in a dream, saying, Yaakov. And I said, Here I am. And he said, Lift up now your eyes, and see, all the rams which leapt upon the cattle are ring-straked, speckled, and grizzled. For I have seen all that Laban does unto you. I am the Elohim of Bethel, where you anointed the pillar, and where you vowed a vow unto me. Now arise, get you out of this land, and return unto the land of your kindred.
And Rachel and Leah answered and said unto him,
Is there yet any portion or inheritance for us in our father's house?
Are we not counted of him strangers? For he has sold us, and has quite devoured also our money.
For all the riches which Elohim has taken from our father, that is ours, and our children's. Now then, whatsoever Elohim has said unto you, do.
Then Jacob rose up, and set his sons and his women upon camels, and carried away all his cattle, and all his goods which he had gotten, the cattle of his getting, which he had gotten in Padan Aram, for to go to El Yitzchak his father, in the land of Canaan. And Laban went to shear his sheep, and Rachel had stolen the teraphim that were her father's. And Jacob stole away unawares to Laban the Aramite, in that he told him not that he fled. So he fled with all that he had, and he rose up, and passed over the river, and set his face toward the Mount Gilead. And it was told Laban on the 3rd day that Jacob was fled. And he took his brethren with him, and pursued after him 7 days' journey, and they overtook him in the Mount Gilead. And Elohim came to Laban the Aramite in a dream by night, and said unto him,
Take heed that you speak not to Yaakov, either good or bad.
Then Laban overtook Jacob. Now Jacob had pitched his tent in the mount, And Laban with his brethren pitched in the Mount Gilead. And Laban said to Jacob,
What have you done, that you have stolen away unawares to me, and carried away my daughters as captives, taken with the sword? Wherefore did you flee away secretly, and steal away from me, and did not tell me, that I might have sent you away with mirth, and with songs, with tabret, and with harp, and have not suffered me to kiss my sons and daughters? You have now done foolishly in so doing. It is in the power of my hand to do you hurt. But the Elohim of your father spoke unto me yesternight, saying, Take heed that you speak not to Jacob either good or bad. And now, though you would needs be gone, because you sore longed after your father's house, yet wherefore have you stolen my Elohim?
And Jacob answered and said to Laban,
Because I was afraid. For I said, Perchance you would take by force your daughters from me. With whomsoever you find your Elohim, let him not live. Before our brethren discern what is yours with me, and take it to you.
For Jacob knew not that Rachel had stolen them. And Laban went into Jacob's tent, and into Leah's tent, and into the two maidservants' tents, but he found them not. Then he went out of Leah's tent, and entered into Rachel's tent. Now Rachel had taken the teraphim, and put them in the camel's furniture, and sat upon them. And Laban searched all the tent, but found them not. And she said to her father,
Let it not displease my lord that I cannot rise up before you, for the custom of women is upon me.
And he searched, but found not the teraphim. And Jacob was wroth, and chode with Laban. And Jacob answered and said to Laban,
What is my transgression? What is my sin, that you have so hotly pursued after me? Whereas you have searched all my stuff, what have you found of all your household stuff? Set it here before my brethren and your brethren, that they may judge betwixt us both. This 20 years have I been with you. Your ewes and your she-goats have not cast their young, and the rams of your flock have I not eaten. That which was torn of beasts I brought not unto you. I bore the loss of it. Of my hand did you require it, whether stolen by day or stolen by night. Thus I was in the day the drought consumed me, and the frost by night, and my sleep departed from my eyes. Thus have I been 20 years in your house. I served you 14 years for your 2 daughters, and 6 years for your cattle. And you have changed my wages 10 times. Except the Elohai of my father, the Elohai of Abraham, and the fear of Yitzhak had been with me, surely you had sent me away now empty. Elohim has seen my affliction, and the labor of my hands, and rebuked you yesternight.
And Laban answered and said unto Jacob,
These daughters are my daughters, and these children are my children, and these cattle are my cattle, and all that you see is mine. And what can I do this day unto these my daughters, or unto their children which they have borne? Now therefore come, let us cut a covenant, I and you, and let it be for a witness between me and you.
And Jacob took a stone, and set it up for a pillar. And Jacob said unto his brethren,
Gather stones.
And they took stones, and made a heap, and they did eat there upon the heap. And Laban called it Yegar Sahaduta, but Jacob called it Galid. And Laban said,
This heap is a witness between me and you this day.
Therefore was the name of it called Galed. And Mitzvah, for he said,
Yahuwah watch between me and you, when we are absent from one another. If you shall afflict my daughters, or if you shall take other women beside my daughters, no man is with us. See, Elohim is witness betwixt me and you.
And Laban said to Jacob,
Behold this heap, and behold this pillar, which I have cast betwixt me and you. This heap be witness, and this pillar be witness, that I will not pass over this heap to you, and that you shall not pass over this heap and this pillar unto me for harm. The Elohai of Abraham and the Elohai of Nahor, the Elohai of their father, judge betwixt us.
and Jacob swore by the fear of his father Yitzchak. Then Jacob offered sacrifice upon the mount, and called his brethren to eat bread. And they did eat bread, and tarried all night in the mount. And early in the morning Laban rose up, and kissed his sons and his daughters, and blessed them. And Laban departed, and returned unto his place. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 32. And Jacob went on his way, and the angels of Elohim met him. And when Jacob saw them, he said,
This is Elohim's host.
And he called the name of that place Machanaim. And Jacob sent messengers before him to Esau his brother, unto the land of Seir, the country of Edom. And he commanded them, saying,
Thus shall ye speak unto my lord Esau. Your servant Jacob says thus, I have sojourned with Laban, and stayed there until now. And I have oxen and asses, flocks and men servants, and women servants. And I have sent to tell my lord, that I may find grace in your sight.
And the messengers returned to Jacob, saying,
We came to your brother Esau, and also he comes to meet you, and 400 men with him.
Then Jacob was greatly afraid and distressed, and he divided the people that was with him, and the flocks, and the herds, and the camels into 2 bands, and said,
If Esau come to the one company, and smite it, then the other company which is left shall escape.
And Jacob said,
O Elohai of my father Abraham, and Elohai of my father Yitzhak, Yahuwah which said unto me, Return unto your country and to your kindred, and I will deal well with you. I am not worthy of the least of all the mercies, and of all the truth which you have showed unto your servant. For with my staff I passed over this Yarden, and now I am become 2 bands. Deliver me, I pray you, from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau, for I fear him, lest he will come and smite me, and the mother with the children. And you said, I will surely do you good, and make your seed as the sand of the sea, which cannot be numbered for multitude.
And he lodged there that same night, and took of that which came to his hand a present for Esau his brother, 200 she-goats, and 20 he-goats, 200 ewes, and 20 rams, 30 milch camels with their colts, 40 kine, and 10 bulls, 20 she-asses, and 10 foals. And he delivered them into the hands of his servants, every drove by themselves, and said unto his servants,
Pass over before me, and put a space betwixt drove and drove.
And he commanded the foremost, saying,
When Esau my brother meets you, and asks you, saying, Whose are you, and where go you, and whose are these before you? Then you shall say, They be your servant Jacob's. It is a present sent unto my lord Esau, and behold, also, he is behind us.
And so commanded he the second, and the third, and all that followed the drove, saying,
On this manner shall you speak unto Esau when you find him, and say ye moreover, Behold, your servant Jacob is behind us.
For he said,
I will appease him with the present that goes before me, and afterward I will see his face. Perchance he will accept of me.
So went the present over before him, and himself lodged that night in the company. And he rose up that night, and took his 2 women, and his 2 women servants, and his 11 sons, and passed over the ford Yabok. And he took them, and sent them over the brook, and sent over that he had. And Jacob was left alone, and there wrestled a man with him until the breaking of the day. And when he saw that he prevailed not against him, he touched the hollow of his thigh, and the hollow of Jacob's thigh was out of joint, as he wrestled with him. And he said,
Let me go, for the day breaks.
And he said,
I will not let you go, except you bless me.
And he said unto him,
What is your name?
And he said,
Yaakov.
And he said,
Your name shall be called no more Yaakov, but Yasharel. For as a prince have you power with Elohim and with men, and have prevailed.
And Jacob asked him and said,
Tell me, I pray you, your name.
And he said,
Wherefore is it that you do ask after my name?
And he blessed them there. And Jacob called the name of the place Penuel.
For I have seen Elohim face to face, and my life is preserved.
And as he passed over Penuel, the sun rose upon him, and he halted upon his thigh. Therefore the children of Yashrael eat not the sinew which shrank, which is upon the hollow of the thigh unto this day, because he touched the hollow of Jacob's thigh in the sinew that shrank. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 33. And Jacob lifted up his eyes, and looked, and behold, Esau came, and with him 400 men. And he divided the children unto Leah, and unto Rachel, and unto the 2 handmaids. And he put the handmaids and their children foremost, and Leah and her children after, and Rachel and Joseph hindermost. And he passed over before them, and bowed himself to the ground 7 times, until he came near to his brother. And Esau ran to meet him, and embraced him, and fell on his neck, and kissed him, and they wept. And he lifted up his eyes, and saw the women and the children, and said,
Who are those with you?
And he said,
The children which Elohim has graciously given your servant.
Then the handmaidens came near, they and their children, and they bowed themselves. And Leah also with her children came near, and bowed themselves. And after came Joseph near, and Rachel, and they bowed themselves. And he said,
What do you mean by all this drove which I met?
And he said,
These are to find grace in the sight of my master.
And Esau said,
I have enough. My brother, keep what you have unto yourself.
And Jacob said,
Nay, I pray you, if now I have found grace in your sight, then receive my present at my hand. For therefore I have seen your face, as though I had seen the face of Elohim, and you were pleased with me. Take, I pray you, my blessing that is brought to you, because Elohim has dealt graciously with me, and because I have enough.
And he urged him, and he took it, and said,
Let us take our journey, and let us go, and I will go before you.
And he said unto him,
My Lord knows that the children are tender, and the flocks and herds with the young are with me. And if men should overdrive them one day, all the flock will die. Let my Lord, I pray you, pass over before his servant, and I will lead on softly, according as the cattle that goes before me, and the children be able to endure, until I come unto my Lord, unto Seir.
And Esau said,
Let me now leave you with some of the folk that are with me.
And he said,
What needs it? Let me find grace in the sight of my master.
So Esau returned that day on his way unto Seir. And Jacob journeyed to Sukkot, and built him a house, and made Sukkot for his cattle. Therefore the name of the place is called Sukkot. And Jacob came to Shalem, a city of Shechem, which is in the land of Canaan, when he came from Padan Aram, and pitched his tent before the city. And he bought a parcel of a field, where he had spread his tent at the hand of the children of Hamor, Shechem's father, for 100 pieces of money. And he erected there an altar, and called it El Elohai Yashrael. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 34. And Dinah, the daughter of Leah, which she bore unto Jacob, went out to see the daughters of the land. And when Shechem, the son of Hamor, the Hivite, prince of the country, saw her, he took her, and lay with her, and defiled her. And his soul clave unto Dinah, the daughter of Jacob, and he loved the damsel, and spoke kindly unto the damsel. And Shechem spoke unto his father Hamor, saying,
Get me this damsel to be my woman.
And Jacob heard that he had defiled Dinah his daughter. Now his sons were with his cattle in the field, and Jacob held his peace until they were come. And Hamor, the father of Shechem, went out unto El Jacob to commune with him. And the sons of Jacob came out of the field when they heard it, and the men were grieved, and they were very wroth, because he had wrought folly in Yashrael, in lying with Jacob's daughter, which thing ought not to be done. And Hamor communed with them, saying,
The soul of my son Shechem longs for your daughter. I pray you, give her him to be his woman, and make ye marriages with us, and give your daughters unto us, and take our daughters unto you. And ye shall dwell with us, and the land shall be before you. Dwell and trade ye therein, and get you possessions therein.
And Shechem said unto her father, and unto her brethren,
Let me find grace in your eyes, and what ye shall say unto me I will give. Ask me never so much dowry and gift, and I will give according as ye shall say unto me. But give me the damsel to be my woman.
The sons of Jacob answered Shechem and Hamor his father deceitfully, and said, Because he had defiled Dinah their sister. And they said unto them,
We cannot do this thing, to give our sister to one that is uncircumcised, for that were a reproach unto us. But in this we will consent unto you, If ye will be as we be, that every male of you be circumcised, then will we give our daughters unto you, and we will take your daughters unto us, and we will dwell with you, and we will become one people. But if ye will not hearken unto us to be circumcised, then we will take our daughter, and we will be gone.
And their words pleased Hamor and Shechem, Hamor's son. And the young man deferred not to do the thing, because he had delight in Jacob's daughter, and he was more honorable than all his father's house. And Hamor and Shechem his son came unto the gate of their city, and communed with the men of their city, saying,
These men are peaceable with us, therefore let them dwell in the land, and trade therein. For the land, behold, it is large enough for them. Let us take their daughters to us for women, and let us give them our daughters.
Only herein will the men consent unto us, for to dwell with us, to be one people, if every male among us be circumcised as they are circumcised.
Shall not their cattle and their substance and every beast of theirs be ours? Only let us consent unto them, and they will dwell with us.
And unto Hamor and unto Shechem his son hearkened all that went out of the gate of his city, and every male was circumcised, all that went out of the gate of his city. And it came to pass on the third day, when they were sore, that the two sons of Jacob, Shimon and Levi, Dinah's brethren, took each man his sword, and came upon the city boldly, and slew all the males. And they slew Hamor and Shechem his son with the edge of the sword, and took Dinah out of Shechem's house, and went out. The sons of Jacob came upon the slain, and spoiled the city, because they had defiled their sister. They took their sheep, and their oxen, and their asses, and that which was in the city, and that which was in the field, and all their wealth, and all their little ones, and their women they took captive, and spoiled even all that was in the house. And Jacob said to Shimon and Levi,
Ye have troubled me to make me to stink among the inhabitants of the land, among the Canaanim and the Perizim, and I being few in number, they shall gather themselves together against me, and slay me, and I shall be destroyed, I and my house.
And they said,
Should he deal with our sister as with a harlot?
Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 35. And Elohim said unto Jacob,
Arise, go up to Bethel, and dwell there, and make there an altar unto Elohim, that appeared unto you when you fled from the face of Esau your brother.
Then Jacob said unto his household, and to all that were with him,
Put away the strange Elohai that are among you, and be clean, and change your garments, and let us arise, and go up to Bethel, and I will make there an altar unto Elohim, who answered me in the day of my distress, and was with me in the way which I went.
And they gave unto Jacob all the strange Elohai which were in their hand, and all their earrings which were in their ears. And Jacob hid them under the oak which was by Shechem. And they journeyed, and the terror of Elohim was upon the cities that were round about them, and they did not pursue after the sons of Jacob. So Jacob came to Luz, which is in the land of Canaan, that is, Beit El, he and all the people that were with him. And he built there an altar, and called the place Beit El, because there Elohim appeared unto him, when he fled from the face of his brother. But Deborah, Ribkah's nurse, died, and she was buried beneath Beit El under an oak, and the name of it was called Alon Bakut. And Elohim appeared unto Jacob again, when he came out of Padan Aram, and blessed him. And Elohim said unto him,
Your name is Yaakov. Your name shall not be called any more Yaakov, but Yasharel shall be your name.
And he called his name Yasharel. And Elohim said unto him,
I am El Shaddai. Be fruitful and multiply. A nation and a company of nations shall be of you, and kings shall come out of your loins. And the land which I gave Abraham and Yitzhak, to you I will give it, and to your seed after you will I give the land.
And Elohim went up from him in the place where he talked with him. And Jacob set up a pillar in the place where he talked with him, even a pillar of stone. And he poured a drink offering thereon, and he poured oil thereon. And Yaakov called the name of the place where Elohim spoke with him, Beit El. And they journeyed from Beit El, and there was but a little way to come to Ephrathah. And Rachel travailed, and she had hard labor. And it came to pass, when she was in hard labor, that the midwife said unto her,
Fear not, you shall have this son also.
And it came to pass, as her soul was in departing, for she died, that she called his name Ben-Oni, but his father called him Benjamin. And Rachel died, and was buried in the way to Ephrathah, which is Beit Lechem. And Jacob set a pillar upon her grave, that is the pillar of Rachel's grave unto this day. And Yasharel journeyed, and spread his tent beyond Migdal Eder. And it came to pass, when Yasharel dwelt in that land, that Reuben went and lay with Bilhah his father's concubine, and Yasharel heard it. Now the sons of Jacob were 12, the sons of Leah, Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, and Shimon, and Levi, and Yehudah, and Issachar, and Zebulun. The sons of Rachel, Yosef, and Benjamin. And the sons of Bilhah, Rachel's handmaid, Dan, and Naphtali. And the sons of Zilpah, Leah's handmaid, Gad, and Asher. These are the sons of Jacob, which were born to him in Padan Aram. And Yaakov came unto Yitzchak his father, unto Mamre, unto Kiryat Arba, which is Hebron, where Abraham and Yitzchak sojourned. And the days of Yitzchak were 180 years. And Yitzchak gave up his ruach, and died, and was gathered unto his people, being old and full of days. And his sons Esau and Jacob buried him. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 36. Now these are the generations of Esau, who is Edom. Esau took his woman of the daughters of Canaan, Ada, the daughter of Elon the Hittite, and Aholibama, the daughter of Anna, the daughter of Zibon the Hittite, and Basemath, Ishmael's daughter, sister of Nebaioth. And Ada bore to Esau Eliphaz, and Basemath bore Reuel, and Aholibama bore Yaish, and Ya'alam, and Korach. These are the sons of Esau, which were born unto him in the land of Canaan. And Esau took his women, and his sons, and his daughters, and all the persons of his house, and his cattle, and all his beasts, and all his substance, which he had got in the land of Canaan, and went into the country from the face of his brother Jacob. For their riches were more than they might dwell together, and the land wherein they were strangers could not bear them because of their cattle. Thus dwelt Esau in Mount Seir. Esau is Edom. And these are the generations of Esau, the father of the Edomim, in Mount Seir. These are the names of Esau's sons: Eliphaz, the son of Ada, the woman of Esau; Reuel, the son of Basemath, the woman of Esau. And the sons of Eliphaz were Timan, Omar, Zepho, Gatam, and Kenaz. And Timnah was the concubine to Eliphaz, Esau's son, and she bore to Eliphaz Amalek. These are the sons of Ada, Esau's woman. And these are the sons of Reuel, Nahat, and Zerach, Shammah, and Mizah. These are the sons of Basemath, Esau's woman. And these are the sons of Aholibama, the daughter of Anna, the daughter of Zibon, Esau's woman. And she bore to Esau Yaish, and Ya'alam, and Korach. These are the dukes of the sons of Esau. The sons of Eliphaz, the firstborn son of Esau: Duke Timan, Duke Omar, Duke Zepho, and Duke Kenaz, Duke Korach, Duke Gatam, and Duke Amalek. These are the dukes that came of Eliphaz in the land of Edom. These are the sons of Ada. And these are the sons of Reuel, Esau's son: Duke Nahat, Duke Zerach, Duke Shammah, Duke Mizah. These are the dukes that came of Reuel in the land of Edom. These are the sons of Basemath, Esau's woman. And these are the sons of Aholibama, Esau's woman: Duke Yaish, Duke Ya'alam, Duke Korach. These are the dukes that came of Aholibama, the daughter of Anna, Esau's woman. These are the sons of Esau, who is Edom, and these are their dukes. These are the sons of Seir, the Horite, who inhabited the land: Lotan, and Shobal, and Sibon, and Anna, and Dishon, and Etzer, and Dishan. These are the dukes of the Horim, the children of Seir, in the land of Edom. And the children of Lotan were Horai and Chemam. And Lotan's sister was Timnah. And the children of Shobal were these: Alyan, and Manachat, and Ebal, and Shiphi, and Onam. And these are the children of Zibon, both Ayah and Anah. This was that Anah that found the mules in the wilderness, as he fed the asses of Zibon his father. And the children of Anah were these: Dishon, and Aholibama, the daughter of Anna. And these are the children of Dishon, Hemdan, and Eshban, and Yithron, and Cheran. The children of Etzer are these, Bilhan, and Zaavan, and Akan. The children of Dishon are these, Uts, and Aran. These are the dukes that came of the Horim, Duke Lotan, Duke Shobal, Duke Tzibon, and Duke Anna. Duke Dishon, Duke Etzer, Duke Dishan. These are the dukes that came of the Horite, among their dukes in the land of Seir. And these are the kings that reigned in the land of Edom, before there reigned any king over the children of Yasharel. And Bela, the son of Beor, reigned in Edom, and the name of his city was Dinhaba. And Bela died, and Yobab, the son of Zerach of Botzra, reigned in his stead. And Yobab died, and Husham of the land of the Timani reigned in his stead. And Husham died, and Hadad, the son of Bedad, who smote Midian in the field of Moab, reigned in his stead, and the name of his city was Abit. And Hadad died, and Samlah of Masrekah reigned in his stead, and Samlah died, and Shaul of Rehoboth by the river reigned in his stead, and Shaul died, and Baal Hanan the son of Akbor reigned in his stead, and Baal Hanan the son of Akbor died, and Hadar reigned in his stead, and the name of his city was Pau, and his woman's name was Mechetabel, the daughter of Matred, the daughter of Me-Zahab. And these are the names of the dukes that came of Esau, according to their families, after their places, by their names: Duke Timnah, Duke Alia, Duke Yechet, Duke Oholibama, Duke Elah, Duke Pinon, Duke Kenaz, Duke Timan, Duke Mitzbar, Duke Magdiel, Duke Iram. These be the dukes of Edom, according to their habitations, in the land of their possession. He is Esau, the father of the Edomim. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 37. And Yaakov dwelt in the land wherein his father was a stranger, in the land of Canaan. These are the generations of Yaakov. Joseph, being 17 years old, was feeding the flock with his brethren, and the lad was with the sons of Bilhah, and the sons of Zilpah, his father's woman. And Joseph brought unto his father their evil report. Now Yasharel loved Joseph more than all his children, because he was the son of his old age, and he made him a coat of many colors. And when his brethren saw that their father loved him more than all his brethren, they hated him, and could not speak peaceably unto him. And Joseph dreamed a dream, and he told it to his brethren, and they hated him yet the more. And he said unto them,
Hear, I pray you, this dream which I have dreamt. For behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and lo, my sheaf arose, and stood upright, and behold, your sheaves stood round about, and made obeisance to my sheaf.
And his brethren said unto him,
Shall you indeed reign over us, or shall you indeed have dominion over us?
And they hated him yet the more for his dreams and for his words. And he dreamed yet another dream, and told it his brethren, and said,
Behold, I have dreamed a dream more. And behold, the sun and the moon and the 11 stars made obeisance to me.
And he told it to his father and to his brethren. And his father rebuked him, and said unto him,
What is this dream that you have dreamed? Shall I and your mother and your brethren indeed come to bow down ourselves to you, to the earth?
And his brethren envied him, but his father observed the saying. And his brethren went to feed their father's flock in Shechem. And Yasharel said unto Joseph,
Do not your brethren feed the flock in Shechem? Come, and I will send you unto them.
And he said to him,
Here am I.
And he said to him,
Go, I pray you, and see whether it be well with your brethren, and well with the flocks, and bring me word again.
So he sent him out to the valley of Hebron, and he came to Shechem. And a certain man found him, and behold, he was wandering in the field. And the man asked him, saying,
What do you seek?
And he said,
I seek my brethren. Tell me, I pray you, where they feed their flocks.
And the man said,
They are departed hence, for I heard them say, Let us go to Dothan.
And Joseph went after his brethren, and found them in Dothan. And when they saw him afar off, even before he came near unto them, they conspired against him to slay him. And they said one to another,
Behold, this dreamer comes. Come now, therefore, and let us slay him, and cast him into some pit, and we will say, Some evil beast has devoured him, and we shall see what will become of his dreams.
And Reuben heard it, and he delivered him out of their hands, and said,
Let us not kill him.
And Reuben said unto them,
Shed no blood, but cast him into this pit that is in the wilderness, and lay no hand upon him,
that he might rid him out of their hands, to deliver him to his father again. And it came to pass, when Yosef was come unto his brethren, that they stripped Yosef out of his coat of many colors that was on him. And they took him, cast him into a pit, and the pit was empty. There was no water in it, and they sat down to eat bread. And they lifted up their eyes and looked, and behold, a company of Ishmaelim came from Gilead, with their camels bearing spicery and balm and myrrh, going to carry it down to Mitzrayim. And Yehudah said unto his brethren,
What profit is it if we slay our brother and conceal his blood? Come, let us sell him to the Ishmaelim, and let not our hands be upon him, for he is our brother and our flesh.
And his brethren were content. Then there passed by Midianim merchantmen, and they drew and lifted up Yosef out of the pit, and sold Yosef to the Ishmaelim for 20 pieces of silver. And they brought Yosef into Mitzrayim. And Reuben returned into the pit, and behold, Yosef was not in the pit. And he rent his clothes. And he returned to his brethren and said,
The child is not, and I, whither shall I go?
And they took Yosef's coat, and killed a kid of the goats, and dipped the coat in the blood. And they sent the coat of many colors. And they brought it to their father and said,
This we have found. Know whether it be your son's coat or no.
And he knew it, and said,
It is my son's coat. An evil beast has devoured him. Joseph is without doubt rent in pieces.
And Jacob rent his clothes, and put sackcloth upon his loins, and mourned for his son many days. And all his sons and all his daughters rose up to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted. And he said,
For I will go down into Sheol unto my son, mourning.
Thus his father wept for him. And the Midianim sold him into Mitzrayim unto Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh's, and a captain of the guard. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 38. And it came to pass at that time that Yehudah went down from his brethren, and turned into a certain Adullamite, whose name was Chira. And Yehudah saw there a daughter of a certain Canaanite, whose name was Shuach, and he took her, and went in unto her. And she conceived and bore a son, and he called his name And she conceived again and bore a son, and called his name Onan. And she yet again conceived and bore a son, and called his name Shelach. And he was at Kezib when she bore him. And Yehudah took a woman for his firstborn, whose name was Tamar. And Yehudah's firstborn, was wicked in the sight of Yahweh, and Yahweh slew him. And Yehudah said unto Onan,
Go into your brother's woman, and marry her, and raise up seed to your brother.
And Onan knew that the seed should not be his, and it came to pass, when he went in unto his brother's woman, that he spilled it on the ground, lest that he should give seed to his brother. And the thing which he did displeased Yahweh, wherefore he slew him also. Then said Yehudah to Tamar his daughter-in-law,
Remain a widow at your father's house, till Shelach my son be grown.
For he said,
Lest, perchance, he die also, as his brethren did.
And Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house. And in process of time, the daughter of Shuach, Yehudah's woman, died. And Yehudah was comforted, and went up unto his sheep shearers, to Timnathah, and his friend Chira, the Adullamite. And it was told Tamar, saying,
Behold, your father-in-law goes up to Timnah to shear his sheep.
And she put her widow's garments off from her, and covered her with a veil, and wrapped herself, and sat in an open place, which is by the way to Timnah, for she saw that Shelach was grown, and she was not given unto him to be his woman. When Yehudah saw her, he thought her to be a harlot, because she had covered her face. And he turned unto her by the way, and said,
Go to, I pray you, let me come in unto you.
For he knew not that she was his daughter-in-law. And she said,
What will you give me, that you may come in unto me?
And he said,
I will send you a kid from the flock.
And she said,
Will you give me a pledge till you send it?
And he said,
What pledge shall I give you?
And she said,
Your signet, your bracelets, and your staff that is in your hand.
And he gave it her, and came in unto her, and she conceived by him. And she arose and went away, and laid by her veil from her, and put on the garments of her widowhood. And Yehudah sent the kid by the hand of his friend the Adullamite to receive his pledge from the woman's hand, but he found her not. Then he asked the men of that place, saying,
Where is the harlot that was openly by the wayside?
And they said,
There was no harlot in this place.
And he returned to El Yehudah and said,
I cannot find her. And also the men of that place said that there was no harlot in this place.
And Yehudah said,
Let her take it to her, lest we be shamed. Behold, I sent this kid, and you have not found her.
And it came to pass, about 3 months after, that it was told Yehudah, saying,
Tamar, your daughter-in-law, has played the harlot, and also, behold, she is with child by whoredom.
And Yehudah said,
Bring her forth, and let her be burnt.
When she was brought forth, she sent to her father-in-law, saying,
By the man whose these are, am I with child.
And she said,
Discern, I pray you, whose are these, the signet, and bracelets, and staff?
And Yehudah acknowledged them. And he said,
She is more righteous than I, because that I gave her not to Shelach my son.
And he knew her again no more. And it came to pass in the time of her travail that, behold, twins were in her womb. And it came to pass when she travailed that the one put out his hand, and a midwife took and bound upon his hand a scarlet thread, saying,
This came out first.
And it came to pass, as he drew back his hand, that, behold, his brother came out. And she said,
How have you broken forth? This breach be upon you.
Therefore his name was called Peretz. And afterward came out his brother, that had the scarlet thread upon his hand, and his name was called Zerach. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 39. And Joseph was brought down to Mitzrayim, and Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, captain of the guard of Mitzrayim, brought him of the hands of the Ishmaelim, which had brought him down thither. And Yahweh was with Joseph, and he was a prosperous man, and he was in the house of his master, the Mitzrayim. And his master saw that Yahweh was with him, and that Yahweh made all that he did to prosper in his hand. And Joseph found grace in his sight, and he served him, and he made him overseer of his house, and all that he had he put into his hand. And it came to pass, from the time that he had made him overseer in his house, and over all that he had, that Yahweh blessed the Mitzrayim's house for Joseph's sake. And the blessing of Yahweh was upon all that he had in the house and in the field. And he left all that he had in Joseph's hand, and he knew not aught he had, save the bread which he did eat. And Joseph was a goodly person and well favored. And it came to pass after these things, that his master's woman cast her eyes upon Joseph. And she said,
Lie with me.
But he refused, and said unto his master's woman,
Behold, my master knows not what is with me in the house, and he has committed all that he has to my hand. There is none greater in this house than I, neither has he kept back anything from me but you, because you are his woman. How then can I do this great wickedness and sin against Elohim?
And it came to pass, as she spoke to Joseph day by day, that he hearkened not unto her, to lie by her, or to be with her. And it came to pass about this time that Joseph went into the house to do his business, and there was none of the men of the house there within. And she caught him by his garment, saying,
Lie with me.
And he left his garment in her hand, and fled, and got him out. And it came to pass, when she saw that he had left his garment in her hand, and was fled forth, that she called unto the men of her house, and spoke unto them, saying,
See, he has brought in an Ephraim unto us to mock us. He came in unto me to lie with me, and I cried with a loud voice. And it came to pass, when he heard that I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me, and fled, and got him out.
And she laid up his garment by her, until his master came home. And she spoke unto him according to these words, saying,
The Ephraim servant which you have brought unto us came in unto me to mock me. And it came to pass, as I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me and fled out.
And it came to pass, when his master heard the words of his woman, which she spoke unto him, saying,
After this did your servant to me,
that his wrath was kindled. And Joseph's master took him, and put him into the prison, a place where the king's prisoners were bound. And he was there in prison. But Yahweh was with Joseph, and showed him mercy, and gave him favor in the sight of the keeper of the prison. And the keeper of the prison committed to Joseph's hand all the prisoners that were in the prison. And whatsoever they did there, he was the doer of it. The keeper of the prison looked not to anything that was under his hand, because Yahweh was with him. And that which he did, Yahweh made it to prosper. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 40. And it came to pass after these things, that the butler of the king of Mitzrayim and his baker had offended their master, the king of Mitzrayim. And Pharaoh was wroth against his two officers, against the chief of the butlers, and against the chief of the bakers. And he put them in ward in the house of the captain of the guard, into the prison, the place where Joseph was bound. And the captain of the guard charged Joseph with them, and he served them, and they continued a season in ward. And they dreamed a dream, both of them, each man his dream in one night, each man according to the interpretations of his dream, the butler and the baker of the king of Mitzrayim, which were bound in the prison. And Joseph came in unto them in the morning, and looked upon them, and behold, they were sad. And he asked Pharaoh's officers that were with him in the ward of his master's house, saying,
Wherefore look ye so sadly today?
And they said unto him,
We have dreamed a dream, and there is no interpreter of it.
And Joseph said unto them,
Do not interpretations belong to Elohim? Tell me them, I pray you.
And the chief butler told his dream to Joseph, and said to him,
In my dream, behold, a vine was before me, and in the vine were 3 branches, and it was as though it budded. And her blossoms shot forth, and the clusters thereof brought forth ripe grapes. And Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took the grapes, and pressed them into Pharaoh's cup, and I gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand.
And Joseph said unto him,
This is the interpretation of it. The 3 branches are 3 days. Yet within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up your head, and restore you unto your place, and you shall deliver Pharaoh's cup into his hand, after the former manner when you were his butler. But think on me when it shall be well with you, and show kindness, I pray you, unto me, and make mention of me unto Pharaoh, and bring me out of this house. For indeed I was stolen out of the land of the Ephraim, and here also have I done nothing that they should put me into the dungeon.
When the chief baker saw that the interpretation was good, he said unto Joseph,
I was also in my dream, and behold, I had 3 white baskets on my head, and in the uppermost basket there was of all manner of baked meats for Pharaoh, and the birds did eat them out of the basket upon my head.
And Joseph answered and said,
This is the interpretation thereof. The 3 baskets are 3 days. Yet within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up your head from off you, and shall hang you on a tree, and the birds shall eat your flesh from off you.
And it came to pass on the 3rd day, which was Pharaoh's birthday, that he made a feast unto all his servants, and he lifted up the head of the chief butler and of the chief baker among his servants. And he restored the chief butler unto his butlership again, and he gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand. But he hanged the chief baker, as Joseph had interpreted to them. Yet did not the chief butler remember Joseph, but forgot him. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 41. And it came to pass at the end of 2 full years, that Pharaoh dreamed, and behold, he stood by the river. And behold, there came up out of the river 7 well-favored kine, and fat-fleshed, and they fed in a meadow. And behold, 7 other kine came up after them out of the river, ill-favored and lean-fleshed, and stood by the other kine upon the brink of the river. And the ill-favored and the lean-fleshed kine did eat up the 7 well-favored and fat kine. So Pharaoh awoke, and he slept, and dreamed the 2nd time. And behold, 7 ears of grain came up upon one stalk, rank and good. And behold, 7 thin ears, and blasted with the east wind, sprung up after them. And the 7 thin ears devoured the 7 rank and full ears. And Pharaoh awoke, and behold, it was a dream. And it came to pass in the morning that his ruach was troubled, and he sent and called for all the magicians of Mitzrayim, and all the wise men thereof. And Pharaoh told them his dream, but there was none that could interpret them unto Pharaoh. Then spoke the chief butler unto Pharaoh, saying,
I do remember my faults this day. Pharaoh was wroth with his servants, and put me in ward in the captain of the guard's house, both me and the chief baker. And we dreamed a dream in one night, I and he. And we dreamed each man according to the interpretation of his dream. And there was there with us a young man, an Ephraim, servant to the captain of the guard. And we told him, and he interpreted to us our dreams. To each man according to his dream he did interpret. And it came to pass as he interpreted to us, so it was. Me he restored unto my office, and him he hanged.
Then Pharaoh sent and called Joseph, and they brought him hastily out of the dungeon. And he shaved himself, and changed his raiment, and came in unto Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph,
I have a dream, and there is none that can interpret it. And I have heard say of you, that you can understand a dream to interpret it.
And Joseph answered Pharaoh, saying,
It is not in me. Elohim shall give Pharaoh an answer of peace.
And Pharaoh said unto El-Yosef,
In my dream, behold, I stood upon the bank of the river, and behold, there came up out of the river 7 kine, fat-fleshed and well-favored, and they fed in a meadow. And behold, 7 other kine came up after them, poor and ill-favored, and lean-fleshed, such as I never saw in all the land of Mizraim for badness. And the lean and the ill-favored kine did eat up the first 7 fat kine. And when they had eaten them up, it could not be known that they had eaten them, but they were still ill-favored, as at the beginning. So I awoke. And I saw in my dream, and behold, 7 ears came up on one stalk, full and good. And behold, 7 ears withered thin, and blasted with the east wind, and sprung up after them. And the thin ears devoured the 7 good ears, and I told this unto the magicians, but there was none that could declare it to me.
And Joseph said unto Pharaoh,
The dream of Pharaoh is one. Elohim has showed Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 good kine are 7 years, and the 7 good ears are 7 years. The dream is one. And the 7 thin and ill-favored kine that came up after them are 7 years, and the 7 empty years blasted with the east wind shall be 7 years of famine. This is the thing which I have spoken unto Pharaoh. What Elohim is about to do, he shows unto Pharaoh. Behold, there come 7 years of great plenty throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. And there shall arise after them 7 years of famine, and all the plenty shall be forgotten in the land of Mitzrayim, and the famine shall consume the land. And the plenty shall not be known in the land by reason of that famine following, for it shall be very grievous. And for that the dream was doubled unto Pharaoh twice. It is because the thing is established by Elohim, and Elohim will shortly bring it to pass. Now therefore let Pharaoh look out a man discreet and wise, and set him over the land of Mitzrayim. Let Pharaoh do this, and let him appoint officers over the land, and take up the 5th part of the land of Mitzrayim in the 7 plenteous years, and let them gather all the food of those good years that come, and lay up grain under the hand of Pharaoh, and let them guard food in the cities. And that food shall be forestored to the land against the 7 years of famine, which shall be in the land of Mitzrayim, that the land perish not through the famine.
And the thing was good in the eyes of Pharaoh, and in the eyes of all his servants. And Pharaoh said unto his servants,
Can we find such as one as this, a man in whom the Ruach Elohim is?
And Pharaoh said unto El-Yosef,
For as much as Elohim has showed you all this, there is none so discreet and wise as you are. You shall be over my house, and according to your word shall all my people be ruled. Only in the throne will I be greater than you.
And Pharaoh said unto El-Yosef,
See, I have set you over all the land of Mitzrayim.
And Pharaoh took off his ring from his hand, and put it upon Joseph's hand, and arrayed him in vestures of fine linen, and put a gold chain about his neck. And he made him to ride in the 2nd chariot which he had. And they cried before him, Bow the knee! And he made him ruler over all the land of Mitzrayim. And Pharaoh said to El-Yosef,
I am Pharaoh, and without you shall no man lift up his hand, or his foot in all the land of Mitzrayim.
And Pharaoh called Joseph's name Zophnath Paneach. And he gave him to be his woman Asenath, the daughter of Potipherah, priest of On. And Joseph went out over all the land of Mitzrayim. And Joseph was 30 years old when he stood before Pharaoh, king of Mitzrayim. And Joseph went out from the presence of Pharaoh, and went throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. And in the 7 plenteous years the earth brought forth by handfuls. And he gathered up all the food of the 7 years, which were in the land of Mitzrayim, and laid up the food in the cities. The food of the field, which was round about every city, he laid up in the same. And Joseph gathered grain as the sand of the sea very much, until he left numbering, for it was without number. And unto Joseph were born 2 sons before the years of famine, which Asenath, the daughter of Potipherah, priest of On, bore unto him. And Joseph called the name of the firstborn Manasseh.
For Elohim,
said he,
has made me forget all my toil, and all my father's house.
And the name of the second called he Ephraim.
For Elohim has caused me to be fruitful in the land of my affliction.
And the 7 years of plenteousness that was in the land of Mitzrayim were ended. And the 7 years of famine began to come, according as Joseph had said, and the famine was in all the lands. But in all the land of Mitzrayim there was bread. And when all the land of Mitzrayim was famished, the people cried to Pharaoh for bread. And Pharaoh said unto all the Mitzrayim,
Go unto Joseph, what he says to you, do.
And the famine was over all the face of the earth. And Joseph opened all the storehouses, and sold unto the Mitzrayim. And the famine waxed sore in the land of Mitzrayim. And all the countries came into Mitzrayim to El Joseph for to buy grain, because that the famine was so sore in all the lands. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 42. Now, when Yaakov saw that there was grain in Mitzrayim, Yaakov said unto his sons,
Why do ye look one upon another?
And he said,
Behold, I have heard that there is grain in Mitzrayim. Get you down thither, and buy for us from thence, that we may live and not die.
And Joseph's 10 brethren went down to buy grain in Mitzrayim. But Benjamin, Joseph's brother, Yaakov, sent not with his brethren, for he said,
Lest perchance mischief befall him.
And the sons of Yasharel came to buy grain among those that came, for the famine was in the land of Canaan. And Joseph was the governor over the land. And he it was that sold to all the people of the land. And Joseph's brethren came, and bowed down themselves before him with their faces to the earth. And Joseph saw his brethren, and he knew them, but he made himself strange unto them, and spoke roughly unto them. And he said unto them,
Whence come ye?
And they said,
From the land of Canaan, to buy food.
And Joseph knew his brethren, but they knew not him. And Joseph remembered the dreams which he dreamed of them, and said unto them,
Ye are spies, to see the nakedness of the land ye are come.
And they said unto him,
Nay, my lord, but to buy food are your servants come. We are all one man's sons. We are true men. Your servants are no spies.
And he said unto them,
Nay, but to see the nakedness of the land ye are come.
And they said,
Your servants are 12 brethren, the sons of one man in the land of Canaan. And behold, the youngest is this day with our father, and one is not.
And Joseph said unto them,
That is that I spoke unto you, saying, Ye are spies. Hereby ye shall be proved. By the life of Pharaoh ye shall not go forth hence, except your youngest brother come hither. Send one of you, and let him fetch your brother. And ye shall be kept in prison, that your words may be proved, whether there be any truth in you. Or else by the life of Pharaoh surely ye are spies.
And he put them all together into word 3 days. And Joseph said unto them the third day,
This do and live, for I fear Elohim. If ye be true men, let one of your brethren be bound in the house of your prison. Go ye, carry grain for the famine of your houses. But bring your youngest brother unto me. So shall your words be verified, and ye shall not die.
And they did so. And they said one to another,
We are truly guilty concerning our brother, in that we saw the anguish of his soul, when he besought us, and we would not hear. Therefore is this distress come upon us.
And Reuben answered them, saying,
Spoke I not unto you, saying, Do not sin against the child, and ye would not hear? Therefore, behold, also his blood is required.
And they knew not that Joseph understood them, for he spoke unto them by an interpreter. And he turned himself about from them, and wept, and returned to them again, and communed with them, and took from them Shimon, and bound him before their eyes. Then Joseph commanded to fill their sacks with grain, and to restore every man's money into a sack, and to give them provision for the way. And thus he did unto them. And he laded their asses with grain, and departed thence. And as one of them opened his sack to give his ass provender in the inn, he espied his money, for, behold, it was in the sack's mouth. And he said unto his brethren,
My money is restored, and lo, it is even in my sack.
And their heart failed them. And they were afraid, saying one to another,
What is this that Elohim has done unto us?
And they came unto El Jacob their father, unto the land of Canaan, and told him all that befell unto them, saying,
The man who is the Lord of the land spoke roughly to us, and took us for spies of the country. And we said unto him, We are true men. We are no spies. We be 12 brethren, sons of our father. One is not, and the youngest is this day with our father in the land of Canaan. And the man, the lord of the country, said unto us, Hereby shall I know that ye are true men. Leave one of your brethren here with me, and take food for the famine of your households, and be gone. And bring your youngest brother unto me. Then shall I know that ye are no spies, but that ye are true men. So will I deliver you and your brother, and ye shall traffic in the land.
And it came to pass, as they emptied their sacks, that behold, every man's bundle of money was in his sack. And when both they and their father saw the bundles of money, they were afraid. And Yaakov their father said unto them,
Me have you bereaved of my children. Joseph is not, and Shimon is not, and ye will take Benjamin away? All these things are against me.
And Reuben spoke unto his father, saying,
Slay my 2 sons, if I bring him not to you. Deliver him into my hand, and I will bring him to you again.
And he said,
My son shall not go down with you, for his brother is dead, and he is left alone, if mischief befall him by the way in which ye go. Then ye shall bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to Sheol.
Bereshit, Genesis chapter 43. And the famine was sore in the land. And it came to pass, when they had eaten up the grain which they had brought out of Mitzrayim, their father said unto them,
Go again, buy us a little food.
And Yehudah spoke unto him, saying,
The man did solemnly protest unto us, saying, Ye shall not see my face, except your brother be with you. If you will send our brother with us, we will go down and buy you food. But if you will not send him, we will not go down. For the men said unto us, Ye shall not see my face, except your brother be with you.
And Yashrael said,
Wherefore dealt ye so ill with me, as to tell the man whether ye had yet a brother?
And they said,
The man asked us straightly of our state and of our kindred, saying, Is your father yet alive? Have ye another brother? We told him according to the tenor of these words. Could we certainly know that he would say, Bring your brother down?
And Yehudah said unto Yashrael his father,
Send the lad with me, and we will arise and go, that we may live and not die. Both we and you, and also our little ones. I will be surety for him. Of my hand shall you require him. If I bring him not unto you, and set him before you, then let me bear the blame forever. For except we had lingered, surely now we had returned this second time.
And their father Yashrael said unto them,
If it must be so now, do this, take of the best fruits of the land in your vessels, and carry down the man a present, a little balm and a little honey, spices and myrrh, nuts and almonds, and take double money in your hand. And the money that was brought again in the mouth of your sacks, carry it again in your hand. Perchance it was an oversight. Take also your brother, and arise, go again unto the man. And El Shaddai give you mercy before the man, that he may send away your brother and Benjamin. If I be bereaved of my children, I am bereaved.
And the men took that present, and they took double money in their hand, and Benjamin, and rose up, and went down to Mitzrayim, and stood before Joseph. And when Joseph saw Benjamin with them, he said to the ruler of his house,
Bring these men home, and slay, and make ready, for these men shall dine with me at noon.
And the man did as Joseph bade, and the man brought the men into Joseph's house. And the men were afraid, because they were brought into Joseph's house. And they said,
Because of the money that was returned in our sacks at the first time are we brought in, that he may seek occasion against us, and fall upon us, and take us for bondmen and our asses.
And they came near to the steward of Joseph's house, and they communed with him at the door of the house, and said,
O sir, we came indeed down at the first time to buy food, and it came to pass when we came to the inn, that we opened our sacks, and behold, every man's money was in the mouth of his sack, our money in full weight, and we have brought it again in our hand. And other money have we brought down in our hands to buy food. We cannot tell who put our money in our sacks.
And he said,
Peace be to you. Fear not, your Elohim and the Elohim of your father has given you treasure in your sacks. I had your money.
And he brought Shimon out unto them. And the man brought the men into Joseph's house, and gave them water, and they washed their feet, and he gave their asses provender. And they made ready the present against Joseph came at noon, for they heard that they should eat bread there. And when Joseph came home, they brought him the present which was in their hand into the house, and bowed themselves to him to the earth. And he asked them of their welfare, and said,
Is your father well? The old man of whom ye spoke, is he yet alive?
And they answered,
Your servant's father is in good health. He is yet alive.
And they bowed down their heads and made obeisance. And he lifted up his eyes and saw his brother Benjamin, his mother's son, and said,
Is this your younger brother, of whom ye spoke unto me?
And he said,
Elohim be gracious unto you, my son.
And Joseph made haste, for his heart did yearn upon his brother. And he sought where to weep, and he entered into his chamber and wept there. And he washed his face and went out and refrained himself and said,
Set on bread.
And they set on for him by himself, and for them by themselves, and for the Mitzrayim which did eat with him by themselves, because the Mitzrayim might not eat bread with the Ephraim, for that is an abomination unto the Mitzrayim. And they sat before him, the firstborn according to his birthright, and the youngest according to his youth. And the men marveled one at another. And he took and sent messes unto them from before him. But Benjamin's mess was 5 times so much as any of theirs. And they drank and were merry with him. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 44. And he commanded the steward of his house, saying,
Fill these men's sacks with food as much as they can carry, and put every man's money in his sack's mouth, and put my cup, the silver cup, in the sack's mouth of the youngest, and his grain money.
And he did according to the word that Joseph had spoken. As soon as the morning was light, the men were sent away, and their asses. And when they were gone out of the city, and not yet afar off, Joseph said unto his steward,
Up, follow after the men, and when you do overtake them, say unto them, Wherefore have you rewarded evil for good? Is not this which my Lord drinks, and whereby indeed he divines? Ye have done evil in so doing.
And he overtook them, and he spoke unto them these same words. And they said unto him,
Wherefore says my Lord these words? Far be it from your servants should do according to this thing. Behold, the money which we found in our sack's mouth, we brought again unto you out of the land of Canaan. How then should we steal out of your Lord's house silver or gold? With whomsoever your servant it be found, let him die, and we also will be my Lord's bondmen.
And he said,
Now also let it be according to your words. He with whom it is found shall be my servant, and ye shall be blameless.
Then they speedily took down every man his sack to the ground, and opened every man his sack. And he searched, and began at the eldest, and left the youngest, and the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. Then they rent their clothes, and laded every man his ass, and returned to the city. And Yehudah and his brethren came to Joseph's house, for he was yet there, and they fell before him on the ground. And Joseph said unto them,
What deed is this that ye have done? Know ye not that such a man as I can certainly divine?
And Yehudah said,
What shall we say unto my Lord? What shall we speak? Or how shall we clear ourselves? Elohim has found out the iniquity of your servants. Behold, we are my Lord's servants, both we and he also with whom the cup is found.
And he said,
Far be it that I should do so, but the man in whose hand the cup is found, he shall be my servant. And as for you, get you up in peace unto your father.
Then Yehudah came near unto him and said,
O my Lord, let your servant, I pray you, speak a word in my Lord's ears, and let not your anger burn against your servant, for you are even as Pharaoh, my Lord, asked his servant, saying, Have ye a father or a brother? And we said unto my Lord, We have a father, an old man, and a child of his old age, a little one, and his brother is dead, and he alone is left of his mother, and his father loves him. And you said unto your servants, Bring him down unto me, that I may set my eyes upon him. And we said unto my Lord, The lad cannot leave his father, for if he should leave his father would die. And you said unto your servants, Except your youngest brother come down with you, ye shall see my face no more. And it came to pass,
When we came up unto your servant my father, we told him the words of my lord. And our father said, Go again and buy us a little food. And we said, We cannot go down. If our youngest brother be with us, then will we go down. For we may not see the man's face, except our youngest brother be with us. And your servant my father said unto us, Ye know that my woman bore me 2 sons, and the one went out from me. And I said, Surely he is torn in pieces. And I saw him not since. And if ye take this also from me, and mischief befall him, ye shall bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to Sheol. Now therefore, when I come to your servant my father, and the lad be not with us, seeing that his life is bound up in the lad's life, it shall come to pass, when he sees that the lad is not with us, that he will die. And your servant shall bring down the gray hairs of your servant our father with sorrow to Sheol. For your servant became surety for the lad unto my father, saying, If I bring him not unto you, then I shall bear the blame to my father forever. Now therefore I pray you, let your servant abide instead of the lad, a bondman to my lord, and let the lad go up with his brethren. For how shall I go up to my father, and the lad be not with me, lest perchance I see the evil that shall come on my father?
Bereshit, Genesis chapter 45. Then Joseph could not refrain himself before all them that stood by him, and he cried,
Cause every man to go out from me.
And there stood no man with him, while Joseph made himself known unto his brethren. And he wept aloud, and the Mitzrayim in the house of Pharaoh heard. And Joseph said unto his brethren,
I am Joseph. Does my father yet live?
And his brethren could not answer him, for they were troubled at his presence. And Joseph said unto his brethren,
Come near to me, I pray you.
And they came near. And he said,
I am Joseph your brother, whom ye sold into Mitzrayim. Now therefore be not grieved, nor angry with yourselves, that ye sold me hither, for Elohim did send me before you to preserve life. For these 2 years has the famine been in the land, and yet there are 5 years in which there shall neither be earing or harvest. And Elohim sent me before you to preserve you a posterity in the earth, and to save your lives by a great deliverance. So now it was not you that sent me hither, but Elohim. And he has made me a father to Pharaoh, and lord of all his house, a ruler throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. Haste ye, and go up to my father, and say unto him, Thus says your son, Joseph, Elohim has made me lord of all Mitzrayim. Come down unto me, tarry not, and you shall dwell in the land of Goshen, and you shall be near unto me, you and your children, and your children's children, and your flocks, and your herds, and all that you have. And there will I nourish you, for yet there are 5 years of famine, lest you and your household, and all that you have, come to poverty. And behold, your eyes see, and the eyes of my brother Benjamin, that it is my mouth that speaks unto you. And ye shall tell my father all my glory in Mitzrayim, and all that ye have seen, and ye shall haste and bring down my father hither.
And he fell upon his brother Benjamin's neck, and wept. And Benjamin wept upon his neck. Moreover, he kissed all his brethren, and wept upon them. And after that, his brethren talked with him. And the fame thereof was heard in Pharaoh's house, saying,
Joseph's brethren are come.
And it pleased Pharaoh well, and his servants. And Pharaoh said unto El-Joseph,
Say unto your brethren, This do ye, lade your beasts, and go, get you unto the land of Canaan, and take your father and your households, and come unto me, and I will give you the good of the land of Mitzrayim, and ye shall eat the fat of the land. Now you are commanded, this do ye, take you wagons out of the land of Mitzrayim for your little ones, and for your women, and bring your father, and come. Also regard not your stuff, for the good of all the land of Mitzrayim is yours.
And the children of Yashrael did so. And Joseph gave them wagons, according to the commandment of Pharaoh, and gave them provision for the way. To all of them he gave each man changes of raiment, but to Benjamin he gave 300 pieces of silver and 5 changes of raiment. And to his father he sent after this manner, 10 asses laden with the good things of Mitzrayim, and 10 she-asses laden with grain and bread and meat for his father by the way. So he sent his brethren away, and they departed. And he said unto them,
See that ye fall not out by the way.
And they went up out of Mitzrayim, and came into the land of Canaan unto Jacob their father, and told him, saying,
Joseph is yet alive, and he is governor over all the land of Mitzrayim.
And Jacob's heart fainted, for he believed them not. And they told him all the words of Joseph which he had said unto them. And when he saw the wagons which Joseph had sent to carry him, the ruach of Jacob their father revived. And Yasharel said,
It is enough. Joseph my son is yet alive. I will go and see him before I die.
Bereshit, Genesis chapter 46. And Yasharel took his journey with all that he had, and came to Beersheba, and offered sacrifices unto the Elohim of his father Yitzchak. And Elohim spoke unto Yasharel in the visions of the night, and said,
Yaakov, Yaakov.
And he said,
Here am I.
And he said,
I am El, the Elohai of your father. Fear not to go down into Mitzrayim, for I will there make of you a great nation. I will go down with you into Mitzrayim, and I will also surely bring you up again. And Joseph shall put his hand upon your eyes.
And Jacob rose up from Beersheba, and the sons of Yasharel carried Jacob their father, and their little ones, and their women, in the wagons which Pharaoh had sent to carry him. And they took their cattle and their goods which they had gotten in the land of Canaan, and came in unto Mitzrayim, Jacob and all his seed with him, his sons and his sons' sons with him, his daughters and his sons' daughters, and all his seed brought he with him into Mitzrayim. And these are the names of the children of Yasharel, which came into Mitzrayim, Jacob and his sons, Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, and the sons of Reuben, Hanok, and Palu, and Chetzron, and Carmi, and the sons of Shimon, Yemuel, and Yamin, and Ohad, and Yakin, and Sochar, and Shaul, the son of the Canaanite woman, and the sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari, and the sons of Yehudah, and Onan, and Shelach, and Peretz, and Zerach. But and Onan died in the land of Canaan. And the sons of Peretz were Chetzron, and Hamul. And the sons of Yisachar, Tola, and Pua, and Yob, and Shimron. And the sons of Zebulun, Sered, Elon, and Yachleel. These be the sons of Leah, which she bore unto Jacob in Padan Aram, with his daughter Dinah. All the souls of his sons and his daughters were 33. And the sons of Gad, Tzaiphon, and Haggai, Shunai, and Etzbon, and Eri, and Arodai, and Arelai. And the sons of Asher, Yimna, Yishva, Yishbai, Beria, and Serach their sister. And the sons of Beria, Heber, Malkiel. These are the sons of Zilpah, whom Laban gave to Leah his daughter. And these she bore unto Jacob, even 16 souls. The sons of Rachel, Jacob's woman, Joseph, and Benjamin. And unto Joseph in the land of Mitzrayim were born Manasseh and Ephraim, which Asenath, the daughter of Potipherah, priest of On, bore unto him. And the sons of Benjamin were Bela, and Becher, and Ashbel, and Gera, and Naaman, and Echai, and Rosh, and Mupim, and Hupim, and Ard. These are the sons of Rachel, which were born unto Jacob. All the souls were 14. And the sons of Dan, Hushim. And the sons of Naphtali, Yachzeel, Gunai, Yetzer, and Shilem. These are the sons of Bilhah, which Laban gave unto Rachel his daughter. And she bore these unto Jacob. All the souls were 7. All the souls that came with Jacob into Mitzrayim, which came out of his loins, besides Jacob's sons' women, all the souls were 66. And the sons of Joseph, which were born him in Mitzrayim, were 2 souls. All the souls of the house of Jacob, which came into Mitzrayim, were 70. And he sent Yehudah before him unto El Yosef, to direct his face unto Goshen. And they came into the land of Goshen. And Yosef made ready his chariot, and went up to meet Yashrael his father, to Goshen, and presented himself unto him. And he fell on his neck, and wept on his neck a good while. And Yashrael said unto El Yosef,
Now let me die, since I have seen your face, because you are yet alive.
And Yosef said unto his brethren, and unto his father's house,
I will go up and show Pharaoh, and say unto him, My brethren and my father's house, which were in the land of Canaan, are come unto me, and the men are shepherds. For their trade has been to feed cattle, and they have brought their flocks and their herds, and all that they have. And it shall come to pass, when Pharaoh shall call you, and say, What is your occupation? That ye shall say, Your servant's trade has been about cattle from our youth, even until now, both we and also our fathers, that ye may dwell in the land of Goshen, for every shepherd is an abomination unto the Mitzrayim.
Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 47. Then Yosef came and told Pharaoh and said,
My father and my brethren, and their flocks, and their herds, and all that they have, are come out of the land of Canaan. And behold, they are in the land of Goshen.
And he took some of his brethren, even 5 men, and presented them unto Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said unto his brethren,
What is your occupation?
And they said unto Pharaoh,
Your servants are shepherds, both we and also our fathers.
They said moreover unto Pharaoh,
For to sojourn in the land are we come, for your servants have no pasture for their flocks, for the famine is sore in the land of Canaan. Now therefore we pray you, let your servants dwell in the land of Goshen.
And Pharaoh spoke unto El Yosef, saying,
Your father and your brethren are come unto you. The land of Mitzrayim is before you. In the best of the land make your father and your brethren to dwell. In the land of Goshen let them dwell. And if you know any men of activity among them, then make them rulers over my cattle.
And Yosef brought in Yaakov his father, and set him before Pharaoh. And Yaakov blessed Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said unto El Yaakov,
How old are you?
And Yaakov said unto Pharaoh,
The days of the years of my pilgrimage are 130 years. Few and evil have the days of the years of my life been, and have not attained unto the days of the years of the life of my fathers, in the days of their pilgrimage.
And Yaakov blessed Pharaoh, and went out from before Pharaoh. And Yosef placed his father and his brethren, and gave them a possession in the land of Mitzrayim, in the best of the land, in the land of Ramesses, as Pharaoh had commanded. And Yosef nourished his father and his brethren, and all his father's household, with bread according to their families. And there was no bread in all the land, for the famine was very sore, so that the land of Mitzrayim and all the land of Canaan fainted by reason of the famine. And Yosef gathered up all the money that was found in the land of Mitzrayim, and in the land of Canaan, for the grain which they bought. And Yosef brought the money into Pharaoh's house. And when the money failed in the land of Mitzrayim, and in the land of Canaan, all the Mitzrayim came unto El Yosef and said,
Give us bread, for why should we die in your presence? For the money fails.
And Yosef said,
Give your cattle, and I will give you for your cattle, if money fail.
And they brought their cattle unto El Yosef. And Yosef gave them bread in exchange for horses, and for the flocks, and for the cattle of the herds, and for the asses. And he fed them with bread for all their cattle for that year. When that year was ended, they came unto him the 2nd year, and said unto him,
We will not hide it from my lord, how that our money is spent. My lord also has our herds of cattle. There is not aught left in the sight of my lord, but our bodies and our lands. Wherefore shall we die before your eyes, both we and our land? Buy us and our land for bread, and we and our land will be servants unto Pharaoh. And give us seed, that we may live and not die, and the land be not desolate.
And Yosef bought all the land of Mitzrayim for Pharaoh. For the Mitzrayim sold every man his field, because the famine prevailed over them. So the land became Pharaoh's. And as for the people, he removed them to cities from the one end of the borders of Mitzrayim even to the other end thereof. Only the land of the priests bought he not, for the priests had a portion assigned them of Pharaoh, and did eat their portion which Pharaoh gave them. wherefore they sold not their lands. Then Joseph said unto the people,
Behold, I have bought you this day in your land for Pharaoh. Lo, here is seed for you, and ye shall sow the land. And it shall come to pass in the increase that ye shall give the 5th part unto Pharaoh, and 4 parts shall be your own, for seed of the field, and for your food, and for them of your household, and for food of your little ones.
And they said,
You have saved our lives. Let us find grace in the sight of my Lord, and we will be Pharaoh's servants.
And Joseph made it a law over the land of Mitzrayim unto this day, that Pharaoh should have the 5th part, except the land of the priests only, which became not Pharaoh's. And Yashar'el dwelt in the land of Mitzrayim, in the country of Goshen, and they had possessions therein, and grew, and multiplied exceedingly. And Jacob lived in the land of Mitzrayim 17 years. So the whole age of Jacob was 147 years. And the time drew nigh that Yashar'el must die. And he called his son Joseph, and said unto him,
If now I have found grace in your sight, put, I pray you, your hand under my thigh, and deal kindly and truly with me. Bury me not, I pray you, in Mitzrayim. But I will lie with my fathers, and you shall carry me out of Mitzrayim, and bury me in their burying place.
And he said,
I will do as you have said.
And he said,
Swear unto me.
And he swore unto him. And Yashar'el bowed himself upon the bed's head. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 48. And it came to pass, after these things, that one told Joseph,
Behold, your father is sick.
And he took with him his 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. And one told Jacob and said,
Behold, your son Joseph comes unto you.
And Yashar'el strengthened himself, and sat upon the bed. And Jacob said unto Joseph,
El Shaddai appeared unto me at Luz, in the land of Canaan, and blessed me, and said unto me, Behold, I will make you fruitful and multiply you, and will make you a multitude of people, and will give you this land to your seed after you for an everlasting possession. And now your 2 sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, which were born unto you in the land of Mitzrayim, before I came unto you in Mitzrayim, are mine. As Reuben and Shimon, they shall be mine, and your issue, which you beget after them, shall be yours, and shall be called after the name of their brethren in their inheritance. And as for me, when I came from Padan Aram, Rachel died by me in the land of Canaan in the way, when yet there was but a little way to come unto Ephratah, and I buried her there in the way of Ephratah. The same is Bethlehem.
And Yashar'el beheld Joseph's sons, and said,
Who are these?
And Joseph said unto his father,
They are my sons, whom Elohim has given me in this place.
And he said,
Bring them, I pray you, unto me, and I will bless them.
Now the eyes of Yashar'el were dim for age, so that he could not see. And he brought them near unto him, and he kissed them, and embraced them. And Yashar'el said unto Joseph,
I had thought not to see your face, and lo, Elohim has showed me also your seed.
And Joseph brought them out from between his knees, and he bowed himself with his face to the earth. And Joseph took them both, Ephraim in his right hand toward Yashar'el's left hand, and Manasseh in his left hand toward Yashar'el's right hand, and brought them near unto him. And Yashar'el stretched out his right hand, and laid it upon Ephraim's head, who was the younger, and his left hand upon Manasseh's head, guiding his hands wittingly, for Manasseh was the firstborn. And he blessed Joseph, and said,
Elohim, before whom my fathers Abraham and Yitzhak did walk, the Elohim which fed me all my life long unto this day, the angel which redeemed me from all evil, bless the lads, and let my name be named on them, and the name of my fathers Abraham and Yitzhak, and let them grow into a multitude in the midst of the earth.
And when Joseph saw that his father laid his right hand upon the head of Ephraim, it displeased him. And he held up his father's hand to remove it from Ephraim's head unto Manasseh's head. And Joseph said unto his father,
Not so, my father, this is the firstborn. Put your right hand upon his head.
And his father refused, and said,
I know it, my son, I know it. He also shall become a people, and he also shall be great. But truly his younger brother shall be greater than he, and his seed shall become a multitude of nations.
And he blessed them that day, saying,
In you shall Yasharel bless, saying, Elohim make you as Ephraim and as Manasseh.
And he set Ephraim before Manasseh. And Yasharel said unto Elioseph,
Behold, I die, but Elohim shall be with you, and bring you again unto the land of your fathers. Moreover, I have given to you one portion above your brethren, which I took out of the hand of the Amorite, with my sword and with my bow.
Bereshit, Genesis chapter 49. And Jacob called unto his sons, and said,
Gather yourselves together, that I may tell you that which shall befall you in the last days. Gather yourselves together, and hear, ye sons of Yaakov, and hearken unto El Yasharel, your father. Reuben, you are my firstborn, my might, and the beginning of my strength, the excellency of dignity, and the excellency of power. Unstable as water, you shall not excel, because you went up to your father's bed, then defiled it. You went up to my couch. Shimon and Levi are brethren. Instruments of cruelty are in their habitations. O my soul, come not into their secret. Unto their assembly my honor be not united. For in their anger they slew a man, and in their self-will they dug down a wall. Cursed be their anger, for it was fierce, and their wrath, for it was cruel. I will divide them in Yaakov, and scatter them in Yasharel. Yehuda, you are he whom your brethren shall praise. Your hand shall be in the neck of your enemies. Your father's children shall bow down before you. Yehuda is a lion's whelp from the prey. My son, you are gone up. He stooped down. He couched as a lion, and as an old lion, who shall rouse him up? The scepter shall not depart from Yehuda, nor a Torah giver from between his feet, until Shiloh come. And unto him shall the gathering of the people be, binding his foal into the vine, and his ass's colt unto the choice vine. He washed his garments in wine, and his clothes in the blood of grapes. His eyes shall be red with wine, and his teeth white with milk. Zebulun shall dwell at the haven of the sea. He shall be for a haven of ships, and his border shall be unto Sidon. Issachar is a strong ass, couching down between two burdens. And he saw that the rest was good, and the land that it was pleasant, and bowed his shoulder to bear, and became a servant unto tribute. Dan shall judge his people, as one of the tribes of Yasharel. Dan shall be a serpent by the way, an adder in the path, that bites the horse heels, so that his rider shall fall backward. I have waited for your Yeshua, O Yahuwah. Gad, a troop shall overcome him, but he shall overcome at the last. Out of Asher his bread shall be fat, and he shall yield royal dainties. Naphtali is a hind let loose. He gives goodly words. Joseph is a fruitful bough, even a fruitful bough by a well, whose branches run over the wall. The archers have sorely grieved him, and shot at him, and hated him. But his bow abode in strength, and the arms of his hands were made strong, by the hands of the mighty Elohim of Yaakov. Even by the Elohim of your father, who shall help you, and by El Shaddai, who shall bless you, with blessings of heaven above, blessings of the deep that lie under, blessings of the breast and of the womb. The blessings of your father have prevailed above the blessings of my progenitors, unto the utmost bound of the everlasting hills. They shall be on the head of Joseph, and on the crown of the head of him that was separated from his brethren. Benjamin shall raven as a wolf. In the morning he shall devour the prey, and at night he shall divide the spoil.
All these are the 12 tribes of Yasharel, and this is it that their father spoke unto them, and blessed them. Every one according to his blessing he blessed them. And he charged them, and said unto them,
I am to be gathered unto my people. Bury me with my fathers, in the cave that is in the field of Ephron the Hittite, in the cave that is in the field of Machpelah, which is before Mamre, in the land of Canaan, which Abraham bought with the field of Ephron the Hittite, for a possession of a burying place. There they buried Abraham, and Sarah his woman. There they buried Yitzhak, and Rivkah his woman. And there I buried Leah. The purchase of the field, and of the cave that is therein, was from the children of Heth.
And when Yaakov had made an end of commanding his sons, he gathered up his feet into the bed, and yielded up his ruach, and was gathered unto his people. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 50. And Joseph fell upon his father's face, and wept upon him, and kissed him. And Joseph commanded his servants, the physicians, to embalm his father, and the physicians embalmed Yasharel. And 40 days were fulfilled for him for so are fulfilled the days of those which are embalmed. And the Mitzrayim mourned for him 70 days. And when the days of his mourning were past, Joseph spoke unto the house of Pharaoh, saying,
If now I have found grace in your eyes, speak, I pray you, in the ears of Pharaoh, saying, My father made me swear, saying, Lo, I die. In my grave, which I have dug for me in the land of Canaan, there shall you bury me. Now therefore let me go up, I pray you, and bury my father, and I will come again.
And Pharaoh said,
Go up, bury your father, according as he made you swear.
And Joseph went up to bury his father, and with him went up all the servants of Pharaoh, the elders of his house, and all the elders of the land of Mitzrayim, and all the house of Joseph and his brethren, and his father's house. Only their little ones, and their flocks, and their herds they left in the land of Goshen. And there went up with him both chariots and horsemen, and it was a very great company. And they came to the threshing floor of Atad, which is beyond the Yarden. And there they mourned with a great and very sore lamentation. And he made a mourning for his father 7 days. And when the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanim, saw the mourning in the floor of Atad, they said,
This is a grievous mourning to the Mitzrayim.
Wherefore, the name of it was called Abel Mitzrayim, which is beyond the Yarden. And his sons did unto him according as he commanded them. For his sons carried him into the land of Canaan, and buried him in the cave of the field of Machpelah, which Abraham bought with the field for a possession of a burying place of Ephron the Hittite, before Mamre. And Joseph returned into Mitzrayim, he and his brethren, and all that went up with him to bury his father, after he had buried his father. And when Joseph's brethren saw that their father was dead, they said,
Joseph will perchance hate us, and will certainly requite us with all the evil which we did unto him.
And they sent a messenger unto Joseph, saying,
Your father did command before he died, saying, So shall ye say unto Joseph, Forgive, I pray you now, the transgression of your brethren, and their sin, for they did unto you evil. And now we pray you, forgive the transgression of the servants of the Elohai of your father.
And Joseph wept when they spoke unto him. And his brethren also went and fell down before his face, and they said,
Behold, we be your servants.
And Joseph said unto them,
Fear not, for am I in the place of Elohim? But as for you, ye thought evil against me, but Elohim meant it unto good, to bring to pass, as it is this day, to save much people alive. Now therefore fear ye not, I will nourish you, and your little ones.
And he comforted them, and spoke kindly unto them. And Joseph dwelt in Mitzrayim, he and his father's house. And Joseph lived 110 years. And Joseph saw Ephraim's children of the third generation. The children also of Machir the son of Manasseh were brought up upon Joseph's knees. And Joseph said unto his brethren,
I die, and Elohim will surely visit you, and bring you out of this land unto the land which he swore to Abraham, to Yitzhak, and to Yaakov.
And Joseph took an oath of the children of Yashrael, saying,
Elohim will surely visit you, and ye shall carry up my bones from hence.
So Joseph died, being 110 years old, and they embalmed him, and he was put in a coffin in Mitzrayim. Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 1. And Yahweh called unto Moshe, and spoke unto him out of the tabernacle of the assembly, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, If any man of you bring an offering unto Yahweh, ye shall bring your offering of the cattle, even of the herd and of the flock. If his offering be a burnt sacrifice of the herd, let him offer a male without blemish. He shall offer it of his own voluntary will, at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly before Yahweh. And he shall put his hand upon the head of the burnt offering, and it shall be accepted for him to make an atonement for him. And he shall kill the bullock before Yahweh, and the priests, Aharon's sons, shall bring the blood, and sprinkle the blood round about,
upon the altar that is by the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And he shall flay the burnt offering, and cut it into his pieces. And the sons of Aharon the priest shall put fire upon the altar, and lay the wood in order upon the fire. And the priests, Aharon's sons, shall lay the parts, the head, the fat, in order upon the wood that is on the fire, which is upon the altar. But his inwards and his legs shall he wash in water, and the priest shall burn all on the altar, to be a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire, of sweet savor unto Yahweh. And if his offering be of the flocks, namely of the sheep, or of the goats, for a burnt sacrifice, he shall bring it a male without blemish. And he shall kill it on the side of the altar northward, before Yahweh and the priest. Aharon's sons shall sprinkle his blood round about upon the altar. And he shall cut it into his pieces, with his head and his fat, and the priest shall lay them in order on the wood that is on the fire, which is upon the altar. But he shall wash the inwards of the legs with water, and the priest shall bring it all, and burn it upon the altar. It is a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire, of sweet savor unto Yahweh. And if the burnt sacrifice for his offering to Yahweh be of fowls, then he shall bring his offering of turtle doves, or of young pigeons. And the priest shall bring it unto the altar, and wring off his head, and burn it on the altar, and the blood thereof shall be wrung out at the side of the altar. And he shall pluck away his crop with his feathers, and cast it beside the altar on the east part, by the place of the ashes. And he shall cleave it with the wings thereof, but shall not divide it asunder. And the priest shall burn it upon the altar, upon the wood that is upon the fire. It is a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire, of sweet savor unto Yahweh.
Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 2.
And when any will offer a meat offering unto Yahweh, his offering shall be of fine flour, and he shall pour oil upon it, and put frankincense thereon. And he shall bring it to Aharon's sons, the priests, and he shall take thereout his handful of the flour thereof, and of the oil thereof, with all the frankincense thereof. And the priest shall burn the memorial of it upon the altar, to be an offering made by fire, of a sweet savor unto Yahweh. And the remnant of the meat offering shall be Aharon's and his sons. It is a thing most holy of the offerings of Yahweh, made by fire. And if you bring an oblation of meat offering, baconed in the oven, it shall be matzah cakes of fine flour, mingled with oil, or matzah wafers anointed with oil. And if your oblation be a meat offering, baconed in a pan, it shall be of fine flour, unleavened, mingled with oil. You shall part it in pieces, and pour oil thereon. It is a meat offering. And if your oblation be a meat offering baconed in the frying pan, it shall be made of fine flour with oil. And you shall bring the meat offering that is made of these things unto Yahweh. And when it is presented unto the priest, he shall bring it unto the altar. And the priest shall take from the meat offering a memorial thereof, and shall burn it upon the altar. It is an offering made by fire, of sweet savor unto Yahweh. And that which is left of the meat offering shall be Aharon's and his sons. It is a thing most holy of the offerings of Yahweh made by fire. No meat offering which ye shall bring unto Yahweh shall be made with leaven, for ye shall burn no leaven, nor any honey, in any offering of Yahweh made by fire. As for the oblation of the firstfruits, ye shall offer them unto Yahweh, but they shall not be burnt on the altar for a sweet savor. And every oblation of your meat offering shall ye season with salt, neither shall ye suffer the salt of the covenant of your Elohim to be lacking from your meat offering. And all your offerings you shall offer salt. And if you offer a meat offering of your firstfruits unto Yahweh, you shall offer the meat offering of your firstfruits, green ears of grain dried by the fire, even grain beaten out of full ears. And you shall put oil upon it, and lay frankincense thereon. It is a meat offering. And the priest shall burn the memorial of it, part of the beaten grain thereof, and part of the oil thereof, with all the frankincense thereof. It is an offering made by fire unto Yahuwah.
Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 3.
And if his oblation be a sacrifice of peace offering, if he offer it of the herd, whether it be a male or a female, he shall offer it without blemish before Yahuwah. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of his offering, and kill it at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And Aharon's sons, the priests, shall sprinkle the blood upon the altar round about. And he shall offer of the sacrifice of the peace offering an offering made by fire unto Yahuwah, the fat that covers the inwards, and all the fat that is upon the inwards, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is on them, which is by the flanks, and the caul above the liver, with the kidneys, it shall he take away. And Aharon's sons shall burn it on the altar upon the burnt sacrifice, which is upon the wood that is on the fire. It is an offering made by fire, of sweet savor unto Yahuwah. And if his offering for a sacrifice of peace offering unto Yahuwah be of the flock, male or female, he shall offer it without blemish. If he offer a lamb for his offering, then shall he offer before Yahuwah. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of his offering, and kill it before the tabernacle of the assembly. And Aharon's sons shall sprinkle the blood thereof round about upon the altar. And he shall offer of the sacrifice of the peace offering an offering made by fire unto Yahuwah, the fat thereof, and the whole rump. It shall he take off hard by the backbone, and the fat that covers the inwards, and all the fat that is upon the inwards, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, which is by the flanks, and the caul above the liver, and the kidneys, it shall he take away. And the priest shall burn it upon the altar. It is the food of the offering made by fire unto Yahuwah. And if his offering be a goat, then he shall offer it before Yahuwah. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of it, and kill it before the tabernacle of the assembly. And the sons of Aharon shall sprinkle the blood thereof upon the altar round about. And he shall offer thereof his offering, even an offering made by fire unto Yahuwah, the fat that covers the inwards, and all the fat that is upon the inwards, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, which is by the flanks, and the caul above the liver, with the kidneys, it shall he take away. And the priest shall burn them upon the altar. It is the food of the offering, made by fire for a sweet savor. All the fat is Yahuwah's. It shall be a perpetual statute for your generations throughout all your dwellings, that ye eat neither fat nor blood.
Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 4. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, saying, If a soul shall sin through ignorance against any of the commandments of Yahuwah concerning things which ought not to be done, and shall do against any of them, if the priest that is anointed do sin according to the sin of the people, then let him bring for his sin, which he has sinned, a young bullock, without blemish unto Yahuwah, for a sin offering. And he shall bring the bullock unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly before Yahuwah, and shall lay his hands upon the bullock's head, and kill the bullock before Yahuwah. And the priest that is anointed shall take of the bullock's blood, and bring it to the tabernacle of the assembly. And the priest shall dip his finger in the blood, and sprinkle of the blood 7 times before Yahuwah, before the veil of the sanctuary. And the priest shall put some of the blood upon the horns of the altar of sweet incense before Yahuwah, which is in the tabernacle of the assembly, and shall pour all the blood of the bullock at the bottom of the altar of the burnt offering, which is at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And he shall take off from it all the fat of the bullock for the sin offering, the fat that covers the inwards, and all the fat that is upon the inwards, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, which is by the flanks, and the caul above the liver, with the kidneys, it shall he take away. As it was taken off from the bullock of the sacrifice of peace offerings, and the priest shall burn them upon the altar of the burnt offering. And the skin of the bullock, and all his flesh, with his head, and with his legs, and his inwards, and his dung. Even the whole bullock shall he carry forth without the camp, unto a clean place, where the ashes are poured out, and burn him on the wood with fire. Where the ashes are poured out shall he be burnt. And if the whole assembly of Yasharel sin through ignorance, and the thing be hid from the eyes of the assembly, and they have done somewhat against any of the commandments of Yahweh, concerning things which should not be done, and are guilty, when the sin which they have sinned against it is known, then the assembly shall offer a young bullock for the sin, and bring him before the tabernacle of the assembly. And the elders of the assembly shall lay their hands upon the head of the bullock before Yahweh, and the bullock shall be killed before Yahweh. And the priest that is anointed shall bring of the bullock's blood to the tabernacle of the assembly. And the priest shall dip his finger in some of the blood, and sprinkle it 7 times before Yahweh, even before the veil. And he shall put some of the blood upon the horns of the altar, which is set before Yahweh, that is in the tabernacle of the assembly, and shall pour out all the blood at the bottom of the altar of the burnt offering, which is at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And he shall take all his fat from him, and burn it upon the altar. And he shall do with the bullock as he did with the bullock for a sin offering, so shall he do with this. And the priest shall make an atonement for them, and it shall be forgiven them. And he shall carry forth the bullock without the camp, and burn him as he burned the first bullock. It is a sin offering for the assembly. When a ruler has sinned, and done somewhat through ignorance against any of the commandments of Yahweh, Elohiah, concerning things which should not be done, and is guilty, or if his sin, wherein he has sinned, come to his knowledge, he shall bring his offering, a kid of the goats, a male without blemish. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of the goats, and kill it in the place where they killed the burnt offering before Yahweh. It is a sin offering. And the priest shall take of the blood of the sin offering with his finger, and put it upon the horns of the altar of burnt offering, and shall pour out his blood at the bottom of the altar of burnt offering. And he shall burn all his fat upon the altar, as the fat of the sacrifice of peace offerings. And the priest shall make an atonement for him, as concerning his sin, and it shall be forgiven him. And if any one of the common people sin through ignorance, which he does somewhat against any of the commandments of Yahweh, concerning things which ought not to be done, and be guilty, or if his sin, which he has sinned, come to his knowledge, then he shall bring his offering, a kid of the goats, a female without blemish, for his sin which he has sinned. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of the sin offering, and slay the sin offering in the place of the burnt offering. And the priest shall take of the blood thereof with his finger, and put it upon the horns of the altar of burnt offering, and shall pour out all the blood thereof at the bottom of the altar. And he shall take away all the fat thereof, as the fat is taken away from off the sacrifice of peace offerings. And the priest shall burn it upon the altar for a sweet savor unto Yahweh. And the priest shall make an atonement for him, and it shall be forgiven him. And if he bring a lamb for a sin offering, he shall bring it a female without blemish. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of the sin offering, and slay it for the sin offering in the place where they killed the burnt offering. And the priest shall take of the blood of the sin offering with his finger, and put it upon the horns of the altar of burnt offering, and shall pour out all the blood thereof at the bottom of the altar. And he shall take away all the fat thereof, as the fat of the lamb is taken away from the sacrifice of the peace offering. And the priest shall burn them upon the altar, according to the offering made by fire unto Yahweh. And the priest shall make an atonement for his sin that he has committed, and it shall be forgiven him.
Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 5.
And if a soul sin, and hear the voice of swearing, and is a witness, whether he has seen or known of it, if he do not utter it, then he shall bear his iniquity. Or if a soul touch any unclean thing, whether it be a carcass of an unclean beast, or a carcass of unclean cattle, or the carcass of unclean creeping things, and if it be hidden from him, he also shall be unclean and guilty. Or if he touch the uncleanness of man, whatsoever uncleanness it be that a man shall be defiled withal, and it be hid from him, when he knows of it, then he shall be guilty. Or if a soul swear, pronouncing with his lips to do evil, or to do good, whatsoever it be that a man shall pronounce with an oath, and it be hid from him, when he knows of it, then he shall be guilty in one of these. And it shall be, when he shall be guilty in one of these things, that he shall confess that he has sinned in that thing. And he shall bring his trespass offering unto Yahweh, for his sin which he has sinned, a female from the flock, a lamb or a kid of the goats, for a sin offering, and the priest shall make an atonement for him concerning his sin. And if he is not able to bring a lamb, then he shall bring for his trespass which he has committed 2 turtle doves, or 2 young pigeons unto Yahweh, one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering. And he shall bring them unto the priest, who shall offer that which is for the sin offering first, and wring off his head from his neck, but shall not divide it asunder. And he shall sprinkle of the blood of the sin offering upon the side of the altar, and the rest of the blood shall be wrung out at the bottom of the altar. It is a sin offering. And he shall offer the second for a burnt offering, according to the manner, and the priest shall make an atonement for him, for his sin which he has sinned, and it shall be forgiven him. But if he be not able to bring 2 turtle doves, or 2 young pigeons, then he that sinned shall bring for his offering the 10th part of an ephah of fine flour for a sin offering. He shall put no oil upon it, neither shall he put any frankincense thereon, for it is a sin offering. Then shall he bring it to the priest, and the priest shall take his handful of it, even a memorial thereof, and burn it on the altar, according to the offerings made by fire unto Yahweh. It is a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him, as touching his sin, that he has sinned in one of these, and it shall be forgiven him, and the remnant shall be the priest's, as a meat offering.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
If a soul commit a trespass, and sin through ignorance, in the holy things of Yahweh, then he shall bring for his trespass unto Yahweh a ram without blemish, out of the flocks, with your estimation by shekels of silver, after the shekel of the sanctuary, for a trespass offering. And he shall make the amends for the harm that he has done in the holy thing, and shall add the 5th part thereto, and give it unto the priest, and the priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering, and it shall be forgiven him. And if a soul sin, and commit any of these things which are forbidden to be done by the commandment of Yahweh, though he knew it not, yet is he guilty, and shall bear his iniquity. And he shall bring a ram without blemish out of the flock, with your estimation, for a trespass offering, unto the priest, and the priest shall make an atonement for him concerning his ignorance, wherein he erred, and knew it not, and it shall be forgiven him. It is a trespass offering. He has certainly trespassed against Yahweh.
Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 6. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
If a soul sin, and commit a transgression against Yahweh, and lie unto his neighbor, in that which was delivered him to keep, or in fellowship, or in a thing taken away by violence, or has deceived his neighbor, or have found that which was lost, and lies concerning it, and swears falsely, in any of these that a man does, sinning therein, then it shall be, because he has sinned and is guilty, that he shall restore that which he took violently away, or the thing which he has deceitfully gotten, or that which was delivered him to keep, or the lost thing which he found, or all that which he has sworn falsely, he shall even restore it in the principal, and shall add the 5th part more thereto, and give it unto him to whom it appertains, in the day of his trespass offering. And he shall bring his trespass offering unto Yahweh, a ram without blemish out of the flock, with your estimation for a trespass offering unto the priest. And the priest shall make an atonement for him before Yahweh, and it shall be forgiven him for anything of all that he has done in trespass therein.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Command Aaron and his sons, saying, This is the Torah of the burnt offering. It is the burnt offering because of the burning upon the altar all night unto the morning, and the fire of the altar shall be burning in it. And the priest shall put on his linen garment, and his linen breeches shall he put upon his flesh, and take up the ashes which the fire has consumed with the burnt offering on the altar, and he shall put them beside the altar. And he shall put off his garments, and put on other garments, and carry forth the ashes without the camp unto a clean place. And the fire upon the altar shall be burning in it. It shall not be put out. And the priest shall burn wood on it every morning, and lay the burnt offering in order upon it, and he shall burn thereon the fat of the peace offerings. The fire shall ever be burning upon the altar. It shall never go out. And this is the Torah of the meat offering. The sons of Aharon shall offer it before Yahweh, before the altar. And he shall take of it his handful of the flour of the meat offering, and of the oil thereof, and all the frankincense which is upon the meat offering, and shall burn it upon the altar for a sweet savor, even the memorial of it unto Yahweh. And the remainder thereof shall Aharon and his sons eat, with matzah, unleavened bread, shall it be eaten in the holy place, in the court of the tabernacle of the assembly, they shall eat it. It shall not be baked with leaven. I have given it unto them for their portion of my offering made by fire. It is most holy, as is the sin offering, and as the trespass offering. All the males among the children of Aharon shall eat of it. It shall be a statute forever in your generations, concerning the offerings of Yahweh made by fire. Everyone that touches them shall be holy.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
This is the offering of Aharon and his sons, which they shall offer unto Yahweh in the day when he is anointed. The 10th part of an ephah of fine flour for a meat offering perpetual, half of it in the morning, and half thereof at night. In a pan it shall be made with oil, and when it is baken, you shall bring it in, and the baken pieces of the meat offering shall you offer for a sweet savor unto Yahweh. And the priest of his sons, that is anointed in his stead, shall offer it. It is a statute forever unto Yahweh. It shall be wholly burnt. For every meat offering for the priest shall be wholly burnt. It shall not be eaten.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto Aharon and to his sons, saying, This is the Torah of the sin offering. In the place where the burnt offering is killed, shall the sin offering be killed before Yahweh. It is most holy. The priest that offers it for sin shall eat it. In the holy place shall it be eaten, in the court of the tabernacle of the assembly. Whatsoever shall touch the flesh thereof shall be holy. And when there is sprinkled of the blood thereof upon any garment, you shall wash that whereon it was sprinkled in the holy place. But the earthen vessel wherein it was sodden shall be broken. And if it be sodden in a brazen pot, it shall be both scoured and rinsed in water. All the males among the priests shall eat thereof. It is most holy. And no sin offering, whereof any of the blood is brought into the tabernacle of the assembly, to reconcile withal in the holy place, shall be eaten. It shall be burnt in the fire.
Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 7.
Likewise, this is the Torah of the trespass offering. It is most holy. In the place where they kill the burnt offering, shall they kill the trespass offering, and the blood thereof shall he sprinkle round about upon the altar. And he shall offer it of all the fat thereof, the rump, the fat that covers the inwards, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is on them, which is by the flanks, and the caul that is above the liver, with the kidneys it shall he take away. And the priest shall burn them upon the altar for an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. It is a trespass offering. Every male among the priests shall eat thereof. It shall be eaten in the holy place. It is most holy. As the sin offering is, so is the trespass offering. There is one Torah for them. The priest that makes atonement therewith shall have it. And the priest that offers any man's burnt offering, even the priest shall have to himself the skin of the burnt offering which he has offered. And all the meat offering that is baken in the oven, and all that is dressed in the frying pan, and in the pan, shall be the priest's that offer it. And every meat offering mingled with oil, and dry, shall all the sons of Aharon have, one as much as another. And this is the Torah of the sacrifice of peace offerings, which he shall offer unto Yahweh. If he offer it for thanksgiving, then he shall offer with the sacrifice of thanksgiving matzah, unleavened cakes, mingled with oil, and matzah wafers, anointed with oil, and cakes mingled with oil, of fine flour, fried. Besides the cakes, he shall offer for his offering hametz, leavened bread, with the sacrifice of thanksgiving of his peace offerings. And of it he shall offer one out of the whole oblation for a heave offering unto Yahweh, and it shall be the priest that sprinkles the blood of the peace offerings. And the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offerings for thanksgiving shall be eaten the same day that it is offered. He shall not leave any of it until the morning. But if the sacrifice of his offering be a vow or a voluntary offering, it shall be eaten the same day that he offers his sacrifice. On the morrow also the remainder of it shall be eaten. But the remainder of the flesh of the sacrifice on the third day shall be burnt with fire. And if any of the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offerings be eaten at all on the third day, it shall not be accepted, neither shall it be imputed unto him that offers it. It shall be an abomination, and the soul that eats of it shall bear his iniquity. And the flesh that touches any unclean thing shall not be eaten. It shall be burnt with fire. And as for the flesh, all that be clean shall eat thereof. But the soul that eats of the flesh of the sacrifice of peace offerings that pertain unto Yahweh, having his uncleanness upon him, even that soul shall be cut off from his people. Moreover, the soul that shall touch any unclean thing, as the uncleanness of man, or any unclean beast, or any abominable unclean thing, and eat of the flesh of the sacrifice of peace offerings, which pertain unto Yahweh, even that soul shall be cut off from his people.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, saying, Ye shall eat no manner of fat, of ox, or of sheep, or of goat, and the fat of the beast that dies of itself, and the fat of that which is torn with beast, may be used in any other use, but ye shall in no wise eat of it. For whosoever eats the fat of the beast, of which men offer an offering made by fire unto Yahweh, even the soul that eats it shall be cut off from his people. Moreover, ye shall eat no manner of blood, whether it be of fowl or of beast, in any of your dwellings. Whatsoever soul it be that eats any manner of blood, even that soul shall be cut off from his people.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, saying, He that offers the sacrifice of his peace offerings unto Yahweh shall bring his oblation unto Yahweh of the sacrifice of his peace offerings. His own hand shall bring the offerings of Yahweh made by fire. The fat with the breast it shall he bring, that the breast may be waved for a wave offering before Yahweh. And the priest shall burn the fat upon the altar, but the breast shall be Aharon's and his sons'. And the right shoulder shall ye give unto the priest for a heave offering of the sacrifices of your peace offerings. He among the sons of Aharon that offers the blood of the peace offerings and the fat shall have the right shoulder for his part. For the wave breast and the heave shoulder have I taken of the children of Yasharel from off the sacrifices of their peace offerings, and have given them unto Aharon the priest, and unto his sons by a statute forever, from among the children of Yasharel.
This is the portion of the anointing of Aharon, and of the anointing of his sons, out of the offerings of Yahweh made by fire, in the day when he presented them to minister unto Yahweh in the priest's office, which Yahweh commanded to be given them of the children of Yasharel, in the day that he anointed them, by a statute forever throughout their generations. This is the Torah of the burnt offering, of the meat offering, and of the sin offering, and of the trespass offering, and of the consecrations, and of the sacrifice of the peace offerings, which Yahweh commanded Moshe in Mount Sinai, in the day that he commanded the children of Yasharel to offer their oblations unto Yahweh in the wilderness of Sinai. Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 8. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Take Aharon and his sons with him, and the garments, and the anointing oil, and a bullock for the sin offering, and 2 rams, and a basket of matzah, unleavened bread, and gather all the assembly together unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly.
And Moshe did as Yahweh commanded him, and the assembly was gathered together unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And Moshe said unto the assembly, This is the thing which Yahweh commanded to be done. And Moshe brought Aharon and his sons, and washed them with water. And he put upon him the coat, and girded him with the belt, and clothed him with the robe, and put the ephod upon him. And he girded him with the belt of the ephod, and bound it unto him therewith. And he put the breastplate upon him. Also he put in the breastplate the Urim and the Tumim. And he put the turban upon his head. Also upon the turban, even upon his forefront, did he put the golden plate, the holy crown, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And Moshe took the anointing oil, and anointed the tabernacle, and all that was therein, and sanctified them. And he sprinkled thereof upon the altar 7 times, and anointed the altar and all his vessels, both the laver and his foot, to sanctify them. And he poured of the anointing oil upon Aharon's head, and anointed him, to sanctify him. And Moshe brought Aharon's sons, and put coats upon them, and girded them with belts, and put bonnets upon them, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he brought the bullock for the sin offering, and Aharon and his sons laid their hands upon the head of the bullock for the sin offering, and he slew it. And Moshe took the blood, and put it upon the horns of the altar round about with his finger, and purified the altar, and poured the blood at the bottom of the altar, and sanctified it, to make reconciliation upon it. And he took all the fat that was upon the inwards, and the caul above the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and their fat, and Moshe burned it upon the altar. But the bullock, and his hide, and his flesh, and his dung, he burnt with fire without the camp, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he brought the ram for the burnt offering, and Aharon and his sons laid their hands upon the head of the ram, and he killed it. And Moshe sprinkled the blood upon the altar round about. And he cut the ram into pieces, and Moshe burnt the head, and the pieces, and the fat. And he washed the inwards and the legs in water, and Moshe burnt the whole ram upon the altar. It was a burnt sacrifice for a sweet savor, and an offering made by fire unto Yahweh, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he brought the other ram, the ram of consecration, and Aharon and his sons laid their hands upon the head of the ram, and he slew it. And Moshe took of the blood of it, and put it upon the tip of Aharon's right ear, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot. And he brought Aharon's sons, and Moshe put of the blood upon the tip of their right ear, and upon the thumbs of their right hands, and upon the great toes of their right feet. And Moshe sprinkled the blood upon the altar round about. And he took the fat, and the rump, and the fat that was upon the inwards, and the caul above the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and their fat, and the right shoulder. And out of the basket of matzah that was before Yahweh, he took 1 matzah cake, and a cake of oiled bread, and 1 wafer, and put them on the fat, and upon the right shoulder. And he put all upon Aharon's hands, and upon his sons' hands, and waved them for a wave offering before Yahweh. And Moshe took them from off their hands, and burnt them on the altar upon the burnt offering. They were consecrations for a sweet savor. It is an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. And Moshe took the breast, and waved it for a wave offering before Yahweh. For of the ram of consecration it was Moshe's part, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And Moshe took of the anointing oil, and of the blood which was upon the altar, and sprinkled it upon Aharon and his garments, and upon his sons, and upon his sons' garments with him, and sanctified Aharon and his garments, and his sons' garments with him. And Moshe said unto Aharon and to his sons, Boil the flesh at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and there eat it, with the bread that is in the basket of consecrations, as I commanded, saying, Aharon and his sons shall eat it. And that which remains of the flesh and of the bread shall ye burn with fire. And ye shall not go out of the door of the tabernacle of the assembly in 7 days, until the days of your consecration be at an end. For 7 days shall he consecrate you. As he has done this day, so Yahweh has commanded to do, to make an atonement for you. Therefore shall ye abide at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly day and night 7 days, and guard the watch of Yahweh, that ye die not, for so I am commanded. So Aharon and his sons did all the things which Yahweh commanded by the hand of Moshe. Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 9. And it came to pass on the 8th day that Moshe called Aharon and his sons and the elders of Yisrael. And he said unto Aharon, Take a young calf for a sin offering, and a ram for a burnt offering, without blemish, and offer them before Yahweh. And unto the children of Yisrael you shall speak, saying, Take ye a kid of the goats for a sin offering, and a calf and a lamb, both of the first year, without blemish, for a burnt offering. Also a bullock and a ram for peace offerings, to sacrifice before Yahweh, and a meat offering mingled with oil. For today Yahweh will appear unto you. And they brought which Moshe commanded before the tabernacle of the assembly. And all the assembly drew near and stood before Yahweh. And Moshe said, This is the thing which Yahweh commanded that you should do, and the glory of Yahweh shall appear unto you. And Moshe said unto Aharon, Go unto the altar, and offer your sin offering, and your burnt offering, and make an atonement for yourself and for the people, and offer the offering of the people, and make an atonement for them, as Yahweh commanded. Aharon therefore went unto the altar, and slew the calf of the sin offering, which was for himself. And the sons of Aharon brought the blood unto him, and he dipped his finger in the blood, and put it upon the horns of the altar, and poured out the blood at the bottom of the altar. But the fat, and the kidneys, and the caul above the liver of the sin offering he burnt upon the altar, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And the flesh and the hide he burnt with fire without the camp. And he slew the burnt offering, and Aharon's sons presented unto him the blood, which he sprinkled round about upon the altar. And they presented the burnt offering unto him, with the pieces thereof, and the head, and he burnt them upon the altar. And he did wash the inwards and the legs, and burnt them upon the burnt offering on the altar. And he brought the people's offering, and took the goat, which was the sin offering for the people, and slew it, and offered it for sin as the first. And he brought the burnt offering, and offered it according to the manner. And he brought the meat offering, and took a handful thereof, and burnt it upon the altar, beside the burnt sacrifice of the morning. He slew also the bullock and the ram for a sacrifice of peace offerings, which was for the people. And Aharon's sons presented unto him the blood, which he sprinkled upon the altar round about. And the fat of the bullock and of the ram, the rump, and that which covers the inwards, and the kidneys, and the caul above the liver, and they put the fat upon the breasts, and he burnt the fat upon the altar. And the breasts and the right shoulder Aharon waved for a wave offering before Yahweh, as Moshe commanded. And Aharon lifted up his hand toward the people, and blessed them, and came down from offering of the sin offering, and the burnt offering, and peace offerings. And Moshe and Aharon went into the tabernacle of the assembly, and came out, and blessed the people. And the glory of Yahweh appeared unto all the people. And there came a fire out from before Yahweh, and consumed upon the altar the burnt offering and the fat, which when all the people saw, they shouted and fell on their face. Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 10. And Nadab and Abihu, the sons of Aharon, took either of them his censer, and put fire therein, and put incense thereon, and offered strange fire before Yahweh, which he commanded them not. And there went out fire from Yahweh, and devoured them, and they died before Yahweh. Then Moshe said unto Aharon, This is that Yahweh spoke, saying, I will be sanctified in them that come nigh me, and before all the people I will be glorified. And Aharon held his peace. And Moshe called Mishael and Elishaphan, the sons of Uzziel, the uncle of Aharon, and said unto them, Come near, carry your brethren from before the sanctuary out of the camp. So they went near and carried them in their coats out of the camp, as Moshe had said. And Moshe said unto Aaron, and unto Eleazar, and unto Ithamar his sons, Uncover not your heads, neither rend your clothes, lest ye die, and lest the wrath come upon all the people. But let your brethren, the whole house of Yashrael, bewail the burning which Yahweh has kindled. And ye shall not go out from the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, lest ye die. For the anointing oil of Yahweh is upon you. And they did according to the word of Moshe. And Yahweh spoke unto Aaron, saying,
Do not drink wine, nor strong drink, you nor your sons with you, when ye go into the tabernacle of the assembly, lest ye die. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations, and that ye may put difference between holy and unholy, and between unclean and clean, and that ye may teach the children of Yasharel all the statutes which Yahweh has spoken unto them by the hand of Moshe.
And Moshe spoke unto Aaron, and unto Eleazar, and unto Ithamar, his sons that were left, Take the meat offering that remains of the offerings of Yahweh made by fire, and eat it without leaven beside the altar, for it is most holy. And ye shall eat it in the holy place, because it is your due, and your sons' due, of the sacrifices of Yahweh made by fire. For so I am commanded. And the wave breast and the heave shoulder shall ye eat in a clean place, you and your sons and your daughters with you, for they be your due, and your sons' due, which are given out of the sacrifices of peace offerings of the children of Yashrael. The heave shoulder and the wave breast shall they bring with the offerings made by fire of the fat, to wave it for a wave offering before Yahweh. And it shall be yours and your sons with you by a statute forever, as Yahweh has commanded. And Moshe diligently sought the goat of the sin offering, and behold, it was burnt. And he was angry with Eleazar and Ithamar, the sons of Aharon, which were left alive, saying, Wherefore have ye not eaten the sin offering in the holy place, seeing it is most holy? And Elohim has given it to you to bear the iniquity of the assembly, to make an atonement for them before Yahweh. Behold, the blood of it was not brought in within the holy place. Ye should indeed have eaten it in the holy place, as I commanded. And Aharon said unto Moshe,
Behold, this day have they offered their sin offering and their burnt offering before Yahweh, and such things have befallen me. And if I had eaten the sin offering today, should it have been accepted in the sight of Yahweh?
And when Moshe heard that, he was content. Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 11. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe and to El Aharon, saying unto them,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, saying, These are the beasts which ye shall eat among all the beasts that are on the earth. Whatsoever parts the hoof, and is cloven-footed, and chews the cud, among the beasts, that shall ye eat. Nevertheless, these shall ye not eat of them that chew the cud, or of them that divide the hoof. As the camel, because he chews the cud, but divides not the hoof, he is unclean unto you. And the coney, because he chews the cud, but divides not the hoof, he is unclean unto you. And the hare, because he chews the cud, but divides not the hoof, he is unclean unto you. And the swine, though he divide the hoof, and be cloven-footed, yet he chews not the cud, he is unclean to you. Of their flesh shall ye not eat, and their carcass shall ye not touch, they are unclean to you. These shall ye eat of all that are in the waters. Whatsoever has fins and scales in the waters, in the seas, and in the rivers, them shall you eat. And all that have not fins and scales in the seas, and in the rivers, of all that move in the waters, and of any living thing which is in the waters, they shall be an abomination unto you. They shall be even an abomination unto you. Ye shall not eat of their flesh, but ye shall have their carcasses in abomination. Whatsoever has no fins nor scales in the water, that shall be an abomination unto you. And these are they which ye shall have an abomination among the fowls. They shall not be eaten. They are an abomination, the eagle, the ossifrage, and the osprey, and the vulture, and the kite after his kind. every raven after his kind, and the owl, and the nighthawk, and the cuckoo, and the hawk after his kind, and the little owl, and the cormorant, and the great owl, and the swan, and the pelican, and the gier eagle, and the stork, and the heron after her kind, and the lapwing, and the bat. All fowls that creep going upon all four shall be an abomination unto you. Yet these may ye eat of every flying creeping thing that goes upon all four, which have legs above their feet, to leap withal upon the earth. Even these of them ye may eat, the locust after his kind, and the bald locust after his kind, and the beetle after his kind, and the grasshopper after his kind. But all other flying creeping things, which have 4 feet, shall be an abomination unto you. And for these ye shall be unclean. Whosoever touches the carcass of them shall be unclean until the evening. And whosoever bears aught of the carcass of them shall wash his clothes, and be unclean until the evening. The carcass of every beast which divides the hoof, and is not cloven-footed, nor chews the cud, are unclean unto you. Every one that touches them shall be unclean. And whatsoever goes upon his paws, among all manner of beasts that go on all fours, those are unclean unto you. Whoso touches their carcass shall be unclean until the evening. And he that bears the carcass of them shall wash his clothes, and be unclean unto the evening. They are unclean unto you. These also shall be unclean unto you. Among the creeping things that creep upon the earth, the weasel, the mouse, and the tortoise, after his kind, and the ferret, and the chameleon, and the lizard, and the snail, and the mole, these are unclean to you among all that creep. Whosoever touches them, when they be dead, shall be unclean until the evening. And upon whatsoever any of them, when they are dead, does fall, it shall be unclean, whether it be any vessel of wood, or raiment, or skin, or sack, whatsoever vessel it be, wherein any work is done, it must be put into water, and it shall be unclean until the evening, so it shall be cleansed. And every earthen vessel, where into any of them that falls, whatsoever is in it shall be unclean, and ye shall break it. Of all meat which may be eaten, that on which such water comes shall be unclean, and all drink that may be drunk in every vessel shall be unclean. And everything whereupon any part of their carcass falls shall be unclean, whether it be oven or range for pots, they shall be broken down, for they are unclean, and shall be unclean unto you. Nevertheless, a fountain or pit, wherein there is plenty of water, shall be clean, but that which touches their carcass shall be unclean. And if any part of their carcass falls upon any sowing seed which is to be sown, it shall be clean. But if any water be put upon the seed, and any part of their carcass fall thereon, it shall be unclean unto you. And if any beast of which ye may eat die, he that touches the carcass thereof shall be unclean until the evening. And he that eats of the carcass of it shall wash his clothes, and be unclean until the evening. He also that bears the carcass of it shall wash his clothes, and be unclean until the evening. And every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth shall be an abomination. It shall not be eaten. Whatsoever goes upon the belly, and whatsoever goes upon all fours, or whatsoever has more feet among all creeping things that creep upon the earth, them shall ye not eat, for they are an abomination. Ye shall not make yourselves abominable with any creeping thing that creeps, neither shall ye make yourselves unclean with them, that ye should be defiled thereby. For I am Yahuwah Elohim. Ye shall therefore sanctify yourselves, and ye shall be holy, for I am holy. Neither shall ye defile yourselves with any manner of creeping thing that creeps upon the earth. For I am Yahuwah, that brings you up out of the land of Mitzrayim, to be your Elohim. Ye shall therefore be holy, for I am holy. This is the Torah of the beasts, and of the fowl, and of every living creature that moves in the waters, and of every creature that creeps upon the earth, to make a difference between the unclean and the clean, and between the beast that may be eaten, and the beast that may not be eaten.
Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 12. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, saying, If a woman have conceived seed, and born a male child, then she shall be unclean 7 days. According to the days of the separation for her infirmity, shall she be unclean. And in the 8th day, the flesh of his foreskin shall be circumcised. And she shall then continue in the blood of her purifying 33 days. She shall touch no hallowed thing, nor come into the sanctuary until the days of her purifying be fulfilled. But if she bear a female child, then she shall be unclean 2 weeks, as in her separation, and she shall continue in the blood of her purifying 66 days. And when the days of her purifying are fulfilled, for a son or for a daughter, she shall bring a lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, and a young pigeon or a turtle dove for a sin offering, unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, unto the priest, who shall offer it before Yahweh, and make an atonement for her, and she shall be cleansed from the issue of her blood. This is the Torah for her that has borne a male or a female. And if she be not able to bring a lamb, then she shall bring 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, the one for the burnt offering, and the other for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for her, and she shall be clean.
Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 13. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe and El Aharon, saying,
When a man shall have in the skin of his flesh a rising, a scab, or a bright spot, and it be in the skin of his flesh, like the plague of leprosy, then he shall be brought unto El Aharon the priest, or unto one of his sons the priests. And the priest shall look on the plague in the skin of the flesh, and when the hair in the plague is turned white, and the plague in sight be deeper than the skin of his flesh, it is a plague of leprosy, and the priest shall look on him and pronounce him unclean. If the bright spot be white in the skin of his flesh, and in sight be not deeper than the skin, and the hair thereof be not turned white, then the priest shall shut up him that has the plague 7 days. And the priest shall look on him the 7th day, and behold, if the plague in his sight be at a stay, and the plague spread not in the skin, then the priest shall shut him up 7 days more. And the priest shall look on him again the 7th day, and behold, if the plague be somewhat dark, and the plague spread not in the skin, the priest shall pronounce him clean. It is but a scab, and he shall wash his clothes and be clean. But if the scab spread much abroad in the skin, after that he has been seen of the priest for his cleansing, he shall be seen of the priest again. And if the priest see that, behold, the scab spreads in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a leprosy. When the plague of leprosy is in a man, then he shall be brought unto the priest. And the priest shall see him, and behold, if the rising be white in the skin, and it have turned the hair white, and there be quick raw flesh in the rising, it is an old leprosy in the skin of his flesh, and the priest shall pronounce him unclean, and shall not shut him up, for he is unclean. And if a leprosy break out abroad in the skin, and the leprosy cover all the skin of him that has the plague from his head even to his foot, wheresoever the priest looks, then the priest shall consider, and behold, if the leprosy have covered all his flesh, he shall pronounce him clean that has the plague. It is all turned white, he is clean. But when raw flesh appears in him, he shall be unclean. And the priest shall see the raw flesh and pronounce him to be unclean. For the raw flesh is unclean, it is a leprosy. Or if the raw flesh turn again, and be changed unto white, he shall come unto the priest. And the priest shall see him, and behold, if the plague be turned unto white, then the priest shall pronounce him clean that has the plague, he is clean. The flesh also, in which even in the skin thereof was a boil, and is healed. And in the place of the boil, where there be a white rising, or a bright spot, white, and somewhat reddish, and it be showed to the priest. And if, when the priest sees it, behold, it be in sight lower than the skin, and the hair thereof be turned white, the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a plague of leprosy, broken out of the boil. But if the priest look on it, and behold, there be no white hairs therein, and if it be not lower than the skin, but be somewhat dark, then the priest shall shut him up 7 days. And if it spread much abroad in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a plague. But if the bright spot stay in his place, and spread not, it is a burning boil, and the priest shall pronounce him clean. Or if there be any flesh in the skin whereof there is a hot burning, and the quick flesh that burns have a white bright spot, somewhat reddish or white, then the priest shall look upon it, and behold, if the hair in the bright spot be turned white, and it be in sight deeper than the skin, it is a leprosy broken out of the burning. wherefore the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is the plague of leprosy. But if the priest look on it, and behold, there be no white hair in the bright spot, and it be no lower than the other skin, but be somewhat dark, then the priest shall shut him up 7 days. And the priest shall look upon him the 7th day, and if it be spread much abroad in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is the plague of leprosy. And if the bright spot stay in his place, and spread not in the skin, but it be somewhat dark, it is a rising of the burning, and the priest shall pronounce him clean, for it is an inflammation of the burning. If a man or woman have a plague upon the head or the beard, then the priest shall see the plague, and behold, if it be in sight deeper than the skin, and there be in it a yellow thin hair, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a dry skull, even a leprosy upon the head or beard. And if the priest shall look on the plague of the skull, and behold, it be not in sight deeper than the skin, and that there is no black hair in it, then the priest shall shut up him that has the plague of the skull 7 days. And in the 7th day the priest shall look on the plague, and behold, if the skull spread not, and there be in it no yellow hair, and the skull be not in sight deeper than the skin, he shall be shaven, and the skull shall he not shave, and the priest shall shut him up that has the skull 7 days more. And in the 7th day the priest shall look on the skull, and behold, if the skull be not spread in the skin, nor be in sight deeper than the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him clean, and he shall wash his clothes and be clean. But if the skull spread much in the skin after his cleansing, then the priest shall look on him, and behold, if the skull be spread in the skin, the priest shall not seek for yellow hair, he is unclean. But if the skull be in his sight at his stay, and that there is a black hair grown up therein, the skull is healed, he is clean, and the priest shall pronounce him clean. If a man also or a woman have in the skin of their flesh bright spots, even white bright spots, then the priest shall look, and behold, if the bright spot in the skin of their flesh be darkish white, it is a freckled spot that grows in the skin, he is clean. And the man whose hair is fallen off his head, he is bald, yet is he clean. And he that has his hair fallen off from the part of his head towards his face, he is forehead bald, yet he is clean. And if there be in the bald head or bald forehead a white reddish sore, it is a leprosy sprung up in his bald head or his bald forehead. Then the priest shall look upon it, and behold, if the rising of the sore be white reddish in the bald head or in his bald forehead, as the leprosy appears in the skin of the flesh, he is a leprous man, he is unclean. The priest shall pronounce him utterly unclean. His plague is in his head. And the leper in whom the plague is, his clothes shall be rent, and his head bare, and he shall put a covering upon his upper lip, and shall cry, unclean, unclean. All the days wherein the plague shall be in him shall he be defiled. He is unclean. He shall dwell alone, without the camp shall his habitation be. The garment also that the plague of leprosy is in, whether it be a woolen garment or a linen garment, whether it be in the warp, the woof of linen, or of woolen, whether in a skin or anything made of skin. And if the plague be greenish or reddish in the garment or in the skin, either in the warp or in the woof or in anything of skin, it is a plague of leprosy, and shall be showed unto the priest. And the priest shall look upon the plague, and shut up it that has the plague 7 days. And he shall look on the plague on the 7th day. If the plague be spread in the garment, either in the warp, or in the woof, or in a skin, or in any work that is made of skin, the plague is a fretting leprosy, it is unclean. He shall therefore burn that garment, whether warp or woof, in woolen or in linen, anything of skin wherein the plague is, for it is a fretting leprosy, it shall be burnt in the fire. And if the priest shall look, and behold, the plague be not spread in the garment, either in the warp or in the woof, or in anything of skin, then the priest shall command that they wash the thing wherein the plague is, and he shall shut it up 7 days more. And the priest shall look on the plague after that it is washed, and behold, if the plague have not changed his color, and the plague be not spread, it is unclean. You shall burn it in the fire. It is a fret inward, whether it be bare within or without. And if the priest look and behold the plague be somewhat dark after the washing of it, then he shall rend it out of the garment, or out of the skin, or out of the warp, or out of the woof. And if it appear still in the garment, either in the warp or in the woof, or in anything of skin, it is a spreading plague. You shall burn that wherein the plague is with fire. And the garment, either warp or woof, or whatsoever thing of skin it be, which you shall wash, if the plague be departed from them, then it shall be washed the second time, and shall be clean. This is the Torah of the plague of leprosy, in a garment of woolen or linen, either in warp or woof, or in anything of skins, to pronounce it clean, or to pronounce it unclean.
Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 14. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
This shall be the Torah of the leper in the day of his cleansing. He shall be brought unto the priest, and the priest shall go forth out of the camp. And the priest shall look, and behold, if the plague of leprosy be healed in the leper, then shall the priest command to take for him that is to be cleansed 2 birds alive and clean, and cedar wood, and scarlet, and hyssop. And the priest shall command that one of the birds be killed in an earthen vessel over running water. As for the living bird, he shall take it, and the cedar wood, and the scarlet, and the hyssop, and shall dip them, and the living bird in the blood of the bird that was killed over the running water. And he shall sprinkle upon him that is to be cleansed from the leprosy 7 times, and shall pronounce him clean, and shall let the living bird loose into the open field. And he that is to be cleansed shall wash his clothes, and shave off all his hair, and wash himself in water, that he may be clean. And after that he shall come into the camp, and shall tarry abroad out of his tent 7 days. But it shall be on the 7th day that he shall shave all his hair off his head, and his beard, and his eyebrows, even all his hair he shall shave off, and shall wash his clothes. Also shall he wash his flesh in water, and shall be clean. And on the 8th day he shall take 2 he-lambs without blemish, and 1 ewe lamb of the first year without blemish, and 3/10 deal of fine flour for a meat offering, mingled with oil, and 1 log of oil. And the priest that makes him clean shall present the man that is to be made clean, and those things before Yahweh at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And the priest shall take 1 he-lamb, and offer him for a trespass offering, and the log of oil, and wave them for a wave offering before Yahweh. And he shall slay the lamb in the place where he shall kill the sin offering and the burnt offering in the holy place. For as the sin offering is the priest's, so is the trespass offering. It is most holy. And the priest shall take some of the blood of the trespass offering, and the priest shall put it upon the tip of the right ear of him that is to be cleansed, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot. And the priest shall take some of the log of oil, and pour it into the palm of his own left hand. And the priest shall dip his right finger in the oil that is in his left hand, and shall sprinkle up the oil with his finger 7 times before Yahweh. And of the rest of the oil that is in his hand shall the priest put upon the tip of the right ear of him that is to be cleansed, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot, upon the blood of the trespass offering. And the remnant of the oil that is in the priest's hand he shall pour upon the head of him that is to be cleansed, and the priest shall make an atonement for him before Yahweh. And the priest shall offer the sin offering, and make an atonement for him that is to be cleansed from his uncleanness, and afterwards he shall kill the burnt offering. And the priest shall offer the burnt offering and the meat offering upon the altar, and the priest shall make an atonement for him, and he shall be clean. And if he be poor, and cannot get so much, then he shall take 1 lamb for a trespass offering to be waved, to make an atonement for him, and 1/10 deal of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering, and a log of oil, and 2 turtle doves, or 2 young pigeons, such as he is able to get. And the one shall be a sin offering, and the other a burnt offering. And he shall bring them on the 8th day for his cleansing unto the priest, unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly before Yahweh. And the priest shall take the lamb of the trespass offering, and the log of oil, and the priest shall wave them for a wave offering before Yahweh. And he shall kill the lamb of the trespass offering, and the priest shall take some of the blood of the trespass offering, put it upon the tip of the right ear of him that is to be cleansed, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot. And the priest shall pour of the oil into the palm of his own left hand. And the priest shall sprinkle with his right finger some of the oil that is in his left hand 7 times before Yahweh. And the priest shall put of that oil that is in his hand upon the tip of the right ear of him that is to be cleansed, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot, upon the place of the blood of the trespass offering. And the rest of the oil that is in the priest's hand he shall put upon the head of him that is to be cleansed, to make an atonement for him before Yahweh. And he shall offer the one of the turtle doves, or of the young pigeons, such as he can get, even such as he is able to get, the one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering, with the meat offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him that is to be cleansed before Yahweh. This is the Torah of him, in whom is the plague of leprosy, whose hand is not able to get that which pertains to his cleansing.
And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe and unto El Aharon, saying,
When ye are come into the land of Canaan, which I give to you for a possession, and I put the plague of leprosy in a house of the land of your possession, and he that owns the house shall come and tell the priest, saying, It seems to me there is, as it were, a plague in the house. Then the priest shall command that they empty the house before the priest go into it, to see the plague, that all that is in the house be not made unclean. And afterward the priest shall go in to see the house. And he shall look on the plague, and behold, if the plague be in the walls of the house, with hollow strakes, greenish or reddish, which in sight are lower than the wall, then the priest shall go out of the house to the door of the house, and shut up the house 7 days. And the priest shall come again the 7th day, and shall look, and behold, if the plague be spread in the walls of the house, then the priest shall command that they take away the stones in which the plague is, and they shall cast them into an unclean place without the city. And he shall cause the house to be scraped within round about, and they shall pour out the dust that they scrape off without the city into an unclean place. And they shall take other stones, and put them in the place of those stones. And he shall take other mortar, and shall plaster the house. And if the plague come again, and break out in the house, after that he has taken away the stones, and after he has scraped the house, and after it is plastered, then the priest shall come and look, and behold, if the plague be spread in the house, it is a fretting leprosy in the house, it is unclean. And he shall break down the house, the stones of it, and the timber thereof, and all the mortar of the house, and he shall carry them forth out of the city into an unclean place. Moreover, he that goes into the house all the while that it is shut up shall be unclean until the evening. And he that lies in the house shall wash his clothes, and he that eats in the house shall wash his clothes. And if the priest shall come in and look upon it, and behold, the plague has not spread in the house, after the house was plastered, then the priest shall pronounce the house clean, because the plague is healed. And he shall take to cleanse the house 2 birds, and cedar wood, and scarlet, and hyssop. And he shall kill the one of the birds in an earthen vessel over running water. And he shall take the cedar wood, and the hyssop, and the scarlet, and the living bird, and dip them in the blood of the slain bird, and in the running water, and sprinkle the house 7 times. And he shall cleanse the house with the blood of the bird, and with the running water, and with the living bird, and with the cedar wood, and with the hyssop, and with the scarlet. But he shall let go of the living bird out of the city into the open field, and make an atonement for the house, and it shall be clean. This is the Torah for all manner of plague, of leprosy and scald, and for the leprosy of a garment and of a house, and for a rising, and for a scab, and for a bright spot, to teach when it is unclean and when it is clean. This is the Torah of leprosy.
Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 15. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe and to El Aharon, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, When any man has a running issue out of his flesh, because of his issue he is unclean. And this shall be his uncleanness in his issue, whether his flesh run with his issue, or his flesh be stopped from his issue. It is his uncleanness. Every bed whereon he lies that has the issue is unclean, and everything whereon he sits shall be unclean. And whosoever touches his bed shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And he that sits on anything whereon he sat, that has the issue, shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And he that touches the flesh of him that has the issue, shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And if he that has the issue spit upon him that is clean, then he shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And what saddle soever he rides upon that has the issue shall be unclean. And whosoever touches anything that was under him shall be unclean until the evening. And he that bears any of those things shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And whomsoever he touches that has the issue, and has not rinsed his hands in water, he shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And the vessel of earth that he touches, which has the issue, shall be broken, and every vessel of wood shall be rinsed in water. And when he that has an issue is cleansed of his issue, then he shall number to himself 7 days for his cleansing, and wash his clothes, and bathe his flesh in running water, and shall be clean. And on the 8th day he shall take to him 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, and come before Yahuwah unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and give them unto the priest. And the priest shall offer them, the one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him before Yahuwah for his issue. And if any man's seed of copulation go out from him, then he shall wash all his flesh in water, and be unclean until the evening. And every garment and every skin whereon is the seed of copulation shall be washed with water, and be unclean until the evening. The woman also with whom the man shall lie with seed of copulation, they shall both bathe themselves in water, and be unclean until the evening. And if a woman have an issue, and her issue in her flesh be blood, she shall be put apart 7 days, and whosoever touches her shall be unclean until the evening. And everything that she lies upon in her separation shall be unclean. Everything also that she sits upon shall be unclean. And whosoever touches her bed shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And whosoever touches anything that she sat upon shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And if it be on her bed, or on anything whereon she sits, when he touches it, he shall be unclean until the evening. And if any man lie with her at all, and her flower be upon him, he shall be unclean 7 days, and all the bed whereon he lies shall be unclean. And if a woman have an issue of her blood many days out of the time of her separation, or if it run beyond the time of her separation, all the days of the issue of her uncleanness shall be as the days of her separation. She shall be unclean. Every bed whereon she lies, all the days of her issue shall be unto her as the bed of her separation, and whatsoever she sits upon shall be unclean, as the uncleanness of her separation. And whosoever touches those things shall be unclean, and shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. But if she be cleansed of her issue, then she shall number to herself 7 days, and after that she shall be clean. And on the 8th day she shall take unto her 2 turtle doves, or 2 young pigeons, and bring them unto the priest to the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And the priest shall offer the one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for her before Yahuwah for the issue of her uncleanness. Thus shall ye separate the children of Yasharel from their uncleanness, that they die not in their uncleanness, when they defile my tabernacle that is among them. This is the Torah of him that has an issue, and of him whose seed goes from him, and is defiled therewith, and of her that is sick of her flowers, and of him that has an issue, of the man and of the woman, and of him that lies with her that is unclean.
Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 16. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe after the death of the 2 sons of Aharon, when they offered before Yahweh and died. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Speak unto Aharon your brother, that he come not at all times into the holy place within the veil before the mercy seat, which is upon the ark, that he die not. For I will appear in the cloud upon the mercy seat. Thus shall Aharon come into the holy place, with a young bullock for a sin offering, and a ram for a burnt offering. He shall put on the holy linen coat, And he shall have the linen breeches upon his flesh, and shall be girded with a linen belt, and with the linen turban shall he be attired. These are holy garments. Therefore shall he wash his flesh in water, and so put them on. And he shall take of the assembly of the children of Yasharel 2 kids of the goats for a sin offering, and 1 ram for a burnt offering. And Aharon shall offer his bullock of the sin offering, which is for himself, and make an atonement for himself and for his house. And he shall take the 2 goats, and present them before Yahweh at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And Aharon shall cast lots upon the 2 goats, 1 lot for Yahuwah, and the other lot for Azazel. And Aharon shall bring the goat upon which Yahuwah's lot fell, and offer him for a sin offering. But the goat on which the lot fell to be for Azazel shall be presented alive before Yahuwah, to make an atonement with him, and to let him go for Azazel into the wilderness. And Aharon shall bring the bullock of the sin offering, which is for himself, and shall make an atonement for himself and for his house, and shall kill the bullock of the sin offering, which is for himself. And he shall take a censer full of burning coals of fire from off the altar before Yahuwah, and his hands full of sweet incense beaten small, and bring it within the veil. And he shall put the incense upon the fire before Yahuwah, that the cloud of the incense may cover the mercy seat that is upon the testimony, that he die not. And he shall take of the blood of the bullock, and sprinkle it with his finger upon the mercy seat eastward. And before the mercy seat shall he sprinkle of the blood with his finger 7 times. Then shall he kill the goat of the sin offering that is for the people, and bring his blood within the veil, and do with that blood as he did with the blood of the bullock, and sprinkle it upon the mercy seat, and before the mercy seat. And he shall make an atonement for the holy place, because of the uncleanness of the children of Yasharel, and because of their transgressions, in all of their sins. And so shall he do for the tabernacle of the assembly, that remains among them in the midst of their uncleanness. And there shall be no man in the tabernacle of the assembly, when he goes to make an atonement in the holy place, until he comes out, and have made an atonement for himself, and for his household, and for all the assembly of Yasharel. And he shall go out unto the altar that is before Yahuwah, and make an atonement for it, and shall take of the blood of the bullock, and of the blood of the goat, and put it upon the horns of the altar round about. And he shall sprinkle the blood upon it with his finger 7 times, and cleanse it, and hallow it from the uncleanness of the children of Yasharel. And when he has made an end of reconciling the holy place, and the tabernacle of the assembly, and the altar, he shall bring the live goat. And Aharon shall lay both his hands upon the head of the live goat, and confess over him all the iniquities of the children of Yasharel, and all their transgression in all their sins, putting them upon the head of the goat, and shall send him away by the hand of a fit man into the wilderness. And the goat shall bear upon him all their iniquities, unto a land not inhabited, and he shall let go the goat in the wilderness. And Aharon shall come into the tabernacle of the assembly, and shall put off the linen garments which he put on when he went into the holy place, and shall leave them there. And he shall wash his flesh with water in the holy place, and put on his garments, and come forth, and offer his burnt offering, and the burnt offering of the people, and make an atonement for himself and for the people. And the fat of the sin offering shall he burn upon the altar. And he that let go the goat for Azazel shall wash his clothes, and bathe his flesh in water, and afterwards come into the camp. And the bullock for the sin offering, and the goat for the sin offering, and whose blood was brought in to make an atonement in the holy place, shall one carry forth without the camp, and they shall burn in the fire their skins, and their flesh, and their dung. And he that burns them shall wash his clothes, and bathe his flesh in water, and afterwards he shall come into the camp. And this shall be a statute forever unto you, that in the 7th month, on the 10th day of the month, ye shall afflict your souls, and do no work at all, whether it be one of your own country, or a stranger that sojourns among you. For on that day shall the priest make an atonement for you, to cleanse you, that ye may be clean from all your sins before Yahweh. It shall be a Sabbath of rest unto you. Ye shall afflict your souls by a statute forever. And the priest, whom he shall anoint, and whom he shall consecrate to minister in the priest's office in his father's stead, shall make the atonement, and shall put on the linen clothes, even the holy garments. And he shall make an atonement for the holy sanctuary, and he shall make an atonement for the tabernacle of the assembly, and for the altar, and he shall make an atonement for the priests, and for all the people of the assembly. And this shall be an everlasting statute unto you, to make an atonement for the children of Yasharel for all their sins once a year.
And he did as Yahweh commanded Moshe. Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 17. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto El-Aharon and unto his sons, and unto all the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, This is the thing which Yahweh has commanded, saying, What man soever there be of the house of Yasharel, that kills an ox, or lamb, or goat, in the camp, or that kills it out of the camp, and brings it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, to offer an offering unto Yahweh before the tabernacle of Yahweh, blood shall be imputed unto that man. He has shed blood, and that man shall be cut off from among his people. To the end that the children of Yasharel may bring their sacrifices, which they offer in the open field, even that they may bring them unto Yahweh, unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, unto the priest, and offer them for peace offerings unto Yahweh. And priests shall sprinkle the blood upon the altar of Yahweh at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and burn the fat for a sweet savor unto Yahweh. And they shall no more offer their sacrifices unto devils, after whom they have gone a-whoring. This shall be a statute forever unto them throughout their generations. And you shall say unto them, Whatsoever man there be of the house of Yasharel, or of the strangers which sojourn among you, that offers a burnt offering or sacrifice, and brings it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, to offer it unto Yahweh, even that man shall be cut off from among his people. And whatsoever man there be of the house of Yasharel, or of the strangers that sojourn among you, that eats any manner of blood, I will even set my face against that soul that eats the blood, and will cut him off from among his people. For the soul of the flesh is in the blood. He and I have given it to you upon the altar to make an atonement for your souls. For it is the blood of him that makes an atonement in the soul. Therefore I said unto the children of Yasharel, No soul of you shall eat blood, neither shall any stranger that sojourns among you eat blood. And whatsoever man there be of the children of Yasharel, or of the strangers that sojourn among you, which hunts and catches a beast or fowl that may be eaten, he shall even pour out the blood thereof, and cover it with dust. For it is the life of all flesh. The blood of it is for the life thereof. Therefore I said unto the children of Yasharel, Ye shall eat the blood of no manner of flesh, for the life of all flesh is the blood thereof. Whosoever eats it shall be cut off. And every soul that eats that which died of itself, or that which was torn with beasts, whether it be one of your own country or a stranger, he shall both wash his clothes and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. Then shall he be clean. But if he wash them not, nor bathe his flesh, then he shall bear his iniquity.
Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 18. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, I am Yahweh Elohim. After the doings of the land of Mitzrayim, where ye dwell, shall ye not do. And after the doings of the land of Canaan, whither I bring you, shall ye not do. Neither shall ye walk in their ordinances. Ye shall do my judgments, and guard my ordinances, to walk therein. I am Yahuwah Elohim. Ye shall therefore guard my statutes and my judgments, which if a man do, he shall live in them. I am Yahuwah. None of you shall approach to any that is near of kin to him, to uncover their nakedness. I am Yahuwah. The nakedness of your father, or the nakedness of your mother, shall you not uncover. She is your mother. You shall not uncover her nakedness. The nakedness of your father's woman shall you not uncover. It is your father's nakedness. The nakedness of your sister, the daughter of your father, the daughter of your mother, whether she be born at home or born abroad, even their nakedness you shall not uncover. The nakedness of your son's daughter, or of your daughter's daughter, even their nakedness you shall not uncover, for theirs is your own nakedness. The nakedness of your father's woman's daughter, begotten of your father, she is your sister. You shall not uncover her nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's sister. She is your father's near kinswoman. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your mother's sister, for she is your mother's near kinswoman. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's brother. You shall not approach to his woman. She is your aunt. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your daughter-in-law. She is your son's woman. You shall not uncover her nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your brother's woman. It is your brother's nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of a woman and her daughter. Neither shall you take her son's daughter or her daughter's daughter to uncover her nakedness, for they are your near kinswoman. It is wickedness. Neither shall you take a woman to her sister to vex her, to uncover her nakedness, beside the other in her lifetime. Also, you shall not approach unto a woman to uncover her nakedness, as long as she is put apart for her uncleanness. Moreover, you shall not lie carnally with your neighbor's woman to defile yourself with her. And you shall not let any of your seed pass through the fire to Molech, neither shall you profane the name of your Elohim. I am Yahweh. You shall not lie with mankind as with womankind. It is an abomination. Neither shall you lie with any beast to defile yourself therewith. Neither shall any woman stand before a beast to lie down thereto. It is confusion. Defile not ye yourselves in any of these things, for in all these the nations are defiled, which I cast out before you. And the land is defiled, therefore I do visit the iniquity thereof upon it, and the land itself vomits out her inhabitants. Ye shall therefore guard my statutes and my judgments, and shall not commit any of these abominations, neither any of your own nation, nor any stranger that sojourns among you. For all these abominations have the men of the land done, which were before you, and the land is defiled, that the land spew not you out also, when ye defile it, as it spewed out the nations that were before you. For whosoever shall commit any of these abominations, even the souls that commit them shall be cut off from among their people. Therefore shall ye guard my ordinance, that ye commit not any of these abominable customs, which were committed before you, and that ye defile not yourselves therein. I am Yahuwah Elohim.
Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 19. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto all the assembly of the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, Ye shall be holy, for I, Yahuwah Elohim, am holy. Ye shall fear every man his mother and his father, and guard my Shabbathot. I am Yahuwah Elohim. Turn ye not unto idols, nor make to yourselves molten Elohim. I am Yahuwah Elohim. And if ye offer a sacrifice of peace offerings unto Yahuwah, ye shall offer it at your own will. It shall be eaten the same day ye offer it, and on the morrow. And if aught remain unto the third day, it shall be burnt in the fire. And if it be eaten at all on the third day, it is abominable. It shall not be accepted. Therefore everyone that eats it shall bear his iniquity, because he has profaned the hallowed thing of Yahuwah, and that soul shall be cut off from among his people. And when ye reap the harvest of your land, ye shall not wholly reap the corners of your field, neither shall you gather the gleanings of your harvest. And you shall not glean your vineyard, neither shall you gather every grape of your vineyard. You shall leave them for the poor and stranger. I am Yahuwah Elohim. Ye shall not steal, neither deal falsely, neither lie one to another. And ye shall not swear by my name falsely, neither shall you profane the name of your Elohim. I am Yahuwah. You shall not defraud your neighbor, neither rob him. The wages of him that is hired shall not abide with you all night until the morning. You shall not curse the deaf, nor put a stumbling block before the blind, but shall fear your Elohim. I am Yahuwah. Ye shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. You shall not respect the person of the poor, nor honor the person of the mighty, but in righteousness shall you judge your neighbor. You shall not go up and down as a talebearer among your people, neither shall you stand against the blood of your neighbor. I am Yahuwah. You shall not hate your brother in your heart. You shall in any wise rebuke your neighbor, and not suffer sin upon him. You shall not avenge, nor bear any grudge against the children of your people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am Yahuwah. Ye shall guard my statutes. You shall not let your cattle gender with a diverse kind. You shall not sow your field with mingled seed. Neither shall a garment mingled of linen and woolen come upon you. And whosoever lies carnally with a woman that is a bondmaid, betrothed to a man, and not at all redeemed, nor freedom given her, she shall be scourged. They shall not be put to death, because she was not free. And he shall bring his trespass offering unto Yahweh, unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, even a ram for a trespass offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering before Yahweh, for his sin which he has done, and the sin which he has done shall be forgiven him. And when ye come into the land, and shall have planted all manner of trees for food, then ye shall count the fruit thereof as uncircumcised. 3 years shall it be as uncircumcised unto you. It shall not be eaten of. But in the 4th year all the fruit thereof shall be holy to praise Yahweh withal. And in the 5th year shall ye eat of the fruit thereof, that it may yield unto you the increase thereof. I am Yahweh Elohim. Ye shall not eat anything with the blood, neither shall ye use enchantment, nor practice sorcery. You shall not round the corners of your heads, neither shall you mar the corners of your beard. You shall not make any cuttings in your flesh for the dead, nor print any marks upon you. I am Yahweh. Do not prostitute your daughter, to cause her to be a whore, lest the land fall to whoredom, and the land become full of wickedness. Ye shall guard my Shabbathot, and reverence my sanctuary. I am Yahweh. Regard not them that have familiar spirits, neither seek after wizards to be defiled by them. I am Yahweh Elohim. You shall rise up before the gray head, and honor the face of the old man, and fear your Elohim. I am Yahweh. And if a stranger sojourn with you in your land, ye shall not vex him. But the stranger that dwells with you shall be unto you as one born among you, and you shall love him as yourself. For ye were strangers in the land of Mitzrayim. I am Yahweh Elohim. Ye shall do no unrighteousness in judgment, in meat yard, in weight, or in measure. Just balances, just weights, a just ephah, and a just hin shall ye have. I am Yahweh Elohim, which brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim. Therefore shall ye guard all my statutes, and all my judgments, and do them. I am Yahweh.
Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 20. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Again you shall say to the children of Yasharel, whosoever he be of the children of Yasharel, or of the strangers that sojourn in Yasharel, that gives any of his seed unto Molech, he shall surely be put to death. The people of the land shall stone him with stones. And I will set my face against that man, and I will cut him off from among his people, because he has given of his seed unto Molech, to defile my sanctuary, and to profane my holy name. And if the people of the land do any ways hide their eyes from the man, when he gives of his seed unto Molech, and kill him not, then I will set my face against that man, and against his family, and will cut him off, and all that go a-whoring after him, to commit whoredom with Molech, from among their people. And the soul that turns after such as have familiar spirits, and after wizards, to go a-whoring after them, I will even set my face against that soul, and will cut him off from among his people. Sanctify yourselves, therefore, and be ye holy, for I am Yahweh Elohim. And ye shall guard my statutes, and do them. I am Yahweh Mekodishkim. For everyone that curses his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. He has cursed his father or his mother. His blood shall be upon him. And the man that breaks wedlock with another man's woman, even he that breaks wedlock with his neighbor's woman, the man and the woman that breaks wedlock shall surely be put to death. And the man that lies with his father's woman has uncovered his father's nakedness. Both of them shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. And if a man lie with his daughter-in-law, both of them shall surely be put to death. They have wrought confusion. Their blood shall be upon them. If a man also lie with mankind, as he lies with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. And if a man take a woman and her mother, it is wickedness. They shall be burnt with fire, both he and they. that there be no wickedness among you. And if a man lie with a beast, he shall surely be put to death, and ye shall slay the beast. And if a woman approach unto any beast and lie down thereto, you shall kill the woman and the beast, they shall surely be put to death, their blood shall be upon them. And if a man shall take his sister, his father's daughter, or his mother's daughter, and see her nakedness, and she see his nakedness, it is a wicked thing, and they shall be cut off in the sight of their people. He has uncovered his sister's nakedness, he shall bear his iniquity. And if a man shall lie with a woman having her sickness, and shall uncover her nakedness, he has discovered her fountain, and she has uncovered the fountain of her blood, and both of them shall be cut off from among their people. And you shall not uncover the nakedness of your mother's sister, nor of your father's sister, for he uncovers his near kin, they shall bear their iniquity. And if a man shall lie with his uncle's woman, he has uncovered his uncle's nakedness, they shall bear their sin, they shall die childless. And if a man shall take his brother's woman, it is an unclean thing, he has uncovered his brother's nakedness, they shall be childless. Ye shall therefore guard all my statutes and all my judgments, and do them, that the land whither I bring you to dwell therein spew you not out. And ye shall not walk in the manner of the nation which I cast out before you, for they committed all these things, and therefore I abhorred them. But I have said unto you, ye shall inherit their land, and I will give unto you to possess it, a land that flows with milk and honey. I am Yahweh Elohim, which have separated you from other people. Ye shall therefore put difference between clean beasts and unclean, and between unclean fowls and clean. And ye shall not make your souls abominable by beast, or by fowl, or by any manner of living thing that creeps on the ground, which I have separated from you as unclean. And ye shall be holy unto me, for I, Yahweh, am holy, and have severed you from other people, that ye should be mine. A man also, or a woman that has a familiar spirit, or that is a wizard, shall surely be put to death. They shall stone them with stones, their blood shall be upon them.
Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 21. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Speak unto the priests, the sons of Aharon, and say unto them, There shall none be defiled for the dead among his people, but for his kin that is near unto him, that is, for his mother and for his father, and for his son, and for his daughter, and for his brother, and for his sister a virgin, that is nigh unto him, which has had no man, for her may he be defiled. But he shall not defile himself, being a chief among his people, to profane himself. They shall not make baldness upon their head, neither shall they shave off the corners of their beard, nor make any cuttings in their flesh. They shall be holy unto their Elohim, and not profane the name of their Elohim. For the offerings of Yahweh made by fire, and the bread of their Elohim they do offer. Therefore they shall be holy. They shall not take a woman that is a whore, or profane, neither shall they take a woman put away from her man, for he is holy unto his Elohim. You shall sanctify him therefore, for he offers the bread of your Elohim. He shall be holy unto you, for I, Yahweh, which sanctify you, am holy. And the daughter of any priest, if she profane herself by playing the whore, she profanes her father, she shall be burnt with fire. And he that is high priest among his brethren, upon whose head the anointing oil was poured, and that is consecrated to put on the garments, shall not uncover his head, nor rend his clothes. Neither shall he go in to any dead body, nor defile himself for his father, or for his mother. Neither shall he go out of the sanctuary, nor profane the sanctuary of his Elohim, for the crown of the anointing oil of his Elohim is upon him. I am Yahweh. And he shall take a woman in her virginity, a widow or a divorced woman, or profane, or a harlot, these shall he not take, but he shall take a virgin of his own people to be his woman. Neither shall he profane his seed among his people, for I, Yahweh, do sanctify him.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto Aharon, saying, Whosoever he be of your seed in their generations, that has any blemish, let him not approach to offer the bread of his Elohim. For whosoever man he be that has a blemish, he shall not approach, a blind man or a lame, or he that has a flat nose, or anything superfluous, or a man that is broken-footed, or broken-handed, or crook-backed, or a dwarf, or that has a blemish in his eye, or be scurvy, or scabbed, or has his stones broken. No man that has a blemish of the seed of Aharon the priest shall come nigh to offer the offerings of Yahuwah, made by fire. He has a blemish. He shall not come nigh to offer the bread of his Elohim. He shall not eat the bread of his Elohim, both of the most holy and of the holy. Only he shall not go in unto the veil, nor come nigh unto the altar, because he has a blemish, that he profane not my sanctuaries. For I, Yahuwah, do sanctify them.
And Moshe told it unto Aharon, and to his sons, and to all the children of Yashrael. Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 22. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto Aharon and to his sons, that they separate themselves from the holy things of the children of Yasharel, and that they profane not my holy name in those things, which they hallow unto me. I am Yahuwah. Say unto them, whosoever he be of all your seed among your generations, that goes unto the holy things, which the children of Yasharel hallow unto Yahuwah, having his uncleanness upon him, that soul shall be cut off from my presence. I am Yahuwah. What man soever of the seed of Aharon is a leper, or has a running issue, he shall not eat of the holy things until he be clean. And whoso touches anything that is unclean by the dead, or a man whose seed goes from him, or whosoever touches any creeping thing whereby he may be made unclean, or a man of whom he may take uncleanness, whatsoever uncleanness he has, the soul which has touched any such thing shall be unclean until evening, and shall not eat of the holy things, unless he wash his flesh with water. And when the sun is down, he shall be clean, and shall afterward eat of the holy things, because it is his food. That which dies of itself, or is torn with beasts, he shall not eat, to defile himself therewith. I am Yahuwah. They shall therefore guard my ordinance, lest they bear sin for it, and die therefore. If they profane it, I, Yahuwah, do sanctify them. There shall no stranger eat of the holy thing. A sojourner of the priest, or a hired servant, shall not eat of the holy thing. But if the priest buy any soul with his money, he shall eat of it. And he that is born in his house, they shall eat of his meat. If the priest's daughter also be married unto a stranger, she may not eat of an offering of the holy things. But if the priest's daughter be a widow, or divorced, and have no child, and is returned unto her father's house, as in her youth, she shall eat of her father's meat, but there shall no stranger eat thereof. And if a man eat of the holy thing unwittingly, then he shall put the fifth part thereof unto it, and shall give it unto the priest with the holy thing. And they shall not profane the holy things of the children of Yasharel, which they offer unto Yahuwah, or suffer them to bear the iniquity of trespass, when they eat their holy things. For I, Yahuwah, do sanctify them.
And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto Aharon, and to his sons, and unto all the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, whatsoever he be of the house of Yasharel, or of the strangers in Yasharel, that will offer his oblation for all his vows, and for all his freewill offerings, which they will offer unto Yahuwah for a burnt offering, ye shall offer at your own will a male without blemish, of the cattle, of the sheep, or of the goats. But whatsoever has a blemish, that shall ye not offer, for it shall not be acceptable for you. And whosoever offers a sacrifice of peace offerings unto Yahuwah, to accomplish his vow, or a freewill offering in cattle or sheep, it shall be perfect to be accepted. There shall be no blemish therein. Blind, or broken, or maimed, or having a running sore, or scurvy, or scabbed, ye shall not offer these unto Yahuwah, nor make an offering by fire of them upon the altar unto Yahuwah. Either a bullock or a lamb that has anything superfluous, or lacking in his parts, that may you offer for a freewill offering, but for a vow it shall not be accepted. Ye shall not offer unto Yahweh that which is bruised, or crushed, or broken, or cut, neither shall ye make any offerings thereof in your land. Neither from a stranger's hand shall ye offer the bread of your Elohim of any of these, because their corruption is in them, and blemishes be in them. They shall not be accepted for you.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
When a bullock or a sheep or a goat is brought forth, then it shall be 7 days under the dam, and from the 8th day and thenceforth it shall be accepted for an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. And whether it be cow or ewe, ye shall not kill it, and her young, both in 1 day. And when ye offer a sacrifice of thanksgiving unto Yahweh, offer it at your own will. On the same day it shall be eaten up. Ye shall leave none of it until the morrow. I am Yahweh. Therefore shall ye guard my commandments, and do them. I am Yahweh. Neither shall ye profane my holy name, but I will be hallowed among the children of Yasharel. I am Yahweh, which hallow you, that brought you out of the land of Mizraim, to be your Elohim. I am Yahweh.
Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 23. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them concerning the feasts of Yahweh, which ye shall proclaim to be holy assemblies. Even these are my feasts. 6 days shall work be done, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of rest, a holy assembly. Ye shall do no work therein. It is the Sabbath of Yahweh in all your dwellings. These are the feasts of Yahweh, even holy assemblies, which ye shall proclaim in their appointed times. In the 14th day of the 1st month at evening is Yahweh's Pesach. And on the 15th day of the same month is the feast of Matzah unto Yahweh. 7 days ye must eat matzah, unleavened bread. In the 1st day ye shall have a holy assembly. Ye shall do no servile work therein, but ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto Yahweh 7 days. In the 7th day is a holy assembly. Ye shall do no servile work therein.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, When ye are come into the land which I give unto you, and shall reap the harvest thereof, then ye shall bring a sheaf of the first fruits of your harvest unto the priest. And he shall wave the sheaf before Yahweh, to be accepted for you. On the morrow after the Sabbath, the priest shall wave it. And ye shall offer that day when ye wave the sheaf, a he-lamb without blemish, of the 1st year, for a burnt offering unto Yahweh. And the meat offering thereof shall be 2/10 deals of fine flour mingled with oil, an offering made by fire unto Yahweh, for a sweet savor. And the drink offering thereof shall be of wine, the 4th part of a hin. And ye shall eat neither bread, nor parched grain, nor green ears, until the selfsame day that ye have brought an offering unto your Elohim. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations, in all your dwellings. And ye shall count unto you from the morrow after the Sabbath, from the day that ye brought the sheaf of the wave offering, 7 Shavuot. Sabbaths shall be complete. Even unto the morrow after the 7th Sabbath shall ye number 50 days, and ye shall offer a new meat offering unto Yahweh. Ye shall bring out of your habitations 2 wave loaves of 2/10 deals. They shall be of fine flour. They shall be baken with leaven. They are the first fruits unto Yahweh. And ye shall offer with the bread 7 lambs, without blemish of the 1st year, and 1 bullock, and 2 rams. They shall be for a burnt offering unto Yahweh, with their meat offering, and their drink offerings, even an offering made by fire of sweet savor unto Yahweh. Then ye shall sacrifice 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and 2 lambs of the 1st year for a sacrifice of peace offerings. And the priest shall wave them with the bread of the first fruits for a wave offering before Yahweh. with the 2 lambs. They shall be holy to Yahuwah for the priest. And ye shall proclaim on the selfsame day, that it may be a holy assembly unto you. Ye shall do no servile work therein. It shall be a statute forever in your dwellings, throughout your generations. And when ye reap the harvest of your land, you shall not make clean riddance of the corners of your field when you reap. Neither shall you gather any gleanings of your harvest. You shall leave them unto the poor, and to the stranger. I am Yahuwah Elohim.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, saying, In the 7th month, on the 1st day of the month, shall ye have a Sabbath, a memorial of blowing of shofarot, Yom Teruah, the feast of trumpets, the day of the awakening blast, the holy assembly. Ye shall do no servile work therein, but ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto Yahuwah.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Also on the 10th day of this 7th month is Yom Kippurim, the day of atonement. It shall be a holy assembly unto you, and ye shall afflict your souls, and offer an offering made by fire unto Yahuwah. And ye shall do no work in that same day, for it is Yom Kippurim, to make an atonement for you before Yahuwah Elohim. For whatsoever soul it be that shall not be afflicted in that same day, he shall be cut off from among his people. And whatsoever soul it be that does any work in that same day, the same soul will I destroy from among his people. Ye shall do no manner of work. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations in all your dwellings. It shall be unto you a Sabbath of rest, and ye shall afflict your souls in the 9th day of the month at evening. From evening unto evening shall ye celebrate your Sabbath.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, saying, The 15th day of this 7th month shall be the feast of Sukkot, tabernacles, for 7 days unto Yahuwah. On the 1st day shall be a holy assembly. Ye shall do no servile work therein. 7 days ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto Yahuwah. On the 8th day shall be a holy assembly unto you, and ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto Yahuwah. It is a solemn assembly, and ye shall do no servile work therein. These are the feasts of Yahuwah, which ye shall proclaim to be holy assemblies, to offer an offering made by fire unto Yahuwah, a burnt offering and a meat offering, a sacrifice and drink offerings, everything upon his day. Besides the Shavuot, Sabbaths of Yahuwah, and beside your gifts, and beside all your vows, and beside all your freewill offerings, which ye give unto Yahuwah. Also in the 15th day of the 7th month, when ye have gathered in the fruit of the land, ye shall keep a feast unto Yahuwah 7 days. On the 1st day shall be a Sabbath, and on the 8th day shall be a Sabbath. And ye shall take you on the 1st day the boughs of goodly trees, branches of palm trees, and the boughs of thick trees, and willows of the brook, and ye shall rejoice before Yahuwah Elohim 7 days. And ye shall keep it a feast unto Yahuwah 7 days in the year. It shall be a statute forever in your generations. Ye shall celebrate it in the 7th month. Ye shall dwell in sukkahs, booths, 7 days. All that are Yasharel born shall dwell in sukkahs. That your generations may know that I made the children of Yasharel to dwell in sukkahs, when I brought them out of the land of Mitzrayim. I am Yahuwah Elohim.
And Moshe declared unto the children of Yasharel the feasts of Yahuwah. Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 24. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Command the children of Yasharel that they bring unto you pure olive oil, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually, without the veil of the testimony. In the tabernacle of the assembly shall Aharon order it from the evening unto the morning before Yahuwah continually. It shall be a statute forever in your generations. He shall order the lamps upon the pure menorah, 7-branched candlestick, before Yahuwah continually. And you shall take fine flour, and bake 12 cakes thereof, 2/10 deals shall be in one cake, and you shall set them in 2 rows, 6 on a row, upon the pure table before Yahweh. And you shall put pure frankincense upon each row, that it may be on the bread for a memorial, even a memorial made by fire unto Yahweh. Every Sabbath he shall set it in order before Yahweh continually, being taken from the children of Yasharel by an everlasting covenant. And it shall be Aaron and his sons, and they shall eat it in the holy place, for it is most holy unto him of the offerings of Yahweh made by fire, by a perpetual statute.
And the son of a Yashareliteth woman, whose father was a Mitzri, went out among the children of Yasharel. And this son of the Yashareliteth woman and a man of Yasharel strove together in the camp. And the Yashareliteth woman's son blasphemed the name of Yahweh, and cursed. And they brought him unto Moshe, and his mother's name was Shelomith, the daughter of Divri, of the tribe of Dan. And they put him in ward, that the mind of Yahweh might be showed them. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Bring forth him that has cursed without the camp, and let all that heard him lay their hands upon his head, and let all the assembly stone him. And you shall speak unto the children of Yasharel, saying, Whosoever curses his Elohim shall bear his sin. And he that blasphemes the name of Yahweh, he shall surely be put to death. And all the assembly shall certainly stone him, as well the stranger, as he that is born in the land, when he blasphemes the name of Yahweh, shall be put to death. And he that kills any man shall surely be put to death. And he that kills a beast shall make it good, beast for beast. And if a man cause a blemish in his neighbor, as he has done, so shall it be done to him. Breach for breach, eye for eye, tooth for tooth. As he has caused a blemish in a man, so shall it be done to him again. And he that kills a beast, he shall restore it. And he that kills a man, he shall be put to death. Ye shall have one manner of law, as well for the stranger, as for one of your own country. For I am Yahweh Elohim.
And Moshe spoke to the children of Yasharel, that they should bring forth him that had cursed out of the camp, and stone him with stones. And the children of Yasharel did as Yahweh commanded Moshe. Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 25. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe in Mount Sinai, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, When ye come into the land which I give you, then shall the land keep a Sabbath unto Yahweh. 6 years you shall sow your field, and 6 years you shall prune your vineyard, and gather in the fruit thereof. But in the 7th year shall be a Sabbath of rest unto the land, a Sabbath for Yahweh. You shall neither sow your field, nor prune your vineyard. That which grows of its own accord of your harvest you shall not reap, neither gather the grapes of your vine undressed, for it is a year of rest unto the land. And the Sabbath of the land shall be food for you and for your servant, and for your maid, and for your hired servant, and for your stranger that sojourns with you, and for your cattle, and for the beasts that are in your land, shall all the increase thereof be meat. And you shall number 7 Shabbathot, Sabbaths of years unto you, 7 times 7 years, and the space of the 7 Shabbathot of years shall be unto you 49 years. Then shall you cause the shofar of the Jubilee to sound on the 10th day of the 7th month, in Yom Kippurim, the Day of Atonement, shall ye make the shofar sound throughout all your land. And ye shall hallow the 50th year, and proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto all the inhabitants thereof. It shall be a jubilee unto you, and ye shall return every man unto his possession, and ye shall return every man unto his family. A jubilee shall that 50th year be unto you. Ye shall not sow, neither reap that which grows of itself in it, nor gather the grapes in it of your vine undressed. For it is the Jubilee, it shall be holy unto you. Ye shall eat the increase thereof out of the field. In the year of this Jubilee, ye shall return every man unto his possession. And if ye sell aught unto your neighbor, or buy aught of your neighbor's hand, ye shall not oppress one another. According to the number of years after the Jubilee, you shall buy of your neighbor, and according unto the number of years of the fruits, he shall sell unto you. According to the multitude of years, you shall increase the price thereof, and according to the fewness of years, you shall diminish the price of it. For according to the number of the years of the fruits, he sells unto you. Ye shall not therefore oppress one another, but you shall fear your Elohim, for I am Yahuwah Elohaikum. Wherefore ye shall do my statutes, and guard my judgments, and do them, and ye shall dwell in the land in safety. And the land shall yield her fruit, and ye shall eat your fill, and dwell therein in safety. And if ye say, what shall we eat the 7th year? Behold, we shall not sow, nor gather in our increase. Then I will command my blessing upon you in the 6th year, and it shall bring forth fruit for 3 years. And ye shall sow the 8th year, and eat yet of old fruit until the 9th year. Until her fruits come in, ye shall eat of the old store. The land shall not be sold forever, for the land is mine, and ye are strangers and sojourners with me. And in all the land of your possession ye shall grant a redemption for the land. If your brother be waxen poor, and has sold away some of his possession, and if any of his kin come to redeem it, then shall he redeem that which his brother sold. And if the man have not to redeem it, and himself be able to redeem it, then let him count the years of the sale thereof, and restore the overplus unto the man whom he sold it, that he may return unto his possession. But if he be not able to restore it to him, then that which is sold shall remain in the hand of him that has bought it until the year of Jubilee. And in the Jubilee it shall go out, and he shall return unto his possession. And if a man sell a dwelling house in a walled city, then he may redeem it within a whole year after it is sold. Within a full year may he redeem it. And if it be not redeemed within the space of a full year, then the house that is in the walled city shall be established forever to him, that brought it throughout his generations. It shall not go out in the Jubilee. But the houses of the villages which have no wall round about them shall be counted as the fields of the country. They may be redeemed, and they shall go out in the Jubilee. Notwithstanding, the cities of the Levi'im, of the houses of the cities of their possession, may the Levi'im redeem at any time. And if a man purchases of the Levi'im, then the house that was sold, and the city of his possession, shall go out in the year of Jubilee. For the houses of the cities of the Levi'im are their possession, among the children of Yasharel. But the field of the suburbs of their cities may not be sold, for it is their perpetual possession. And if your brother be waxen poor, and fallen in decay with you, then you shall relieve him, yea, though he be a stranger or a sojourner, that he may live with you. Take no usury of him, or increase, but fear your Elohim, that your brother may live with you. You shall not give him your money upon usury, nor lend him your victuals for increase. I am Yahuwah Elohaikum, which brought you forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, to give you the land of Canaan, and to be your Elohim. And if your brother that dwells by you be waxen poor, and be sold unto you, you shall not compel him to serve as a bondservant, but as a hired servant, and as a sojourner. He shall be with you, and shall serve you unto the year of Jubilee. And then shall he depart from you, both he and his children with him, and shall return unto his own family, and unto the possession of his fathers shall he return. For they are my servants, which I brought forth out of the land of Mitzrayim. They shall not be sold as bondmen. You shall not rule over him with rigor, but shall fear your Elohim. Both your bondmen and your bondmaids, which you shall have, shall be of the heathen that are round about you. Of them shall ye buy bondmen and bondmaids. Moreover, of the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you, of them shall ye buy, and of their families that are with you, which they begat in your land, and they shall be your possession. And ye shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit them for a possession. They shall be your bondmen forever. But over your brethren, the children of Yasharel, you shall not rule one over another with rigor. And if a sojourner or a stranger wax rich by you, and your brother that dwells by him wax poor, and sell himself unto the stranger or sojourner by you, or to the stock of the stranger's family, after that he is sold, he may be redeemed again. One of his brethren may redeem him. Either his uncle or his uncle's son may redeem him, or any that is nigh of kin unto him of his family may redeem him, or if he be able, he may redeem himself. And he shall reckon with him that bought him from the year that he was sold unto him, unto the year of Jubilee. And the price of his sale shall be according to the number of years, according to the time of a hired servant shall it be with him. If there be yet many years behind, according unto them he shall give again the price of his redemption, out of the money that he was bought for. And if there remain but few years unto the year of Jubilee, then he shall count with him, and according unto his years shall he give him again the price of his redemption. And as a yearly hired servant shall be with him, and the other shall not rule with rigor over him in your sight. And if he be not redeemed in these years, then he shall go out in the year of Jubilee, both he and his children with him. For unto me the children of Yasharel are servants. They are my servants, whom I brought forth out of the land of Mitzrayim. I am Yahuwah Elohim.
Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 26.
Ye shall make you no idols, nor graven image, neither rear you up a standing image, neither shall ye set up any image of stone in your land, to bow down unto it, for I am Yahuwah Elohim. Ye shall guard my Sabbaths, and reverence my sanctuary. I am Yahuwah. If ye walk in my statutes, and guard my commandments, and do them, then I will give you rain in due season, and the land shall yield her increase, and the trees of the field shall yield their fruit. And your threshing shall reach unto the vintage, and the vintage shall reach unto the sowing time. And ye shall eat your bread to the full, and dwell in your land safely. And I will give peace in the land, lying down with nothing to fear, and the Sabbath of life. Though evil be part of the land, there is no sword to bring in the land. And ye shall chase your enemies, and they shall fall before you by the sword. And 5 of you shall chase 100, and 100 of you shall put 10,000 to flight. And your enemies shall fall before you by the sword. For I will have respect unto you, and make you fruitful, and multiply you, and establish my covenant with you. And ye shall eat old store, and bring forth the old because of the new. And I will set my tabernacle among you, and my soul shall not abhor you. And I will walk among you, and will be your Elohim, and ye shall be my people. I am Yahuwah Elohim, which brought you forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, that ye should not be their bondmen. And I have broken the bands of your yoke, and made you go upright. But if ye will not hearken unto me, and will not do all these commandments, and if ye shall despise my statutes, or if your soul abhor my judgments, so that ye will not do all my commandments, but that ye break my covenant, I also will do this unto you. I will even appoint over you terror, consumption, and the burning on, that shall consume the eyes, and cause sorrow of heart. And ye shall sow your seed in vain, for your enemies shall eat it. And I will set my face against you, and ye shall be slain before your enemies. They that hate you shall reign over you, and ye shall flee when none pursues you. And if ye will not yet for all this hearken unto me, then I will punish you 7 times more for your sins. And I will break the pride of your power, and I will make your heaven as iron, and your earth as brass. And your strength shall be spent in vain, for your land shall not yield her increase, neither shall the trees of the land yield their fruits. And if ye walk contrary unto me, and will not hearken unto me, I will bring 7 times more plagues upon you according to your sins. I will also send wild beasts among you, which shall rob you of your children, and destroy your cattle, and make you few in number, and your highways shall be desolate. And if ye will not be reformed by me by these things, but will walk contrary unto me, then will I walk contrary unto you, and will punish you yet 7 times for your sins. And I will bring a sword upon you, that shall avenge the quarrel of my covenant. And when ye are gathered together within your cities, I will send the pestilence among you, and ye shall be delivered into the hand of the enemy. And when I have broken the staff of your bread, 10 women shall bake your bread in one oven, and they shall deliver you your bread again by weight, and ye shall eat and not be satisfied. And if ye will not for all this hearken unto me, but walk contrary unto me, then I will walk contrary unto you also in fury, and I, even I, will chastise you 7 times for your sins. And ye shall eat the flesh of your sons, and the flesh of your daughters shall ye eat. And I will destroy your high places, and cut down your images, and cast your carcasses upon the carcasses of your idols, and my soul shall abhor you. And I will make your cities waste, and bring your sanctuaries unto desolation. And I will not smell the savor of your sweet odors. And I will bring the land unto desolation, and your enemies which dwell therein shall be astonished at it. And I will scatter you among the heathen, and will draw out my sword after you. And your land shall be desolate, and your cities waste. Then shall the land enjoy her Shabbathot, as long as it lies desolate, and ye be in your enemy's land. Even then shall the land rest, and enjoy her Shabbathot. As long as it lies desolate, it shall rest, because it did not rest in your Shabbathot, when ye dwelt upon it. And upon them that are left alive of you, I will send a faintness into their hearts, in the land of their enemies, and the sound of a shaken leaf shall chase them, and they shall flee as fleeing from a sword, and they shall fall when none pursues. And they shall fall one upon another, as it were before a sword, when none pursues. And ye have no power to stand before your enemies. And ye shall perish among the heathen, and the land of your enemies shall eat you up. And they that are left of you shall pine away in their iniquity, in your enemies' lands, and also in the iniquities of their fathers shall they pine away with them. If they shall confess their iniquity, and the iniquity of their fathers, with their transgressions which they transgressed against me, and that also they have walked contrary unto me, and that I also have walked contrary unto them, and have brought them into the land of their enemies, if then their uncircumcised heart be humbled, and they then accept of the punishment of their iniquity, then I will remember my covenant with Yaakov, and also my covenant with Yitzhak, and also my covenant with Abraham, will I remember, and I will remember the land. The land also shall be left of them, and shall enjoy her Sabbathot, while she lies desolate without them. And they shall accept of the punishment of their iniquity, because they despised my judgments, and because their soul abhorred my statutes. And yet, for all that, when they be in the land of their enemies, I will not cast them away, neither will I abhor them, to destroy them utterly, and to break my covenant with them. For I am Yahweh Elohim. But I will for their sakes remember the covenant of their ancestors, whom I brought forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, in the sight of the heathen, that I might be their Elohim. I am Yahweh.
These are the commandments and judgments and Torah, which Yahweh made between him and the children of Yashrael in Mount Sinai by the hand of Moshe. Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 27. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, When a man shall make a singular vow, the persons shall be for Yahuwah by your estimation. And your estimation shall be of the male from 20 years old, even unto 60 years old, even your estimation. shall be 50 shekels of silver, after the shekel of the sanctuary. And if it be a female, then your estimation shall be 30 shekels. And if it be from 5 years old, even unto 20 years old, then your estimation shall be of the male 20 shekels, and for the female 10 shekels. And if it be from a month old, even unto 5 years old, then your estimation shall be of the male 5 shekels of silver, and for the female your estimation shall be 3 shekels of silver. And if it be from 60 years old and above, if it be a male, then your estimation shall be 15 shekels, and for the female 10 shekels. But if he be poorer than your estimation, then he shall present himself before the priest, and the priest shall value him according to his ability. That vow shall the priest value him. And if it be a beast, whereof men bring an offering unto Yahuwah, all that any man gives of such unto Yahuwah shall be holy. He shall not alter it, nor change it, a good for a bad, or a bad for a good. And if he shall at all change beast for beast, then it and the exchange thereof shall be holy. And if it be any unclean beast, of which they do not offer a sacrifice unto Yahuwah, then he shall present the beast before the priest. And the priest shall value it, whether it be good or bad, as you value it. Who are the priest, so shall it be. But if he will at all redeem it, then he shall add a 5th part thereof unto your estimation. And when a man shall sanctify his house to be holy unto Yahuwah, then the priest shall estimate it, whether it be good or bad. As the priest shall estimate it, so shall it stand. And if he that sanctified it will redeem his house, then he shall add the 5th part of the money of your estimation unto it, and it shall be his. And if a man shall sanctify unto Yahuwah some part of a field of his possession, then your estimation shall be according to the seed thereof. A omer of barley seed shall be valued at 50 shekels of silver. If he sanctify his field from the year of Jubilee, according to your estimation, it shall stand. But if he sanctify his field after the Jubilee, then the priest shall reckon unto him the money according to the years that remain, even unto the year of Jubilee, and it shall be abated from your estimation. And if he that sanctified the field will in any wise redeem it, then he shall add the 5th part of the money of your estimation unto it, and it shall be assured to him. And if he will not redeem the field, or if he have sold the field to another man, it shall not be redeemed any more. But the field, when it goes out in the Jubilee, shall be holy unto Yahuwah. As a field devoted, the possession thereof shall be the priest's. And if a man sanctify unto Yahuwah a field which he has bought, which is not of the fields of his possession, then the priest shall reckon unto him the worth of your estimation, even unto the year of the Jubilee. And he shall give your estimation in that day as a holy thing unto Yahuwah. In the year of the Jubilee, the field shall return unto him of whom it was bought, even to him to whom the possession of the land did belong. And all your estimation shall be according to the shekel of the sanctuary. 20 gerahs shall be the shekel. Only the firstling of the beasts, which should be Yahuwah's firstling. No man shall sanctify it, whether it be ox or sheep. It is Yahuwah's. And if it be of an unclean beast, and he shall redeem it according to your estimation, and shall add a 5th part of it thereto, or if it be not redeemed, then it shall be sold according to your estimation. Notwithstanding, no devoted thing that a man shall devote unto Yahuwah of all that he has, both of man and beast, and of the field of his possession, shall be sold or redeemed. Every devoted thing is most holy unto Yahuwah. None devoted, which shall be devoted of men, shall be redeemed, but shall surely be put to death. And all the tithe of the land, whether of the seed of the land, or of the fruit of the tree, is Yahuwah's. It is holy unto Yahuwah. And if a man shall at all redeem aught of his tithes, he shall add thereto the 5th part thereof. And concerning the tithe of the herd, or of the flock, even of whatsoever passes under the rod, the 10th shall be holy unto Yahweh. He shall not search whether it be good or bad, neither shall he change it. And if he change it at all, then both it and the change thereof shall be holy. It shall not be redeemed.
These are the commandments which Yahweh commanded Moshe for the children of Yisrael in Mount Sinai. Bemidbar, Numbers, chapter 1. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe in the wilderness of Sinai, in the tabernacle of the assembly, on the first day of the second month, in the second year after they were come out of the land of Mitzrayim, saying,
Take ye the sum of all the assembly of the children of Yasharel, after their families, by the house of their fathers, with the number of their names, every male by their polls, from 20 years old and upward, all that are able to go forth to war in Yasharel. You and Aharon shall number them by their armies, and with you there shall be a man of every tribe, everyone head of the house of his fathers. And these are the names of the men that shall stand with you. Of the tribe of Reuben, Elitzur, the son of Shedeur; of Shimon, Shalumiel, the son of Suri Yeshdai; of Yehuda, Nachshon, the son of Aminadab; of Yissachar, Nathaniel, the son of Suar; of Zebulun, Eliav, the son of Shalom; of the children of Joseph; of Ephraim, Elishama, the son of Amihud; of Manasseh, Gamliel, the son of Pedasdur; of Benjamin, Abidan, the son of Gideoni; of Dan, Achiezer, the son of Amishadai; of Asher, Pagiel, the son of Okran; of Gad, Eliasaph, the son of Deuel; of Naphtali, Ahira, the son of Enan.
These were the renowned of the assembly, princes of the tribes of their fathers, heads of thousands in Yasharel. And Moshe and Aharon took these men which are expressed by their names, and they assembled all the assembly together on the first day of the second month. And they declared their pedigrees after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upwards by their polls. As Yahweh commanded Moshe, so he numbered them in the wilderness of Sinai. And the children of Reuben, Yasharel's eldest son, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, by their polls, every male from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Reuben, were 46,500. Of the children of Shimon, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, those that were numbered of them, according to the number of the names, by their polls, every male from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Shimon, were 59,300. Of the children of Gad, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Gad, were 45,650. Of the children of Yehuda, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Yehuda, were 314,600. Of the children of Issachar, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Issachar, were 54,400. Of the children of Zebulun, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Zebulun, were 57,400. Of the children of Joseph, namely, of the children of Ephraim, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Ephraim, were 40,500. Of the children of Manasseh, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Manasseh, were 32,200. Of the children of Benjamin, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Benjamin, were 35,400. Of the children of Dan, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Dan, were 62,700. Of the children of Asher, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Asher, were 41,500. Of the children of Naphtali, through their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Naphtali, were 53,400. These are those that were numbered, which Moshe and Aharon numbered, and the princes of Yashrael, being 12 men, each one was for the house of his fathers. So were all those that were numbered of the children of Yashrael, by the house of their fathers, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war in Yashrael. Even all they that were numbered were 600,000 and 3,550. But the Leviim, after the tribe of their fathers, were not numbered among them. For Yahweh had spoken unto Moshe, saying,
Only you shall not number the tribe of Levi, neither take the sum of them among the children of Yasharel. But you shall appoint the Leviim over the tabernacle of testimony, and over all the vessels thereof, and over all things that belong to it. They shall bear the tabernacle, and all the vessels thereof, and they shall minister unto it, and shall encamp around about the tabernacle. And when the tabernacle sets forth, the Leviim shall take it down, and when the tabernacle is to be pitched, the Leviim shall set it up, and the stranger that comes nigh shall be put to death. And the children of Yasharel shall pitch their tents, every man by his own camp, and every man by his own standard, throughout their hosts. But the Leviim shall pitch round about the tabernacle of testimony, that there be no wrath upon the assembly of the children of Yasharel. And the Leviim shall guard the watch of the tabernacle of testimony.
And the children of Yashrael did according to all that Yahweh commanded Moshe. So did they. Bemidbar, Numbers, chapter 2. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe, and unto El Aharon, saying,
Every man of the children of Yasharel shall pitch by his own standard, with the ensign of their father's house far off about the tabernacle of the assembly shall they pitch. And on the east side, towards the rising of the sun, shall they of the standard of the camp of Yehudah pitch throughout their armies. And Nachshon, the son of Aminadab, shall be captain of the children of Yehudah.
And his host, and those that were numbered of them, were were 314,600.
And those that do pitch next to him shall be the tribe of Issachar. And Nathaniel, the son of Zuar, shall be captain of the children of Issachar.
And his host, and those that were numbered thereof, were 54,400.
Then the tribe of Zebulun, and Eliav, the son of Chelon, shall be the captain of the children of Zebulun.
And his host, and those that were numbered thereof, were 57,400. All that were numbered in the camp of Yehudah were 100,000 and fourscore thousand and 6,400 throughout their armies.
These shall first set forth. On the south side shall be the standard of the camp of Reuven, according to their armies, and the captain of the children of Reuven shall be Elitzur, the son of Shedeur.
And his host, and those that were numbered thereof, were 46,500.
And those which pitch by him shall be the tribe of Shimon, and the captain of the children of Shimon shall be Shalumiel, the son of Surishadai.
And his host, and those that were numbered of them, were 59,300.
Then the tribe of Gad, and the captain of the sons of Gad shall be Eliasaph, the son of Reuel.
And his host, and those that were numbered of them, were 45,650. All that were numbered in the camp of Reuven were 100,050 and 1,450 throughout their armies.
And they shall set forth in the second rank. Then the tabernacle of the assembly shall set forward with the camp of the Leviim in the midst of the camp. As they encamp, so shall they set forward, every man in his place by their standards. On the west side shall be the standard of the camp of Ephraim, according to their armies. And the captain of the sons of Ephraim shall be Elishama, the son of Ammihud.
And his host, and those that were numbered of them, were 40,500.
And by him shall be the tribe of Manasseh. And the captain of the children of Manasseh shall be Gamliel, the son of Pedasjur.
And his host, and those that were numbered of them, were 32,200.
Then the tribe of Benjamin, and the captain of the sons of Benjamin shall be Abidan, the son of Gideoni.
And his host, and those that were numbered of them, were 35,400. All that were numbered of the camp of Ephraim were 100,000 and 8,100 throughout their armies.
And they shall go forward in the third rank. The standard of the camp of Dan shall be on the north side by their armies. And the captain of the children of Dan shall be Achiezer, the son of Ammishaddai.
And his host, and those that were numbered of them, were 62,700.
And those that encamp by him shall be the tribe of Asher, and the captain of the children of Asher shall be Pagiel, the son of Okran.
And his host, and those that were numbered of them, were 41,500.
Then the tribe of Naphtali, and the captain of the children of Naphtali shall be Ahira, the son of Enan.
And his host, and those that were numbered of them, were 53,400. All they that were numbered in the camp of Dan were 100,050 and 7,600.
They shall go hindmost with their standards.
These are those which were numbered of the children of Yashrael by the house of their fathers. All those that were numbered of the camps throughout their host were 600,000 and 3,550. But the Leviim were not numbered among the children of Yashrael, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And the children of Yashrael did according to all that Yahweh commanded Moshe. So they pitched by their standards, and so they set forward, everyone after their families, according to the house of their fathers. Bemidbar, Numbers chapter 3. These also are the generations of Aharon and Moshe, in the day that Yahweh spoke with Moshe in Mount Sinai. And these are the names of the sons of Aharon: Nadav, the firstborn, and Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. These are the names of the sons of Aharon, the priests which were anointed, whom he consecrated to minister in the priest's office. And Nadav and Abihu died before Yahweh, when they offered strange fire before Yahweh in the wilderness of Sinai, and they had no children. And Eleazar and Ithamar ministered in the priest's office in the sight of Aharon their father. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Bring the tribe of Levi near, and present them before Aharon the priest, that they may minister unto him. And they shall guard his watch, and the watch of the whole assembly before the tabernacle of the assembly, to do the service of the tabernacle. And they shall guard all the instruments of the tabernacle of the assembly, and the charge of the children of Yasharel, to do the service of the tabernacle. And you shall give the Leviim unto Aharon and to his sons. They are wholly given unto him out of the children of Yasharel. And you shall appoint Aharon and his sons, and they shall guard their priest's office, and the stranger that comes nigh shall be put to death.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
And I, behold, I have taken the Leviim from among the children of Yasharel, instead of all the firstborn that opens the womb among the children of Yasharel. Therefore the Leviim shall be mine, because all the firstborn are mine. For on the day that I smote all the firstborn in the land of Mitzrayim, I hallowed unto me all the firstborn in Yasharel, both man and beast. Mine shall they be. I am Yahweh.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe in the wilderness of Sinai, saying,
Number the children of Levi after the house of their fathers, by their families. Every male from a month old and upward shall you number them.
And Moshe numbered them according to the word of Yahweh, as he was commanded. And these were the sons of Levi by their names, Gershon, and Kohath, and Merari. And these are the names of the sons of Gershon by their families, Livni, and Shimei. And the sons of Kohath by their families, Amram, and Yitzchar, Chevron, and Uzziel. And the sons of Merari by their families, Machli, and Mushi. These are the families of the Leviim, according to the house of their fathers. Of Gershon was the family of the Libniim, and the family of the Shimeim. These are the families of the Gershonim. Those that were numbered of them, according to the number of all the males, from a month old and upward, even those that were numbered of them were 7,500.
The families of the Gershonim shall pitch behind the tabernacle westward, and the chief of the house of the father of the Gershonim shall be Eliasaph, the son of Lael, and the charge of the sons of Gershon in the tabernacle of the assembly shall be the tabernacle, and the tent, the covering thereof, and the hanging for the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and the hangings of the court, and the curtain for the door of the court, which is by the tabernacle, and by the altar round about, and the cords of it for all the service thereof.
And of Kohath was the family of the Amramim, and the family of the Yitzharim, and the family of the Chevronim, and the family of the Uzzialim. These are the families of the Kohathim. In the number of all the males, from a month old and upward, were 8,600, guarding the watch of the sanctuary.
The families of the sons of Kohath shall pitch on the side of the tabernacle southward, and the chief of the house of the father of the families of the Kohathim shall be Elitzaphan, the son of Uzziel. And their charge shall be the ark, and the table, and the menorah, 7-branched candlestick, and the altars, and the vessels of the sanctuary, wherewith they minister, and the hanging, and all the service thereof. And Eleazar, the son of Aharon the priest, shall be chief over the chief of the Leviim, and have the oversight of them, that guard the watch of the sanctuary.
Of Merari was the family of the Machlim, and the family of the Mushim. These are the families of Merari, and those that were numbered of them, according to the number of all the males, from a month old and upward, were 6,200.
And the chief of the house of the father of the families of Merari shall be Zuriel, the son of Abihail. These shall pitch on the side of the tabernacle northward. And under the custody and charge of the sons of Merari shall be the boards of the tabernacle, and the bars thereof, and the pillars thereof, and the sockets thereof, and all the vessels thereof, and all that serves thereto, and the pillars of the court round about, and their sockets, and their pins, and their cords. But those that encamp before the tabernacle towards the east, even before the tabernacle of the assembly, eastward, shall be Moshe, and Aharon, and his sons, guarding the watch of the sanctuary, for the watch of the children of Yasharel, and the stranger that comes nigh shall be put to death.
And all that were numbered of the Leviim, which Moshe and Aharon numbered at the commandment of Yahweh, throughout their families, all the males from a month old and upward were 22,000. And Yahweh said unto El Moshe,
Number all the firstborn of the males of the children of Yasharel, from a month old and upward, and take the number of their names, and you shall take the Leviim for me. I am Yahweh, instead of all the firstborn among the children of Yasharel, and the cattle of the Leviim, instead of all the firstlings among the cattle of the children of Yasharel.
And Moshe numbered, as Yahweh commanded him, all the firstborn among the children of Yasharel, and all the firstborn males by the number of names, from a month old and upward, of those that were numbered of them, were 22,213. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe, saying,
Take the Leviim, instead of all the firstborn among the children of Yasharel, and the cattle of the Leviim, instead of their cattle, and the Leviim shall be mine. I am Yahweh. And for those that are to be redeemed of the 213 of the firstborn of the children of Yasharel, which are more than the Leviim, you shall even take 5 shekels apiece by the pole. After the shekel of the sanctuary shall you take them, and you shall give the money wherewith the odd number of them is to be redeemed unto Aharon and to his sons.
And Moshe took the redemption money of them that were over and above them that were redeemed by the Leviim. Of the firstborn of the children of Yasharel took he the money, 1,365 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary. And Moshe gave the money of them that were redeemed unto Aharon and to his sons, according to the word of Yahweh, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. Bemidbar, Numbers chapter 4. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe and unto El Aharon, saying,
Take the sum of the sons of Kohath from among the sons of Levi, after their families, by the house of their fathers, from 30 years old and upward, even until 50 years old, all that enter into the host, to do the work in the tabernacle of the assembly. This shall be the service of the sons of Kohath in the tabernacle of the assembly, about the most holy things. And when the camp sets forward, Aharon shall come, and his sons, and they shall take down the covering veil, and cover the ark of the testimony with it, and shall put thereon the covering of badger skins, and shall spread over it a cloth wholly of blue, and shall put in the staves thereof, and upon the table of showbread they shall spread a cloth of blue, and put thereon the dishes, the spoons, the bowls, and covers to cover withal, and the continual bread shall be thereon. And they shall spread upon them a cloth of scarlet, and cover the same with a covering of badger skins, and shall put in the staves thereof. And they shall take a cloth of blue, and cover the menorah, 7-branched candlestick, of the light, and his lamps, and his tongs, and his snuff dishes, and all the oil vessels thereof, wherewith they minister unto it. And they shall put it, and all the vessels thereof, within a covering of badger skins, and shall put it upon a bar. And upon the golden altar they shall spread a cloth of blue, and cover it with a covering of badger skins, and shall put the staves thereof. And they shall take all the instruments of ministry, wherewith they minister in the sanctuary, and put them in a cloth of blue, and cover them with a covering of badger skins, and shall put them on a bar. And they shall take away the ashes from the altar, and spread a purple cloth thereon. And they shall put upon all the vessels thereof, wherewith they minister about it, even the censers, the flesh hooks, the shovels, the basins, all the vessels of the altar, and they shall spread upon it a covering of badger skins, and put to the staves of it. And when Aharon and his sons have made an end of covering the sanctuary, and all the vessels of the sanctuary, as the camp is to set forward, after that the sons of Kohath shall come to bear it, but they shall not touch any holy thing, lest they die. These things are the burden of the sons of Kohath in the tabernacle of the assembly. And to the office of Eleazar, the son of Aharon, the priest, pertains the oil for the light, and the sweet incense, and the daily meat offering, and the anointing oil, and the oversight of all the tabernacle, and of all that therein is, in the sanctuary, and in the vessels thereof.
And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe and unto El Aharon, saying,
Cut ye not off the tribe of the families of the Kohathim from among the Leviim, but thus do unto them, that they may live and not die. When they approach unto the most holy things, Aharon and his sons shall go in, and appoint them every one to his service and to his burden. But they shall not go in to see when the holy things are covered, lest they die.
And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe, saying,
Take also the sum of the sons of Gershon throughout the houses of their fathers, by their families, from 30 years old and upward, until 50 years old, shall you number them. All that enter in to perform the service, to do the work in the tabernacle of the assembly. This is the service of the families of the Gershonim, to serve and for burdens. And they shall bear the curtains of the tabernacle, and the tabernacle of the assembly, his covering, and the covering of the badger skins that is above upon it, and the hanging for the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and the hangings of the court, and the hangings for the door of the gate of the court, which is by the tabernacle, and by the altar round about, and their cords, and all the instruments of their service, and all that is made for them, so shall they serve. At the appointment of Aharon and his sons shall be all the service of the sons of the Gershonim, in all their burdens, and in all their service, and he shall appoint unto them in charge all their burdens. This is the service in the tabernacle of the assembly, and their charge shall be under the hand of Itamar, the son of Aharon, the priest. As for the sons of Merari, you shall number them after their families, by the house of their fathers, from 30 years old and upward, even unto 50 years old, shall you number them. Everyone that enters into the service to do the work of the tabernacle of the assembly. And this is the charge of their burden, according to all their service in the tabernacle of the assembly, the boards of the tabernacle, and the bars thereof, and the pillars thereof, and sockets thereof, and the pillars of the court round about, and their sockets, and their pins, and their cords, with all their instruments, and with all their service. And by name ye shall reckon the instruments of the charge of their burden. This is the service of the families of the sons of Merari, according to all their service in the tabernacle of the assembly, under the hand of Itamar, the son of Aharon, the priest.
And Moshe and Aharon and the chief of the assembly numbered the sons of the Kohathim after their families, and after the house of their fathers, from 30 years old and upward, even unto 50 years old, everyone that enters into the service, for the work in the tabernacle of the assembly. And those that were numbered of them by their families were 2,750. These were they that were numbered of the families of the Kohathim, all that might do service in the tabernacle of the assembly, which Moshe and Aharon did number according to the commandment of Yahweh by the hand of Moshe. And those that were numbered of the sons of Gershon throughout their families, and by the house of their fathers, from 30 years old and upward, even unto 50 years old, everyone that enters into the service for the work in the tabernacle of the assembly. Even those that were numbered of them throughout their families, by the house of their fathers, were 2,630. These are they that were numbered of the families of the sons of Gershon, of all that might do service in the tabernacle of the assembly, whom Moshe and Aharon did number according to the commandment of Yahweh. And those that were numbered of the families of the sons of Merari, throughout their families, by the house of their fathers, from 30 years old and upward, even unto 50 years old, everyone that entered into the service for the work in the tabernacle of the assembly, even those that were numbered of them after their families, were 3,200. These be those that were numbered of the families of the sons of Merari, whom Moshe and Aharon numbered according to the word of Yahweh by the hand of Moshe. All those that were numbered of the Leviim, whom Moshe and Aharon and the chief of Yashrael numbered, after their families, and after the house of their fathers, from 30 years old and upward, even unto 50 years old, everyone that came to do the service of the ministry, and the service of the burden in the tabernacle of the assembly, even those that were numbered of them, were 8,540. According to the commandment of Yahweh, they were numbered by the hand of Moshe, everyone according to his service, and according to his burden. Thus were they numbered of him, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. Bemidbar, Numbers, chapter 5. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe, saying,
Command the children of Yasharel that they put out of the camp every leper, and everyone that has an issue, whosoever is defiled by the dead. Both male and female shall ye put out, without the camp shall ye put them, that they defile not their camp, in the midst whereof I dwell.
And the children of Yashrael did so, and put them out without the camp, as Yahweh spoke unto Moshe. So did the children of Yashrael. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, when a man or woman shall commit any sin that men commit, to do a trespass against Yahweh, and that person be guilty, then they shall confess their sin which they have done, and he shall recompense his trespass with the principal thereof, and add unto the fifth part thereof, and give it unto him against whom he has trespassed. But if the man have no kinsman to recompense the trespass unto, let the trespass be recompensed unto Yahweh, even to the priest, beside the ram of the atonement, whereby an atonement shall be made for him. And every offering of all the holy things of the children of Yasharel, which they bring unto the priest, shall be his. And every man's hallowed thing shall be his. Whatsoever any man gives the priest, it shall be his.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, If any man's woman go aside, and commit a trespass against him, and a man lie with her carnally, and it be hid from the eyes of her man, and be kept close, and she be defiled, and there be no witness against her, neither she be taken with the manner, and the ruach of jealousy come upon him, and he be jealous of his woman, and she be defiled, or if the ruach of jealousy come upon him, and he be jealous of his woman, and she be not defiled, then shall the man bring his woman unto the priest, and he shall bring her offering for her, the 10th part of an ephah of barley meal. He shall pour no oil upon it, nor put frankincense thereon, for it is an offering of jealousy, an offering of memorial, bringing iniquity to remembrance. And the priest shall bring her near, and set her before Yahweh. And the priest shall take holy water in an earthen vessel, and of the dust that is in the floor of the tabernacle the priest shall take, and put it into the water. And the priest shall set the woman before Yahweh, and uncover the woman's head, and put the offering of memorial in her hands, which is the jealousy offering. And the priest shall have in his hand the bitter water, that causes the curse. And the priest shall charge her by an oath, and say unto the woman, If no man have lain with you, and if you have not gone aside to uncleanness with another instead of your man, be free from this bitter water that causes the curse. But if you have gone aside to another instead of your man, and if you be defiled, and some man have lain with you beside your man, then the priest shall charge the woman with an oath of cursing, and the priest shall say unto the woman, Yahweh make you a curse and an oath among your people, when Yahweh makes your thigh to rot, and your belly to swell. And this water that causes the curse shall go into your bowels, to make your belly to swell, and your thigh to rot. And the woman shall say, Amen, Amen. And the priest shall write these curses in a sefer, and he shall blot them out with the bitter water. And he shall cause the woman to drink the bitter water that causes the curse, and the water that causes the curse shall enter into her and become bitter. Then the priest shall take the jealousy offering out of the woman's hand, and shall wave the offering before Yahweh, and offer it upon the altar. And the priest shall take a handful of the offering, even the memorial thereof, and burn it upon the altar, and afterward shall cause the woman to drink the water. And when he has made her to drink the water, then it shall come to pass, that if she be defiled, and have done trespass against her man, that the water that causes the curse shall enter into her, and become bitter, and her belly shall swell, and her thigh shall rot, and the woman shall be a curse among her people. And if the woman be not defiled, but be clean, then she shall be free, and shall conceive seed. This is the Torah of jealousies, when a woman goes aside to another instead of her man, and is defiled. Or when the ruach of jealousy come upon him, and he be jealous over his woman, and shall set the woman before Yahweh, and the priest shall execute upon her all this Torah. Then shall the man be guiltless from iniquity, and his woman shall bear her iniquity.
Bemidbar. Numbers chapter 6. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, when either man or woman shall separate themselves to vow a vow of a Nazir, to separate themselves unto Yahweh, he shall separate himself from wine and strong drink, and shall drink no vinegar of wine, or vinegar of strong drink. Neither shall he drink any liquor of grapes, nor eat moist grapes, or dried. All the days of his separation shall he eat nothing that is made of the vine tree, from the kernels even to the husk. All the days of the vow of his separation there shall no razor come upon his head, until the days be fulfilled, in which he separates himself unto Yahweh. He shall be holy, and shall let the locks of the hair of his head grow. All the days that he separates himself unto Yahweh, he shall come at no dead body. He shall not make himself unclean for his father, or for his mother, for his brother, or for his sister, when they die, because the consecration of his Elohim is upon his head. All the days of his separation he is holy unto Yahweh. And if any man die very suddenly by him, and he has defiled the head of his consecration, then he shall shave his head in the day of his cleansing. On the seventh day shall he shave it. And on the eighth day he shall bring 2 turtle doves, or 2 young pigeons, to the priest, to the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And the priest shall offer the one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering, and make an atonement for him, for that he sinned by the dead, and shall hallow his head that same day. And he shall consecrate unto Yahweh the days of his separation, and shall bring a lamb of the first year for a trespass offering. But the days that were before shall be lost, because his separation was defiled. And this is the Torah of the Nazir. When the days of his separation are fulfilled, he shall be brought unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And he shall offer his offering unto Yahweh, 1 he-lamb of the first year, without blemish, for a burnt offering, and 1 ewe-lamb of the first year, without blemish, for a sin offering, and 1 ram without blemish, for peace offerings. And a basket of matzah, unleavened bread, cakes of fine flour mingled with oil, and wafers of matzah anointed with oil, and their meat offering, and their drink offerings. And the priest shall bring them before Yahweh, and shall offer his sin offering, and his burnt offering. And he shall offer the ram for a sacrifice of peace offerings unto Yahweh, with the basket of matzah. The priest shall offer also his meat offering, and his drink offering. And the Nazir shall shave the head of his separation at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and shall take the hair of the head of his separation, and put it in the fire which is under the sacrifice of the peace offerings. And the priest shall take the sodden shoulder of the ram, and 1 matzah cake out of the basket, and 1 matzah wafer, and shall put them upon the hands of the Nazir, after the hair of his separation is shaven. And the priest shall wave them for a wave offering before Yahweh. This is holy for the priest, with the wave breast and heave shoulder, and after that the Nazir may drink wine. This is the Torah of the Nazir, who has vowed, and of his offering unto Yahweh for his separation. Beside that his hand shall get, according to the vow which he vowed, so he must do after the Torah of his separation.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto El Aharon and unto his sons, saying, On this wise ye shall bless the children of Yasharel, saying unto them, Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and be gracious unto you. Yahuwah lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. And they shall put my name upon the children of Yasharel, and I will bless them.
Bemidbar, Numbers chapter 7. And it came to pass on the day that Moshe had fully set up the tabernacle, and had anointed it, and sanctified it, and all the instruments thereof, both the altar and all the vessels thereof, and had anointed them, and sanctified them, that the princes of Yasharel, heads of the house of their fathers, who were the princes of the tribes, and were over them that were numbered, offered. And they brought their offering before Yahweh, 6 covered wagons, and 12 oxen, a wagon for 2 of the princes, and for each one an ox. And they brought them before the tabernacle. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Take it of them, that they may be to do the service of the tabernacle of the assembly, and you shall give them unto the Leviim, to every man according to his service.
And Moshe took the wagons and the oxen, and gave them unto the Leviim. 2 wagons and 4 oxen he gave unto the sons of Gershon, according to their service. And 4 wagons and 8 oxen he gave unto the sons of Merari, according unto their service, under the hand of Ithamar, the son of Aharon the priest. But unto the sons of Kohath he gave none, because the service of the sanctuary belonging unto them was that they should bear upon their shoulders. And the princes offered for dedicating of the altar in the day that it was anointed. Even the princes offered their offering before the altar. And Yahweh said unto El Moshe,
They shall offer their offering, each prince on his day, for the dedicating of the altar.
And he that offered his offering the first day was Nachshon, the son of Amminadab, of the tribe of Yehudah. And his offering was 1 silver charger, the weight thereof was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary. Both of them were full of fine flour, mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 spoon of 10 shekels of gold, full of incense. 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering. 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering. And for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Nachshon, the son of Amminadab. On the second day, Nethanel, the son of Tzuar, prince of Issachar, did offer. He offered for his offering 1 silver charger, the weight whereof was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour, mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 spoon of gold of 10 shekels, full of incense. 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering. 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering. And for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Nethanel, the son of Tzuar. On the third day, Eliav, the son of Chelon, prince of the children of Zebulun, did offer. His offering was 1 silver charger, the weight whereof was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Eliav, the son of Chelon. On the 4th day, Elitzur, the son of Shedur, prince of the children of Reuben, did offer. His offering was 1 silver charger of the weight of 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Elitzur, the son of Shedur. On the 5th day, Shelumiel, the son of Tzurishaddai, prince of the children of Shimon, did offer. His offering was 1 silver charger, the weight whereof was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Shelumiel, the son of Tzurishaddai. On the 6th day, Elisaph, the son of Deuel, prince of the children of Gad, offered. His offering was 1 silver charger of the weight of 130 shekels, a silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Elisaph, the son of Deuel. On the 7th day, Elishama, the son of Ammihud, prince of the children of Ephraim, offered. His offering was 1 silver charger, the weight whereof was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Elishama, the son of Ammihud. On the 8th day offered Gamaliel, the son of Pedatsur, prince of the children of Manasseh. His offering was 1 silver charger of the weight of 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Gamaliel, the son of Pedatsur. On the 9th day, Abidan, the son of Gidonai, prince of the children of Benjamin, offered. His offering was 1 silver charger, the weight whereof was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Avidan, the son of Gidonai. On the 10th day, Achiezer, the son of Ammishaddai, prince of the children of Dan, offered. His offering was 1 silver charger, the weight whereof was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Achiezer, the son of Ammishaddai. On the 11th day, Pagiel, the son of Okran, prince of the children of Asher, offered. His offering was 1 silver charger, the weight whereof was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Pagiel, the son of Okran. On the 12th day, Achira, the son of Enan, prince of the children of Naphtali, offered. His offering was 1 silver charger, the weight whereof was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Achira, the son of Enan. This was the dedication of the altar, in the day when it was anointed, by the princes of Yashrael. 12 chargers of silver, 12 silver bowls, 12 spoons of gold, each charger of silver weighing 130 shekels, each bowl 70. All the silver vessels weighed 2,400 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary. The golden spoons were 12, full of incense, weighing 10 shekels apiece, after the shekel of the sanctuary. All the gold of the spoons was 120 shekels. All the oxen for the burnt offering were 12 bullocks, the rams 12, the lambs of the first year 12, with their meat offering, and the kids of the goats for sin offering 12. And all the oxen for the sacrifice of the peace offerings were 24 bullocks, the rams 60, the he-goats 60, the lambs of the first year 60. This was the dedication of the altar, after that it was anointed. And when Moshe was gone into the tabernacle of the assembly to speak with him, then he heard the voice of one speaking unto him from off the mercy seat that was upon the ark of the testimony, from between the 2 cherubim. And he spoke unto him. Bemidbar, Numbers chapter 8. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe, saying,
Speak unto El Aharon, and say unto him, When you light the lamps, the 7 lamps shall give light over against the menorah.
And Aharon did so. He lighted the lamps thereof over against the menorah, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And this work of the menorah was of beaten gold. Unto the shaft thereof, unto the flowers thereof, was beaten work, according unto the pattern which Yahweh had showed Moshe. So he made the menorah. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Take the Levi'im from among the children of Yasharel, and cleanse them. And thus shall you do unto them, to cleanse them. Sprinkle water purifying upon them, and let them shave all their flesh, and let them wash their clothes, and so make themselves clean. Then let them take a young bullock with his meat offering, even fine flour mingled with oil. And another young bullock shall you take for a sin offering. And you shall bring the Levi'im before the tabernacle of the assembly. And you shall gather the whole assembly of the children of Yasharel together. And you shall bring the Levi'im before Yahweh. And the children of Yasharel shall put their hands upon the Levi'im. And Aharon shall offer the Levi'im before Yahweh for an offering of the children of Yasharel, that they may execute the service of Yahweh. And the Levi'im shall lay their hands upon the heads of the bullocks, and you shall offer the one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering unto Yahweh, to make an atonement for the Levi'im. And you shall set the Levi'im before Aharon and before his sons, and offer them for an offering unto Yahweh. Thus shall you separate the Levi'im from among the children of Yasharel, and the Levi'im shall be mine. And after that shall the Levi'im go in to do the service of the tabernacle of the assembly, and you shall cleanse them, and offer them for an offering. For they are wholly given unto me from among the children of Yasharel, instead of such as open every womb, even instead of the firstborn of all the children of Yasharel, have I taken them unto me. For all the firstborn of the children of Yasharel are mine, both man and beast. On the day that I smote every firstborn in the land of Mitzrayim, I sanctified them for myself. And I have taken the Levi'im for all the firstborn of the children of Yasharel. And I have given the Levi'im as a gift to Aharon and to his sons from among the children of Yasharel, to do the service of the children of Yasharel in the tabernacle of the assembly, and to make an atonement for the children of Yasharel, that there be no plague among the children of Yasharel, when the children of Yasharel come nigh unto the sanctuary.
And Moshe and Aharon and all the assembly of the children of Yasharel did to the Levi'im according unto all that Yahweh commanded Moshe concerning the Levi'im, so did the children of Yasharel unto them. And the Levi'im were purified, and they washed their clothes, and Aharon offered them as an offering before Yahweh. And Aharon made an atonement for them to cleanse them. And after that went the Levi'im in to do their service in the tabernacle of the assembly before Aharon and before his sons, as Yahweh had commanded Moshe concerning the Levi'im, so did they unto them. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
This is that belongs unto the Levi'im, from 25 years old and upward. They shall go in to wait upon the service of the tabernacle of the assembly. And from the age of 50 years they shall cease waiting upon the service thereof, and shall serve no more, but shall minister with their brethren in the tabernacle of the assembly, to guard the watch, and shall do no service. Thus shall you do unto the Levi'im touching their charge.
Bemidbar, Numbers chapter 9. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe in the wilderness of Sinai, in the first month of the second year, after they were come out of the land of Mitzrayim, saying,
Let the children of Yasharel also keep the Pesach at his appointed time, in the 14th day of this month, at evening. Ye shall keep it in his appointed time, according to all the rites of it, and according to all the ceremonies thereof, shall ye keep it.
And Moshe spoke unto the children of Yasharel, that they should keep the Pesach. And they kept the Pesach on the 14th day of the first month at evening, in the wilderness of Sinai, according to all that Yahweh commanded Moshe. So did the children of Yasharel. And there were certain men who were defiled by the dead body of a man, that they could not keep the Pesach on that day. And they came before Moshe, and before Aharon on that day. And those men said unto him,
We are defiled by the dead body of a man. Wherefore are we kept back, and we may not offer an offering of Yahuwah on his appointed season among the children of Yasharel.
And Moshe said unto them, Stand still, and I will hear what Yahweh will command concerning you. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, saying, If any man of you, or of your posterity, shall be unclean by reason of a dead body, or be in a journey afar off, yet he shall keep the Pesach unto Yahweh. The 14th day of the 2nd month at evening they shall keep it, and eat it with matzah and bitter herbs. They shall leave none of it unto the morning, nor break any bone of it. According to all the ordinances of the Pesach, they shall keep it. But the man that is clean, and is not in a journey, and forbears to keep the Pesach, even the same soul shall be cut off from among his people, because he brought not the offering of Yahweh in his appointed season. That man shall bear his sin. And if a stranger shall sojourn among you, and will keep the Pesach unto Yahweh, according to the ordinance of the Pesach, and according to the manner thereof, so shall he do. Ye shall have one ordinance, both for the stranger, and for him that was born in the land.
And on the day that the tabernacle was reared up, the cloud covered the tabernacle, namely, the tent of the testimony. And at evening there was upon the tabernacle, as it were, the appearance of fire, until the morning. So it was always. The cloud covered it by day, and the appearance of fire by night. And when the cloud was taken up from the tabernacle, then after that the children of Yasharel journeyed. And in the place where the cloud abode, there the children of Yasharel pitched their tents. At the commandment of Yahweh the children of Yasharel journeyed, and at the commandment of Yahweh they pitched. As long as the cloud abode upon the tabernacle, they rested in their tents. And when the cloud tarried long upon the tabernacle many days, then the children of Yasharel did guard the watch of Yahweh, and journeyed not. And so it was, when the cloud was a few days upon the tabernacle, according to the commandment of Yahweh, they abode in their tents, and according to the commandment of Yahweh they journeyed. And so it was, when the cloud abode from evening unto the morning, and that the cloud was taken up in the morning, then they journeyed. Whether it was by day or by night that the cloud was taken up, they journeyed. Or whether it were 2 days, or a month, or a year, that the cloud tarried upon the tabernacle, remaining thereon, the children of Yasharel abode in their tents, and journeyed not. But when it was taken up, they journeyed. At the commandment of Yahweh they rested in their tents, and at the commandment of Yahweh they journeyed. They guarded the watch of Yahweh at the commandment of Yahweh by the hand of Moshe. Bemidbar, Numbers chapter 10. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe, saying,
Make you 2 trumpets of silver, of a whole piece shall you make them, that you may use them for the calling of the assembly, and for the journeying of the camps. And when they shall blow them, all the assembly shall assemble themselves to you at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And if they blow but with 1 trumpet, then the princes, which are heads of the thousands of Yasharel, shall gather themselves unto you. When ye blow an alarm, then the camps that lie on the east part shall go forward. When ye blow an alarm the 2nd time, then the camps that lie on the south side shall take their journey. They shall blow an alarm for their journeys. But when the assembly is to be gathered together, ye shall blow, but ye shall not sound an alarm. And the sons of Aharon the priest shall blow with the trumpets, and they shall be to you for an ordinance forever throughout your generations. And if ye go to war in your land against the enemy that oppresses you, and ye shall blow an alarm with the trumpets, and ye shall be remembered before Yahweh Elohim, and ye shall be saved from your enemies. Also in the day of your gladness, and in your solemn days, and in the beginnings of your months, ye shall blow with the trumpets over your burnt offerings, and over the sacrifices of your peace offerings, that they may be to you for a memorial before your Elohim. I am Yahweh Elohim.
And it came to pass on the 20th day of the 2nd month, in the 2nd year, that the cloud was taken up from off the tabernacle of the testimony. And the children of Yasharel took their journeys out of the wilderness of Sinai, and the cloud rested in the wilderness of Paran. And they first took their journey according to the commandment of Yahweh by the hand of Moshe. In the first place went the standard of the camp of the children of Yehudah, according to their armies, and over his host was Nachshon, the son of Amminadab. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Issachar was Nathanael, the son of Tzuar. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Zebulun was Eliav, the son of Chelon. And the tabernacle was taken down, and the sons of Gershon and the sons of Merari set forward, bearing the tabernacle. And the standard of the camp of Reuven set forward according to their armies, and over his host was Elitzur, the son of Shedur. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Shimon was Shelumiel, the son of Tzurishaddai. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Gad was Elisaph, the son of Deuel. And the Kohathim set forward, bearing the sanctuary, and the other did set up the tabernacle against they came. And the standard of the camp of the children of Ephraim set forward according to their armies, and over his host was Elishama, the son of Amihud. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Manasseh was Gamliel, the son of Pedatsur. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Benjamin was Avidan, the son of Gidonai. And the standard of the camp of the children of Dan set forward, which was the rearward of all the camps throughout their hosts. And over his host was Achiezer, the son of Ammishaddai. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Asher was Pagiel, the son of Okran. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Naphtali was Achira, the son of Enan. Thus were the journeyings of the children of Yashrael, according to their armies when they set forward. And Moshe said unto Chovav, the son of Reuel, the Midianite, Moshe's father-in-law, we are journeying unto the place of which Yahweh said, I will give it you. Come with us, and we will do you good. For Yahweh has spoken good concerning Yashrael. And he said unto him,
I will not go, but I will depart to my own land, and to my kindred.
And he said, Leave us not, I pray you, for as much as you know how we are to encamp in the wilderness, and you may be to us instead of eyes. And it shall be, if you go with us, yea, it shall be, that what goodness Yahweh shall do unto us, the same will we do unto you. And they departed from the mount of Yahweh 3 days' journey, and the ark of the covenant of Yahweh went before them in 3 days' journey, to search out a resting place for them. And the cloud of Yahweh was upon them by day, when they went out of the camp. And it came to pass, when the ark set forward, that Moshe said, Rise up, Yahweh, and let your enemies be scattered, and let them that hate you flee before you. And when it rested, he said, Return, O Yahweh, unto the many thousands of Yashrael. Bemidbar, Numbers chapter 11. And when the people complained, it displeased Yahweh, and Yahweh heard it, and his anger was kindled. And the fire of Yahweh burnt among them, and consumed them that were in the uttermost parts of the camp. And the people cried unto Moshe, and when Moshe prayed unto Yahweh, the fire was quenched. And he called the name of the place Tavera, because the fire of Yahweh burnt among them. And the mixed multitude that was among them fell a-lusting. And the children of Yashrael also wept again, and said,
Who shall give us flesh to eat? We remember the fish, which we did eat in Mitzrayim freely, the cucumbers, and the melons, and the leeks, and the onions, and the garlic. But now our soul is dried away. There's nothing at all, because this manna before our eyes.
And the manna was as coriander seed, and the color thereof as the color of delum. And the people went about and gathered it, and ground it in mills, or beat it in a mortar, and baked it in pans, and made cakes of it. And the taste of it was as the taste of fresh oil. And when the dew fell upon the camp in the night, the manna fell upon it. Then Moshe heard the people weep throughout their families, every man in the door of his tent. And the anger of Yahweh was kindled greatly. Moshe also was displeased. And Moshe said unto Yahweh, Wherefore have you afflicted your servant? And wherefore have I not found favor in your sight, that you laid the burden of all this people upon me? Have I conceived all this people? Have I begotten them? That you should say unto me, Carry them in your bosom, as a nursing father bears the sucking child, unto the land which you swore unto their fathers? Whence should I have flesh to give unto all this people? For they weep unto me, saying, Give us flesh, that we may eat. I am not able to bear all this people alone, because it is too heavy for me. And if you deal thus with me, kill me, I pray you, out of hand, if I have found favor in your sight, and let me not see my wretchedness. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Gather unto me 70 men of the elders of Yasharel, whom you know to be elders of the people, and officers over them, and bring them unto the tabernacle of the assembly, that they may stand there with you. And I will come down and talk with you there, and I will take of the Ruach which is upon you, and will put it upon them, and they shall bear the burden of the people with you, that you bear it not yourself alone. And say you unto the people, Sanctify yourselves against tomorrow, and ye shall eat flesh, for ye have wept in the ears of Yahweh, saying, Who shall give us flesh to eat? For it was well with us in Mitzrayim. Therefore Yahweh will give you flesh, and ye shall eat. Ye shall not eat 1 day, nor 2 days, nor 5 days, neither 10 days, nor 20 days, but even a whole month, until it comes out at your nostrils, and it will be loathsome unto you, because that ye have despised Yahweh, which is among you, and have wept before him, saying, Why came we forth out of Mitzrayim?
And Moshe said, The people among whom I am are 600,000 footmen, and you have said, I will give them flesh, that they may eat a whole month. Shall the flocks and the herds be slain for them to suffice them? Or shall all the fish of the sea be gathered together for them, to suffice them? And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Is Yahweh's hand waxed short? You shall see now whether my word shall come to pass unto you, or not.
And Moshe went out, and told the people the words of Yahweh, and gathered the 70 men of the elders of the people, and set them round about the tabernacle. And Yahweh came down in a cloud, and spoke unto him, and took of the Ruach that was upon him, and gave it unto the 70 elders. And it came to pass, that when the Ruach rested upon them, they prophesied, and did not cease. But there remained 2 of the men in the camp. The name of the one was Eldad, and the name of the other Medad. And the Ruach rested upon them. And they were of them that were written, but went not out unto the tabernacle. And they prophesied in the camp. And there ran a young man and told Moshe, and said, Eldad and Medad do prophesy in the camp. And Yahusha, the son of Nun, the servant of Moshe, one of his young men, answered and said,
My lord Moshe, forbid them.
And Moshe said unto him, Envy you for my sake? Would to Elohim that all Yahweh's people were prophets, and that Yahweh would put his Ruach upon them. And Moshe got him into the camp, he and the elders of Yasharel. And there went forth a wind from Yahweh, and brought the quails from the sea, and let them fall by the camp, as it were a day's journey on this side, and as it were a day's journey on the other side, round about the camp, and as it were 2 cubits high upon the face of the earth. And the people stood up all that day, and all that night, and all the next day, and they gathered the quails. He that gathered least gathered 10 homers, and they spread them all abroad for themselves round about the camp. And while the flesh was yet between their teeth, ere it was chewed, the wrath of Yahweh was kindled against the people, and Yahweh smote the people with a very great plague. And he called the name of that place Kivrot hat Ta'ava, because there they buried the people that lusted. And the people journeyed from Kivrot hat Ta'ava unto Hatzeroth, and abode at Hatzeroth. Bemidbar, Numbers chapter 12. And Miriam and Aharon spoke against Moshe because of the Cushite woman whom he had married, for he had married a Cushite woman. And they said,
Has Yahweh indeed spoken only by Moshe? Has he not spoken also by us?
And Yahweh heard it. Now the man Moshe was very meek, above all the men which were upon the face of the earth. And Yahweh spoke suddenly unto El Moshe, and unto El Aharon, and unto Miriam.
Come out, ye three, unto the tabernacle of the assembly.
And they three came out. And Yahweh came down in the pillar of the cloud, and stood in the door of the tabernacle, and called Aharon and Miriam. And they both came forth. And he said,
Hear now my words. If there be a prophet among you, I, Yahweh, will make myself known unto him in a vision, and will speak unto him in a dream. My servant Moshe is not so, who is faithful in all my house. With him will I speak mouth to mouth, even apparently, and not in dark speeches and in similitudes. Of Yahweh shall he behold. Wherefore then were ye not afraid to speak against my servant Moshe?
And the anger of Yahweh was kindled against him, and he departed. And the cloud departed from off the tabernacle, and behold, Miriam became leprous, white as snow. And Aharon looked upon Miriam, and behold, she was leprous. And Aharon said unto Moshe,
Alas, my Lord, I beseech you, lay not the sin upon us, wherein we have done foolishly, and wherein we have sinned. Let him not be as one dead, of whom the flesh is half consumed when he comes out of his mother's womb.
And Moshe cried unto El Yahweh, saying, Heal her now, O El, I beseech you. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
If her father had but spit in her face, should she not be ashamed 7 days? Let her be shut out from the camp 7 days, and after that, let her be received in again.
And Miriam was shut out from the camp 7 days, and the people journeyed not till Miriam was brought in again. And afterward the people removed from Chatzeroth, and pitched in the wilderness of Paran. Bemidbar, Numbers chapter 13. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Send you men, that they may search the land of Canaan, which I give unto the children of Yasharel. Of every tribe of their fathers shall ye send a man, every one a ruler among them.
And Moshe, by the commandment of Yahweh, sent them from the wilderness of Paran. All those men were heads of the children of Yasharel. And these were their names: of the tribe of Reuven, Shammua, the son of Zakur; of the tribe of Shimon, Shaphat, the son of Horai; of the tribe of Yehudah, Caleb, the son of Yefuneh; of the tribe of Issachar, Yigal, the son of Yosef; of the tribe of Ephraim, Husha, the son of Nun; of the tribe of Benjamin, Palti, the son of Raphu; of the tribe of Zebulun, Gadiel, the son of Sodi; of the tribe of Yosef, namely, of the tribe of Manasseh, Gadi, the son of Susi; of the tribe of Dan, Amiel, the son of Gemali; of the tribe of Asher, Setur, son of Mikael; of the tribe of Naphtali, Nachbi, the son of Vofsi; of the tribe of Gad, Geuel, the son of Maki. These are the names of the men which Moshe sent to spy out the land. And Moshe called Husha, the son of Nun, Yahusha. And Moshe sent them to spy out the land of Canaan, and said unto them, Get you up this way southward, and go up into the mountain, and see the land, what it is, and the people that dwell therein, whether they be strong or weak, few or many, and what the land is that they dwell in, whether it be good or bad, and what cities they be that they dwell in, whether in tents or in strongholds, and what the land is, whether it be fat or lean, whether there be wood therein or not. And be ye of good courage, and bring of the fruit of the land, Now the time was the time of the first ripe grapes. So they went up, and searched the land from the wilderness of Sin unto Rehov, as men come to Hamath. And they ascended by the Negev, and came unto Hebron, where Achiman, Shishai, and Talmai, the children of Anak, were. Now Hebron was built 7 years before Tzoan in Mitzrayim. And they came unto the brook of Eshcol, and cut down from thence a branch with one cluster of grapes. And they bored between two upon a staff. And they brought of the pomegranates, and of the figs. The place was called Nachal Eshcol, because of the cluster of grapes which the children of Yashrael cut down from thence. And they returned from searching of the land after 40 days. And they went and came to El Moshe, and to El Aharon, and to all the assembly of the children of Yashrael, unto the wilderness of Paran, to Kadesh, and brought back word unto them, and unto all the assembly, and showed them the fruit of the land. And they told him and said,
We came unto the land whither you sent us, and surely it flows with milk and honey, and this is the fruit of it. Nevertheless, the people be strong that dwell in the land, and the cities are walled and very great. And moreover, we saw the children of Anak there. The Amalekim dwell in the land of the Negev, and the Hittim, and the Yebusim, and the Emorim dwell in the mountains, and the Kinanim dwell by the sea, and by the coast of the Yarden.
And Caleb stilled the people before Moshe, and said,
Let us go up at once and possess it, for we are well able to overcome it.
But the men that went up with him said,
We be not able to go up against the people, for they are stronger than we.
And they brought up an evil report of the land which they had searched unto the children of Yashrael, saying,
The land through which we have gone to search it is a land that eats up the inhabitants thereof, and all the people that we saw in it are men of great stature. And there we saw the Nephilim, the sons of Anak, which come of the Nephilim, and we were in our own sight as grasshoppers, and so we were in their sight.
Bemidbar, Numbers chapter 14. And all the assembly lifted up their voice and cried, and the people wept that night. And all the children of Yashrael murmured against Moshe and against Aharon. And the whole assembly said unto them, Would to Elohim that we had died in the land of Mitzrayim, or would to Elohim we had died in this wilderness. And wherefore has Yahweh brought us unto this land, to fall by the sword, that our women and our children should be a prey? Were it not better for us to return into Mitzrayim? And they said one to another,
Let us make a captain, and let us return into Mitzrayim.
Then Moshe and Aharon fell on their faces before all the assembly of the multitude of the children of Yashrael. And Yahusha the son of Nun, and Caleb the son of Yefuneh, which were of them that searched the land, rent their clothes. And they spoke unto all the company of the children of Yashrael, saying,
The land which we passed through to search it is an exceeding good land. If Yahweh delight in us, then he will bring us into this land, and give it us, a land that flows with milk and honey. Only rebel ye not against Yahweh, neither fear ye the people of the land, for they are bread for us. Their defense is departed from them, and Yahweh is with us. Fear them not.
But all the assembly bade stone them with stones. And the glory of Yahweh appeared in the tabernacle of the assembly before all the children of Yashrael. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
How long will this people provoke me? And how long will it be ere they believe me? For all the signs which I have showed among them, I will smite them with the pestilence, and disinherit them, and will make of you a greater nation, and mightier than they.
And Moshe said unto Yahweh, Then the Mitzrayim shall hear it, for you brought up this people in your might from among them, and they will tell it to the inhabitants of this land. For they have heard that you, Yahweh, are among this people, that you, Yahweh, are seen face to face, and that your cloud stands over them, and that you go before them, by daytime in a pillar of cloud, and in a pillar of fire by night. Now, if you shall kill all this people as one man, then the nations which have heard the fame of you will speak, saying, because Yahweh was not able to bring this people into the land which he swore unto them, therefore he has slain them in the wilderness. And now, I beseech you, let the power of my Adonai be great, according as you have spoken, saying, Yahweh is long-suffering and of great mercy, forgiving iniquity and transgression, and by no means clearing the guilty, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation. Pardon, I beseech you, the iniquity of this people according unto the greatness of your mercy, and as you have forgiven this people from Mitzrayim even until now. And Yahweh said,
I have pardoned according to your word. But as truly as I live, all the earth shall be filled with the glory of Yahweh. Because all those men which have seen my glory and my miracles, which I did in Mitzrayim and in the wilderness, and have tempted me now these 10 times, and have not hearkened to my voice, surely they shall not see the land which I swore unto their fathers, neither shall any of them that provoked me see it. But my servant Caleb, because he had another Ruach with him, and has followed me fully, him will I bring into the land whereinto he went, and his seed shall possess it.
Now the Amalekim and the Canaanite dwelt in the valley.
Tomorrow turn you, and get you into the wilderness, by the way of the Red Sea.
And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe and unto El Aharon, saying,
How long shall I bear with this evil assembly, which murmur against me? I have heard the murmurings of the children of Yasharel, which they murmur against me. Say unto them, As truly as I live, says Yahweh, as ye have spoken in my ears, so will I do to you. Your carcasses shall fall in this wilderness, and all that were numbered of you, according to your whole number, from 20 years old and upward, which have murmured against me. Doubtless ye shall not come into the land, concerning which I swore to make you dwell therein, save Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, and Yahusha, the son of Nun. But your little ones, which ye said should be a prey, them will I bring in, and they shall know the land which ye have despised. But as for you, your carcasses, they shall fall in this wilderness, and your children shall wander in the wilderness 40 years, and bear your whoredoms, until your carcasses be wasted in the wilderness. After the number of the days in which ye searched the land, even 40 days, each day for a year, shall ye bear your iniquities, even 40 years, and ye shall know my breach of promise. I, Yahweh, have said, I will surely do it unto all this evil assembly that are gathered together against me. In this wilderness they shall be consumed, and there they shall die.
And the men which Moshe sent to search the land, who returned and made all the assembly to murmur against him, by bringing up a slander upon the land, even those men that did bring up the evil report upon the land, died by the plague before Yahweh. But Yahusha, the son of Nun, and Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, which were of the men that went to search the land, lived still. And Moshe told these things unto all the children of Yasharel, and the people mourned greatly. And they rose up early in the morning, and got them up into the top of the mountain, saying, Lo, we be here, and will go up unto the place which Yahweh has promised, for we have sinned. And Moshe said, Wherefore now do ye transgress the commandment of Yahweh? But it shall not prosper. Go not up, for Yahweh is not among you, that ye be not smitten before your enemies. For the Amalekim and the Canaanite are there before you, and ye shall fall by the sword, because ye are turned away from Yahweh. Therefore Yahweh will not be with you. But they presumed to go up unto the top of the hill. Nevertheless, the ark of the covenant of Yahweh and Moshe departed not out of the camp. Then the Amalekim came down, and the Canaanite which dwelt in that hill, and smote them, and discomfited them, even unto Horeb. Bemidbar, Numbers chapter 15. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, When ye are come into the land of your habitations, which I give unto you, and will make an offering by fire unto Yahweh, a burnt offering, or a sacrifice in performing a vow, or in a freewill offering, or in your solemn feasts, to make a sweet savor unto Yahweh, of the herd or of the flock. Then shall he that offers his offering unto Yahweh bring a meat offering of a 10th deal of flour, mingled with the 4th part of a hin of oil, and the 4th part of a hin of wine. For a drink offering shall you prepare with the burnt offering or sacrifice, for 1 lamb, or for a ram. You shall prepare for a meat offering 2/10 deals of flour mingled with the 3rd part of a hin of oil, and for a drink offering you shall offer the 3rd part of a hin of wine, for a sweet savor unto Yahweh. And when you prepare a bullock for a burnt offering, or for a sacrifice in performing a vow, or peace offerings unto Yahweh, then shall he bring with a bullock a meat offering of 3/10 deals of flour mingled with a half a hin of oil. And you shall bring for a drink offering half a hin of wine, for an offering made by fire, of a sweet savor unto Yahweh. Thus shall it be done for 1 bullock, or for 1 ram, or for a lamb, or a kid. According to the number that ye shall prepare, so shall ye do to everyone according to their number. All that are born of the country shall do these things after this manner, in offering an offering made by fire, of a sweet savor unto Yahweh. And if a stranger sojourn with you, or whosoever be among you in your generations, and will offer an offering made by fire, of a sweet savor unto Yahweh, as ye do, so he shall do. 1 ordinance shall be both for you of the assembly, and also for the stranger that sojourns with you, an ordinance forever in your generations. As ye are, so shall the stranger be before Yahweh. 1 Torah, and 1 manner of law shall be for you, and for the stranger that sojourns with you.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, When ye come into the land whither I bring you, then it shall be, that when ye eat of the bread of the land, ye shall offer up a heave offering unto Yahweh. Ye shall offer up a cake of the first of your dough for a heave offering, as ye do the heave offering of the threshing floor, so shall ye heave it. Of the first of your dough ye shall give it unto Yahweh, a heave offering in your generations. And if ye have erred, and not observed all these commandments, which Yahweh has spoken unto Moshe, even all that Yahweh has commanded you by the hand of Moshe, from the day that Yahweh commanded Moshe, and henceforth among your generations, then it shall be, if aught be committed by ignorance, without the knowledge of the assembly, that all the assembly shall offer 1 young bullock for a burnt offering, for a sweet savor unto Yahweh, with his meat offering, and his drink offering, according to the manner, and 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for all the assembly of the children of Yasharel, and it shall be forgiven them, for it is ignorance. And they shall bring their offering, a sacrifice made by fire unto Yahweh, and their sin offering before Yahweh, for their ignorance. And it shall be forgiven all the assembly of the children of Yasharel, and the stranger that sojourns among them, seeing all the people were in ignorance. And if any soul sin through ignorance, then he shall bring a she-goat of the first year for a sin offering, and the priest shall make an atonement for the soul that sins ignorantly, when he sins by ignorance before Yahweh, to make an atonement for him, and it shall be forgiven him. Ye shall have 1 Torah for him that sins through ignorance, both for him that is born among the children of Yasharel, and for the stranger that sojourns among them. But the soul that does aught presumptuously, whether he be born in the land or a stranger, the same reproaches Yahweh, and that soul shall be cut off from among his people. Because he has despised the word of Yahweh, and has broken his commandment, that soul shall utterly be cut off, his iniquity shall be upon him.
And while the children of Yasharel were in the wilderness, they found a man that gathered sticks upon the Shabbat. And they that found him gathering sticks brought him unto Moshe, and Aharon, and unto all the assembly. And they put him in ward, because it was not declared what should be done to him. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
The man shall surely be put to death. All the assembly shall stone him with stones without the camp.
And all the assembly brought him without the camp and stoned him with stones, and he died, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and bid them that they make them tzitzits, a tassel or a fringe, in the borders of their garments throughout their generations, and that they put upon the tzitzit of the borders a riband of blue, and do them, and that ye seek not after your own heart and your own eyes, which ye use to go a-whoring, that ye may remember and do all my commandments, and be holy unto your Elohim. I am Yahweh Elohaikum, which brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim, to be your Elohim. I am Yahweh Elohaikum.
Bemidbar, Numbers chapter 16. Now Korach, the son of Yitzchar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, and Dathan, and Abiram, the sons of Eliav, and On, the son of Peleth, sons of Reuben, took men, and they rose up before Moshe, with certain of the children of Yasharel, 250 princes of the assembly, famous in the assembly, men of renown. And they gathered themselves together against Moshe and against Aharon, and said unto them,
Ye take too much upon you, seeing all the assembly are holy, every one of them, and Yahweh is among them. Wherefore then lift ye up yourselves above the assembly of Yahweh.
And when Moshe heard it, he fell upon his face. And he spoke unto Korach and unto all his company, saying, Even tomorrow Yahweh will show who are his, and who is holy, and will cause him to come near unto him. Even him whom he has chosen will he cause to come near unto him. This do. Take you censers, Korach, and all his company, and put fire therein, and put incense in them before Yahweh tomorrow. And it shall be that the man whom Yahweh chooses, he shall be holy. Ye take too much upon you, ye sons of Levi. And Moshe said unto Korach, Hear, I pray you, ye sons of Levi. Does it seem but a small thing unto you, that the Elohai of Yasharel has separated you from the assembly of Yasharel, to bring you near to himself, to do the service of the tabernacle of Yahweh, and to stand before the assembly to minister unto them? And he has brought you near to him, and all your brethren, the sons of Levi, with you. And seek ye the priesthood also? For which cause both you and all your company are gathered together against Yahweh. And what is Aharon, that ye murmur against him? And Moshe sent to call Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliav, which said,
We will not come up. Is it a small thing that you have brought us up out of a land that flows with milk and honey, to kill us in the wilderness? Except you make yourselves altogether a prince over us. Moreover, you have not brought us into a land that flows with milk and honey, or given us inheritance of fields and vineyards. Will you put out the eyes of these men? We will not come up.
And Moshe was very wroth, and said unto Yahweh, Respect not you their offering. I have not taken one ass from them, neither have I hurt one of them. And Moshe said unto Korach, Be you and all your company before Yahweh, you and they, and Aharon tomorrow, and take every man his censer, and put incense in them, and bring ye before Yahweh every man his censer, 250 censers, you also, and Aharon, each of you his censer. And they took every man his censer, and put fire in them, and laid incense thereon, and stood in the door of the tabernacle of the assembly with Moshe and Aharon. And Korach gathered all the assembly against them unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And the glory of Yahweh appeared unto all the assembly. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe and unto El Aharon, saying,
Separate yourselves from among this assembly, that I may consume them in a moment.
And they fell upon their faces and said, O El, the Elohai of the Ruachoth of all flesh, shall one man sin, and will you be wroth with all the assembly? And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the assembly, saying, Get you up from about the tabernacle of Korach, Dathan, and Abiram.
And Moshe rose up and went unto Dathan and Abiram, and the elders of Yashrael followed him. And he spoke unto the assembly, saying,
Depart, I pray you, from the tents of these wicked men, and touch nothing of theirs, lest ye be consumed in all their sins.
So they got up from the tabernacle of Korach, Dathan, and Abiram, on every side. And Dathan and Abiram came out, and stood in the door of their tents, and their women, and their sons, and their little children. And Moshe said,
Hereby ye shall know that Yahweh has sent me to do all these works, for I have not done them of my own mind. If these men die the common death of all men, or if they be visited after the visitation of all men, then Yahweh has not sent me. But if Yahweh make a new thing, and the earth open her mouth, and swallow them up, with all that appertain unto them, and they go down quick into the pit, then ye shall understand that these men have provoked Yahweh.
And it came to pass, as he had made an end of speaking all these words, that the ground clave asunder that was under them, and the earth opened her mouth, and swallowed them up, their houses, and all the men that appertained to Korach, and all their goods. They, and all that appertained to them, went down alive into the pit, and the earth closed upon them, and they perished from among the assembly. And all Yashrael that were round about them fled at the cry of them, for they said,
Lest the earth swallow us up also.
And there came out a fire from Yahweh, and consumed the 250 men that offered incense. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto Eleazar, the son of Aharon the priest, that he take up the censers out of the burning, and scatter you the fire yonder, for they are hallowed. The censers of these sinners against their own souls, let them make them broad plates for a covering of the altar. For they offered them before Yahweh, therefore they are hallowed, and they shall be a sign unto the children of Yasharel.
And Eleazar the priest took the brazen censers, wherewith they that were burnt had offered. And they were made broad plates for a covering of the altar, to be a memorial unto the children of Yashrael, that no stranger, which is not of the seed of Aharon, come near to offer incense before Yahweh, that he be not as Korach and his company, as Yahweh said to him by the hand of Moshe. But on the morrow, all the assembly of the children of Yashrael murmured against Moshe and against Aharon, saying, Ye have killed the people of Yahweh. And it came to pass, when the assembly was gathered against Moshe and against Aharon, that they looked toward the tabernacle of the assembly, and, behold, the cloud covered it, and the glory of Yahweh appeared. And Moshe and Aharon came before the tabernacle of the assembly. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Get you up from among this assembly, that I may consume them as in a moment.
And they fell upon their faces. And Moshe said unto Aharon,
Take a censer, and put fire therein from off the altar, and put on incense, and go quickly unto the assembly, and make an atonement for them, for there is wrath gone out from Yahweh. The plague is begun.
And Aharon took as Moshe commanded, and ran into the midst of the assembly. And, behold, the plague was begun among the people. And he put on incense, and made an atonement for the people. And he stood between the dead and the living, and the plague was stayed. Now they that died in the plague were 14,700, beside them that died about the matter of Korach. And Aharon returned unto Moshe, unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and the plague was stayed. Bamidbar, Numbers chapter 17. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and take of every one of them a rod according to the house of their fathers, of all their princes according to the house of their fathers, 12 rods. Write you every man's name upon his rod. And you shall write Aaron's name upon the rod of Levi, for one rod shall be for the head of the house of their fathers. And you shall lay them up in the tabernacle of the assembly, before the testimony, where I will meet with you. And it shall come to pass, that the man's rod whom I shall choose shall blossom, and I will make to cease from me the murmurings of the children of Yasharel, whereby they murmur against you.
And Moshe spoke unto the children of Yasharel, and every one of their princes gave him a rod apiece, for each prince one, according to their fathers' houses, even 12 rods. And the rod of Aharon was among their rods. And Moshe laid up the rods before Yahweh in the tabernacle of witness. And it came to pass that on the morrow Moshe went into the tabernacle of witness, and, behold, the rod of Aharon for the house of Levi was budded, and brought forth buds, and blossomed blossoms, and yielded almonds. And Moshe brought out all the rods from before Yahweh unto the children of Yasharel. And they looked, and took every man his rod. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Bring Aaron's rod again before the testimony, to be kept for a sign against the sons of rebellion, and you shall quite take away their murmurings from me, that they die not.
And Moshe did so, as Yahweh commanded him. So did he. And the children of Yasharel spoke unto Moshe, saying, Behold, we die, we perish, we all perish. Whosoever comes anything near unto the tabernacle of Yahweh shall die. Shall we be consumed with dying? Bamidbar, Numbers chapter 18. And Yahweh said unto Aharon,
You and your sons and your father's house with you shall bear the iniquity of the sanctuary, and you and your sons with you shall bear the iniquity of your priesthood, and your brethren also of the tribe of Levi, the tribe of your father, bring with you, that they may be joined unto you, and minister unto you. But you and your sons with you shall minister before the tabernacle of witness. And they shall guard your watch, and the watch of all the tabernacle. Only they shall not come nigh the vessels of the sanctuary, and the altar, that neither they nor ye also die. And they shall be joined unto you, and guard the watch of the tabernacle of the assembly, for all the service of the tabernacle, and a stranger shall not come nigh unto you. And ye shall guard the watch of the sanctuary, and the watch of the altar, that there be no wrath any more upon the children of Yasharel. And I, behold, I have taken your brethren the Levi'im from among the children of Yasharel. To you they are given as a gift for Yahweh, to do the service of the tabernacle of the assembly. Therefore you and your sons with you shall guard your priest's office for everything of the altar, and within the veil, and ye shall serve. I have given your priest's office unto you as a service of gift, and the stranger that comes nigh shall be put to death.
And Yahweh spoke unto Aharon,
Behold, I also have given you the charge of my heave offerings. Of all the hallowed things of the children of Yasharel, unto you have I given them by reason of the anointing, and to your sons by an ordinance forever. This shall be yours of the most holy things, reserved from the fire, every oblation of theirs, every meat offering of theirs, and every sin offering of theirs, and every trespass offering of theirs, which they shall render unto me, shall be most holy for you and for your sons. In the most holy place shall you eat it. Every male shall eat it. It shall be holy unto you. And this is yours, the heave offering of their gift, with all the wave offerings of the children of Yasharel. I have given them unto you, and to your sons, and to your daughters with you, by a statute forever. Every one that is clean in your house shall eat of it. All the best of the oil, and all the best of the wine, and of the wheat, the first fruits of them which they shall offer unto Yahweh, them have I given you. And whatsoever is first ripe in the land, which they shall bring unto Yahweh, shall be yours. Every one that is clean in your house shall eat of it. Everything devoted in Yasharel shall be yours. Everything that opens the womb in all flesh, which they bring unto Yahweh, whether it be of men or beasts, shall be yours. Nevertheless, the firstborn of man shall you surely redeem, and the firstling of unclean beasts shall you redeem. And those that are to be redeemed from a month old shall you redeem according to your estimation, for the money of 5 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, which is 20 gerahs. But the firstling of a cow, or the firstling of a sheep, or the firstling of a goat, you shall not redeem. They are holy. You shall sprinkle their blood upon the altar, and shall burn their fat for an offering made by fire, for a sweet savor unto Yahweh. And the flesh of them shall be yours, as the wave breast and as the right shoulder are yours. All the heave offerings of the holy things which the children of Yasharel offer unto Yahweh have I given you, and your sons and your daughters with you, by a statute forever. It is a covenant of salt forever before Yahweh unto you and to your seed with you.
And Yahweh spoke unto Elaharon,
You shall have no inheritance in their land, neither shall you have any part among them. I am your part, and your inheritance among the children of Yasharel. And behold, I have given the children of Levi all the 10th in Yasharel for an inheritance, for their service which they serve, even the service of the tabernacle of the assembly. Neither must the children of Yasharel henceforth come nigh the tabernacle of the assembly, lest they bear sin and die. But the Leviim shall do the service of the tabernacle of the assembly, and they shall bear their iniquity. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations, that among the children of Yasharel they have no inheritance. But the tithes of the children of Yasharel, which they offer as a heave offering unto Yahweh, I have given to the Leviim to inherit. Therefore I have said unto them, among the children of Yasharel they shall have no inheritance.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Thus speak unto the Leviim, and say unto them, when ye take of the children of Yasharel the tithes which I have given you from them for your inheritance, then ye shall offer up a heave offering of it for Yahweh, even a 10th part of the tithe. And this your heave offering shall be reckoned unto you, as though it were the grain of the threshing floor, and as the fullness of the winepress. Thus ye also shall offer a heave offering unto Yahweh of all your tithes, which ye receive of the children of Yasharel, and ye shall give thereof Yahweh's heave offering to Aharon the priest. Out of all your gifts ye shall offer every heave offering of Yahweh, of all the best thereof, even the hallowed part thereof out of it. Therefore you shall say unto them, when ye have heaved the best thereof from it, then it shall be counted unto the Leviim as the increase of the threshing floor, and as the increase of the winepress. And ye shall eat it in every place, ye and your household, for it is your reward for your service in the tabernacle of the assembly. And ye shall bear no sin by reason of it, when ye have heaved from it the best of it. Neither shall ye pollute the holy things of the children of Yasharel, lest ye die.
Bemidbar, Numbers, chapter 19. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe, and unto El Aharon, saying,
This is the ordinance of the Torah which Yahweh has commanded, saying, Speak unto the children of Yasharel, that they bring you a red heifer without spot, wherein is no blemish, and upon which never came yoke. And ye shall give her unto Eleazar the priest, that he may bring her forth without the camp, and one shall slay her before his face. And Eleazar the priest shall take of her blood with his finger, and sprinkle of her blood directly before the tabernacle of the assembly 7 times. And one shall burn the heifer in his sight, and her skin, and her flesh, and her blood, with her tongue shall he burn. And the priest shall take cedar wood, and hyssop, and scarlet, and cast it into the midst of the burning of the heifer. And the priest shall wash his clothes, and he shall bathe his flesh in water. And afterward he shall come into the camp, and the priest shall be unclean until the evening. And he that burns her shall wash his clothes in water, and bathe his flesh in water, and shall be unclean until the evening. And a man that is clean shall gather up the ashes of the heifer, and lay them up without the camp in a clean place, and it shall be kept for the assembly of the children of Yasharel, for a water of separation. It is a purification for sin. And he that gathers the ashes of the heifer shall wash his clothes, and be unclean until the evening. And it shall be unto the children of Yasharel, and unto the stranger that sojourns among them, for a statute forever. He that touches the dead body of any man shall be unclean 7 days. He shall purify himself with it on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day he shall be clean. But if he purify not himself the 3rd day, then the 7th day he shall not be clean. Whosoever touches the dead body of any man that is dead, and purifies not himself, defiles the tabernacle of Yahweh. And that soul shall be cut off from Yasharel, because the water of separation was not sprinkled upon him. He shall be unclean. His uncleanness is yet upon him. This is the Torah when a man dies in a tent. All that come into the tent, and all that is in the tent, shall be unclean 7 days. And every open vessel which has no covering bound upon it is unclean. And whosoever touches one that is slain with a sword in the open field, or a dead body, or a bone of a man, or a grave, shall be unclean 7 days. And for an unclean person they shall take the ashes of the burnt heifer, of purification for sin, and running water shall be put thereto in a vessel. And a clean person shall take hyssop, and dip it in the water, and sprinkle it upon the tent, and upon all the vessels, and upon the persons that were there, and upon him that touched a bone, or one slain, or one dead, or a grave. And the clean person shall sprinkle upon the unclean on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day, and on the 7th day he shall purify himself, and wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and shall be clean at evening. But the man that shall be unclean, and shall not purify himself, that soul shall be cut off from among the assembly, because he has defiled the sanctuary of Yahweh. The water of separation has not been sprinkled upon him. He is unclean. And it shall be a perpetual statute unto them, that he that sprinkles the water of separation shall wash his clothes, and he that touches the water of separation shall be unclean until evening. And whatsoever the unclean person touches shall be unclean, and the soul that touches it shall be unclean until evening.
Bemidbar, Numbers, chapter 20. Then came the children of Yasharel, even the whole assembly, into the desert of Sin in the 1st month. And the people abode in Kadesh, and Miriam died there, and was buried there. And there was no water for the assembly. And they gathered themselves together against Moshe, and against Aharon. And the people chode with Moshe, and spoke, saying,
Would to Elohim that we had died when our brethren died before Yahweh. And why have we brought up the assembly of Yahweh into this wilderness, that we and our cattle should die there? And wherefore have ye made us to come up out of Mitzrayim, to bring us into this evil place? Is it no place of seed, or of figs, or of vines, or of pomegranates? Neither is there any water to drink.
And Moshe and Aharon went from the presence of the assembly unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and they fell upon their faces, and the glory of Yahweh appeared unto them. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Take the rod, and gather the assembly together, you and Aharon your brother, and speak ye unto the rock before their eyes, and it shall give forth his water, and you shall bring forth to them water out of the rock. So you shall give the assembly and their beasts drink.
And Moshe took the rod from before Yahweh, as he commanded him. And Moshe and Aharon gathered the assembly together before the rock. And he said unto them, Hear now, ye rebels, must we fetch you water out of this rock? And Moshe lifted up his hand, and with his rod he smote the rock twice, and water came out abundantly, and the assembly drank, and their beasts also. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe and Aharon,
Because ye believed me not, to sanctify me in the eyes of the children of Yasharel, therefore ye shall not bring this assembly into the land which I have given them.
This is the water of Meribah, because the children of Yashrael strove with Yahweh, and he was sanctified in them. And Moshe sent messengers from Kadesh unto the king of Edom. Thus says your brother Yashrael, you know all the travail that has befallen us, how our fathers went down into Mitzrayim, and we have dwelt in Mitzrayim a long time. And the Mitzrayim vexed us and our fathers. And when we cried unto El Yahweh, he heard our voice, and sent an angel, and has brought us forth out of Mitzrayim. And behold, we are in Kadesh, a city in the uttermost of your border. Let us pass, I pray you, through your country. We will not pass through the fields, or through the vineyards, neither will we drink of the water of the wells. We will go by the king's highway. We will not turn to the right hand, nor to the left, until we have passed your borders. And Edom said unto him,
You shall not pass by me, lest I come out against you with the sword.
And the children of Yashrael said unto him, We will go by the highway, and if I and my cattle drink of your water, then I will pay for it. I will only, without doing anything else, go through on my feet. And he said,
You shall not go through.
And Edom came out against him with much people, and with a strong hand. Thus Edom refused to give Yashrael passage through his border. Wherefore Yashrael turned away from him. And the children of Yashrael, even the whole assembly, journeyed from Kadesh, and came unto Mount Hor. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe and El Aharon in Mount Hor, by the coast of the land of Edom, saying,
Aharon shall be gathered unto his people, for he shall not enter into the land which I have given unto the children of Yasharel, because ye rebelled against my word at the water of Meribah. Take Aharon and Eleazar his son, and bring them up unto Mount Hor, and strip Aharon of his garments, and put them upon Eleazar his son, and Aharon shall be gathered unto his people, and shall die there.
And Moshe did as Yahweh commanded, and they went up into Mount Hor in the sight of all the assembly. And Moshe stripped Aharon of his garments, and put them upon Eleazar his son. And Aharon died there in the top of the mount. And Moshe and Eleazar came down from the mount. And when all the assembly saw that Aharon was dead, they mourned for Aharon 30 days, even all the house of Yashrael. Bemidbar, Numbers chapter 21. And when King Arad the Canaanite, which dwelt in the Negev, heard tell that Yashrael came by the way of the spies, then he fought against Yashrael, and took some of them prisoners. And Yashrael vowed a vow unto Yahweh, and said, If you will indeed deliver this people into my hand, then I will utterly destroy their cities. And Yahweh hearkened to the voice of Yashrael, and delivered up the Canaanite, and they utterly destroyed them and their cities. And he called the name of the place Hormah. And they journeyed from Mount Hor by the way of the Red Sea, to compass the land of Edom. And the soul of the people was much discouraged because of the way. And the people spoke against Elohim, and against Moshe.
Wherefore have ye brought us up out of Mitzrayim, to die in the wilderness? For there is no bread, neither is there any water, and our soul loathes this light bread.
And Yahweh set fiery serpents among the people, and they bit the people, and much people of Yashrael died. Therefore the people came to Moshe and said,
We have sinned, for we have spoken against Yahuwah and against you. Pray unto El Yahuwah that he take away the serpents from us.
And Moshe prayed for the people. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Make you a fiery serpent, and set it upon a pole, and it shall come to pass that everyone that is bitten, when he looks upon it, shall live.
And Moshe made a serpent of brass, and put it upon a pole. And it came to pass, that if a serpent had bitten any man, when he beheld the serpent of brass, he lived. And the children of Yashrael set forward, and pitched in Ovoth. And they journeyed from Ovoth, and pitched at Iye ha-Avairim. in the wilderness which is before Moab, toward the sunrising. From thence they removed, and pitched in the valley of Zered. From thence they removed, and pitched on the other side of Arnon, which is in the wilderness that comes out of the coast of the Amorim. For Arnon is the border of Moab, between Moab and the Amorim. Wherefore it is said in the Sefer of the wars of Yahweh, what he did in the Red Sea, and in the brooks of Arnon, and at the stream of the brooks that goes down to the dwelling of Ar, and lies upon the border of Moab. And from thence they went to Be'er, that is the well whereof Yahweh spoke unto Moshe.
Gather the people together, and I will give them water.
Then Yashrael sang this song.
Spring up, O well, sing ye unto it. The princess dug the well. The nobles of the people dug it by the direction of the Torah giver with their staffs.
And from the wilderness they went to Matana, and from Matana to Nachaliel, and from Nachaliel to Bamoth, and from Bamoth in the valley that is in the country of Moab to the top of Pigkah, which looks towards Yeshimon. And Yashrael sent messengers unto Sihon, king of the Amorim, saying, Let me pass through your land. We will not turn into the fields, or into the vineyards. We will not drink of the waters of the well. But we will go along by the king's highway, until we be past your borders. And Sihon would not suffer Yashrael to pass through his border. But Sihon gathered all his people together, and went out against Yashrael into the wilderness. And he came to Yachatz, and fought against Yashrael. And Yashrael smote him with the edge of the sword, and possessed his land from Arnon unto Yabok, even unto the children of Ammon. For the border of the children of Ammon was strong. And Yashrael took all these cities, and Yashrael dwelt in all the cities of the Amorim, in Heshbon, and in all the villages thereof. For Heshbon was a city of Sihon, the king of the Amorim, who had fought against the former king of Moab, and taken all his land out of his hand, even unto Arnon. Wherefore, they that speak in Proverbs say, Come into Heshbon, let the city of Sihon be built and prepared. For there is a fire gone out of Heshbon, a flame from the city of Sihon. It has consumed Ar of Moab, and Baale, Bamoth of Arnon. Woe to you, Moab! You are undone, O people of Chemosh. He has given his sons that escaped, and his daughters, into captivity unto Sihon, king of the Amorim. We have shot at them. Heshbon is perished even unto Divon, and we have laid them waste even unto Nophach, which reaches unto Medeba. Thus Yashrael dwelt in the land of the Amorim. And Moshe sent to spy out Yaezer, and they took the villages thereof, and drove out the Amorim that were there. And they turned and went up by the way of Bashan. And Og, king of Bashan, went out against them, he and all his people, to the battle of Edrei. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Fear him not, for I have delivered him into your hand, and all his people, and his land. And you shall do to him as you did unto Sihon, king of the Amorim, which dwelt at Heshbon.
So they smote him, and his sons, and all his people, until there was none left him alive, and they possessed his land. Bamidbar, Numbers, chapter 22. And the children of Yashrael set forward, and pitched in the plains of Moab, on this side of the Ardan, by Jericho. And Balak, the son of Zippor, saw all that Yashrael had done to the Amorim. And Moab was sore afraid of the people, because they were many. And Moab was distressed because of the children of Yashrael. And Moab said unto the elders of Midian,
Now this company licks up all that are round about us, as the ox licks up the grass of the field.
And Balak, the son of Zippor, was king of the Moabim at that time. He sent messengers therefore unto Bilam, the son of Beor, to Pethor, which is by the river of the land of the children of his people, to call him, saying,
Behold, there is a people come out from Mitzrayim. Behold, they cover the face of the earth, and they abide over against me. Come now, therefore, I pray you, curse me this people, for they are too mighty for me. Perchance I shall prevail, that we may smite them, and that I may drive them out of the land. For I know that he whom you bless is blessed, and he whom you curse is cursed.
And the elders of Moab and the elders of Midian departed with the rewards of divination in their hand. And they came unto Balaam, and spoke unto him the words of Balak. And he said unto them,
Lodge here this night, and I will bring you word again, as Yahweh shall speak unto me.
And the princes of Moab abode with Balaam. And Elohim came unto Balaam and said,
What men are these with you?
And Balaam said unto Elohim,
Balak, the son of Zippor, king of Moab, has sent unto me, saying, Behold, there is a people come out of Mitzrayim, which covers the face of the earth. Come now, curse me them. Perchance I shall be able to overcome them, and drive them out.
And Elohim said unto Balaam,
You shall not go with them. You shall not curse the people, for they are blessed.
And Balaam rose up in the morning, and said unto the princes of Balak,
Get you into your land, for Yahweh refuses to give me leave to go with you.
And the princes of Moab rose up, and they went unto Balak, and said,
Balaam refuses to come with us.
And Balak sent yet again princes more, and more honorable than they. And they came to Balaam, and said to him,
Thus says Balak, the son of Zippor, Let nothing, I pray you, hinder you from coming unto me, for I will promote you unto very great honor, and I will do whatsoever you say unto me. Come therefore, I pray you, curse me this people.
And Balaam answered, and said unto the servants of Balak,
If Balak would give me his house full of silver and gold, I cannot go beyond the word of Yahweh Elohai, to do less or more. Now therefore, I pray you, tarry ye also here this night, that I may know what Yahweh will say unto me.
And Elohim came unto Balaam at night, and said unto him,
If the men come to call you, rise up and go with them. But yet the word which I shall say unto you, that shall you do.
And Balaam rose up in the morning, and saddled his ass, and went with the princes of Moab. And Elohim's anger was kindled because he went. And the angel of Yahweh stood in the way for an adversary against him. Now he was riding upon his ass, and his two servants were with him. And the ass saw the angel of Yahweh standing in the way, and his sword drawn in his hand. And the ass turned aside out of the way, and went into the field. And Balaam smote the ass, to turn her into the way. But the angel of Yahweh stood in the path of the vineyards, a wall being on this side, and a wall on that side. And when the ass saw the angel of Yahweh, she thrust herself unto the wall, and crushed Balaam's foot against the wall, and he smote her again. And the angel of Yahweh went further, and stood in a narrow place, where was no way to turn either to the right hand or to the left. And when the ass saw the angel of Yahweh, she fell down under Balaam, and Balaam's anger was kindled, and he smote the ass with a staff. And Yahweh opened the mouth of the ass, and she said unto Balaam,
What have I done unto you, that you have smitten me these 3 times?
And Balaam said unto the ass,
Because you have mocked me. I would there were a sword in my hand, for now I would kill you.
And the ass said unto Balaam,
Am I not your ass, upon which you have ridden ever since I was yours, unto this day? Was I ever wont to do so unto you?
And he said,
Nay.
Then Yahweh opened the eyes of Balaam, and he saw the angel of Yahweh standing in the way, and his sword drawn in his hand. And he bowed down his head, and fell flat on his face. And the angel of Yahweh said unto him,
Wherefore have you smitten your ass these 3 times? Behold, I went out to withstand you, because your way is perverse before me. And the ass saw me, and turned from me these 3 times. Unless she had turned from me, surely now also I had slain you and saved her alive.
And Bilam said unto the angel of Yahweh,
I have sinned, for I knew not that you stood in the way against me. Now therefore, if it displease you, I will get me back again.
And the angel of Yahweh said unto Bilam,
Go with the men, but only the word that I shall speak unto you, that you shall speak.
So Bilam went with the princes of Balak. And when Balak heard that Bilam was come, he went out to meet him unto a city of Moab, which is in the border of Arnon, which is in the utmost coast. And Balak said unto Bilam,
Did I not earnestly send unto you to call you? Wherefore came you not unto me? Am I not able indeed to promote you to honor?
And Bilam said unto Balak,
Lo, I am come unto you. Have I now any power at all to say anything? The word that Elohim puts in my mouth, that shall I speak.
And Bilam went with Balak, and they came unto Kiryat Chutzotha. And Balak offered oxen and sheep, and sent to Bilam, and to the princes that were with him. And it came to pass on the morrow, that Balak took Bilam, and brought him up unto the high places of Baal, that thence he might see the utmost part of the people. Bamidbar, Numbers, chapter 23. And Bilam said unto Balak,
Build me here 7 altars, and prepare me here 7 oxen and 7 rams.
And Balak did as Bilam had spoken. And Balak and Bilam offered on every altar a bullock and a ram. And Bilam said unto Balak,
Stand you by your burnt offering, and I will go. Perchance Yahweh will come to meet me, and whatsoever he shows me, I will tell you.
And he went to a high place. And Elohim met Bilam, and he said unto him,
I have prepared 7 altars, and I have offered upon every altar a bullock and a ram.
And Yahweh put a word in Bilam's mouth, and said,
Return unto Balak, and thus you shall speak.
And he returned unto him, and lo, he stood by his burnt sacrifice, he and all the princes of Moab. And he took up his parable and said,
Balak, king of Moab, has brought me from Aram, out of the mountains of the east, saying, Come, curse me Yaakov, and come, defy Yashrael. How shall I curse whom El has not cursed? Or how shall I defy whom Yahweh has not defied? For from the tops of the rocks I see him, and from the hills I behold him. Lo, the people shall dwell alone, and shall not be reckoned among the nations. Who can count the dust of Yaakov, and the number of the 4th part of Yashrael? Let me die the death of the Yasharim, and let my last end be like his.
And Balak said unto Bilam,
What have you done unto me? I took you to curse my enemies, and behold, you have blessed them altogether.
And he answered and said,
Must I not take heed to speak that which Yahweh has put in my mouth?
And Balak said unto him,
Come, I pray you, with me unto another place, from whence you may see them. You shall see but the uttermost part of them, and shall not see them all, and curse me them from thence.
And he brought him unto the field of Tsophim, to the top of Pigkah, and built 7 altars, and offered a bullock and a ram on every altar. And he said unto Balak,
Stand here by your burnt offering, while I meet Yahweh yonder.
And Yahweh met Bilam, and put a word in his mouth, and said,
Go again unto Balak, and say thus.
And when he came to him, behold, he stood by his burnt offering, and the princes of Moab with him. And Balak said unto him,
What has Yahweh spoken?
And he took up his parable and said,
Rise up, Balak, and hear. Hearken unto me, you son of Zippor. El is not a man, that he should lie, neither the son of Adam, that he should repent. He has said, and shall he not do it? Or has he spoken, and shall he not make it good? Behold, I have received commandment to bless, and he has blessed, and I cannot reverse it. He has not beheld iniquity in Yaakov, neither has he seen perverseness in Yashrael. Yahweh Eloheinu is with him, and the shout of a king is among them. El brought them out of Mitzrayim. Mitzrayim, he has, as it were, the strength of an unicorn. Surely there is no enchantment against Yaakov, neither is there any divination against Yashrael. According to this time it shall be said of Yaakov and of Yashrael, what has El wrought? Behold, the people shall rise up as a great lion, and lift up himself as a young lion. He shall not lie down until he eat of the prey, and drink the blood of the slain.
And Balak said unto Balaam,
Neither curse them at all, nor bless them at all.
But Balaam answered and said unto Balak,
Told not I you, saying, all that Yahweh speaks, that I must do?
And Balak said unto Balaam,
Come, I pray you, I will bring you unto another place. Perchance it will please Elohim that you may curse me them from thence.
And Balak brought Balaam unto the top of Peor, that looks towards Yeshimon. And Balaam said unto Balak,
Build me here 7 altars, and prepare me here 7 bullocks and 7 rams.
And Balak did as Balaam had said, and offered a bullock and a ram on every altar. Bamidbar, Numbers chapter 24. And when Balaam saw that it pleased Yahweh to bless Yashrael, he went not, as at other times, to seek for enchantments, but he set his face toward the wilderness. And Balaam lifted up his eyes, and he saw Yashrael abiding in his tents according to their tribes. And the Ruach Elohim came upon him. And he took up his parable and said, Balaam, the son of Beor, has said, and the man whose eyes are open has said, he has said, which heard the words of El, which saw the vision of El Shaddai, falling into a trance, but having his eyes open.
How goodly are your tents, O Yaakov, and your tabernacles, O Yashrael! As the valleys are they spread forth, as gardens by the riverside, as the trees of line aloes which Yahweh has planted, and as cedar trees beside the waters. He shall pour the water out of his buckets, and his seed shall be in many waters, and his king shall be higher than Agag, and his kingdom shall be exalted. El brought him forth out of Mitzrayim. He has, as it were, the strength of an unicorn. He shall eat up the nations his enemies, and shall break their bones, and pierce them through with his arrows. He couched, he lay down as a lion, and as a great lion. Who shall stir him up? Blessed is he that blesses you, and cursed is he that curses you.
And Balak's anger was kindled against Balaam, and he smote his hands together. And Balak said unto Balaam,
I called you to curse my enemies, and behold, you have altogether blessed them these 3 times. Therefore now flee to your place. I thought to promote you unto great honor, but lo, Yahuwah has kept you back from honor.
And Balaam said unto Balak,
Spoke I not also to your messengers which you sent unto me, saying, If Balak would give me his house full of silver and gold, I cannot go beyond the commandment of Yahweh, to do either good or bad of my own mind. But what Yahweh says, that will I speak. And now, behold, I go unto my people. Come therefore, and I will advertise what this people shall do to your people in the latter days.
And he took up his parable and said, Balaam, the son of Beor, has said, and the man whose eyes are open has said. He has said, which heard the words of El, and knew the knowledge of El Elyon, which saw the visions of El Shaddai, falling into a trance, but having his eyes open.
I shall see him, but not now. I shall behold him, but not nigh. There shall come a star out of Yaakov, and a scepter shall rise out of Yashrael, and shall smite the corners of Moab, and destroy all the children of Sheth. And Edom shall be a possession, Seir also shall be a possession for his enemies, and Yashrael shall do valiantly. Out of Yaakov shall come he that shall have dominion, and shall destroy him that remains of the city.
And when he looked on Amalek, he took up his parable and said,
Amalek was the first of the nations, but his latter end shall be that he perish forever.
And he looked on the Keniyim, and took up his parable and said,
Strong is your dwelling place, and you put your nest in a rock. Nevertheless, Geni shall be wasted, until Ashur shall carry you away captive.
And he took up his parable and said,
Alas, who shall live when El does this? And ships shall come from the coast of Kittim, and shall afflict Ashur.
and shall afflict Eber, and he also shall perish forever.
And Bilam rose up and went and returned to his place, and Balak also went his way. Bamidbar, Numbers chapter 25. And Yashrael abode in Shittim, and the people began to commit whoredom with the daughters of Moab. And they called the people unto the sacrifices of their Elohim. And the people did eat, and bowed down to their Elohim. And Yashrael joined himself unto Baal Peor. And the anger of Yahweh was kindled against Yashrael. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Take all the heads of the people, and hang them up before Yahweh against the sun, that the fierce anger of Yahweh may be turned away from Yasharel.
And Moshe said unto the judges of Yashrael,
Slay ye every one his men that were joined unto Baal Peor.
And behold, one of the children of Yashrael came and brought unto his brethren a Midianiteth woman, in the sight of Moshe, and in the sight of all the assembly of the children of Yashrael, who were weeping before the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And when Pinechas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aharon the priest, saw it, he rose up from among the assembly, and took a javelin in his hand. And he went after the man of Yashrael into the tent, and thrust both of them through, the man of Yashrael and the woman through her belly. So the plague was stayed from the children of Yashrael. And those that died in the plague were 24,000. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Pinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aharon the priest, has turned my wrath away from the children of Yasharel, while he was zealous for my sake among them, that I consumed not the children of Yasharel in my jealousy. Wherefore say, Behold, I give unto him my covenant of peace, and he shall have it, and his seed after him, even the covenant of an everlasting priesthood, because he was zealous for his Elohim, and made an atonement for the children of Yasharel.
Now the name of the Yashraelite that was slain, even that was slain with the Midianiteth woman, was Zimri, the son of Kalu, a prince of a chief house among the Shimonim. And the name of the Midianite woman that was slain was Kozbai, the daughter of Tsur. He was head over a people, and of a chief house in Midian. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Vex the Midianim, and smite them, for they vex you with their wiles, wherewith they have beguiled you in the matter of Peor, and in the matter of Cosbi, the daughter of a prince of Midian, their sister, which was slain in the day of the plague for Peor's sake.
Bamidbar, Numbers chapter 26. And it came to pass after the plague that Yahweh spoke unto Moshe and unto Eleazar the son of Aharon the priest, saying,
Take the sum of all the assembly of the children of Yasharel, from 20 years old and upward, throughout their father's house, all that are able to go to war in Yasharel.
And Moshe and Eleazar the priest spoke with them in the plains of Moab, by the Yarden, near Jericho, saying, Take the sum of the people from 20 years old and upward, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And the children of Yashrael, which went forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, Reuben, the eldest son of Yashrael, the children of Reuben, Chanok, of whom comes the family of the Chanokim, of Palu, the family of the Paluim, of Chetzron, the family of the Chetzronim, of Carmi, the family of the Carmiim. These are the families of the Reuvim, and they that were numbered of them were 43,730. And the sons of Palu, Eliav, and the sons of Eliav, Nemuel, and Dathan, and Aviram. This is that Dathan and Aviram which were famous in the assembly, who strove against Moshe and against Aharon in the company of Korach, when they strove against Yahweh. And the earth opened her mouth, and swallowed them up together with Korach. When that company died, what time the fire devoured the 250 men, and they became a sign. Notwithstanding, the children of Korach died not. The sons of Shimon, after their families, of Nemuel, the family of the Nemuelim, of Yamin, the family of the Yaminim, of Yakin, the family of the Yakinim, of Zerach, the family of the Zerachim, of Shaul, the family of the Shaulim. These are the families of the Shimonim, 22,200. The children of Gad, after their families, Tsephon, the family of the Tsephonim, of Haggai, the family of the Haggiim, of Shunai, the family of the Shunaim, of Ozni, the family of the Ozniim, of Irai, the family of the Iraim, of Arod, the family of the Arodim, of Arelai, the family of the Arelaim. These are the families of the children of Gad, according to those that were numbered of them, 40,500. The sons of Yehudah were and Onan, and and Onan died in the land of Canaan. And the sons of Yehudah after their families were of Shelah, the family of the Shelanim, of Peretz, the family of the Partzim, of Zerach, the family of the Zarchim. And the sons of Peretz were of Chetzron, the family of the Chetzronim, of Chamul, the family of the Chamulim. These are the families of Yehudah, according to those that were numbered of them, 16,500. Of the sons of Yissachar, after their families, of Tola, the family of the Tolaim, of Pua, the family of the Punim, of Yashuv, the family of the Yashuvim, of Shimron, the family of the Shimronim. These are the families of Yissachar, according to those that were numbered of them, 64,300. Of the sons of Zebulun, after their families, of Sered, the family of the Kardim, of Elon, the family of the Elonim, of Yachleel, the family of the Yachleelim. These are the families of the Zebulonim, according to those that were numbered of them, 64,500. The sons of Joseph, after their families, were Manasseh and Ephraim. Of the sons of Manasseh, of Machir, the family of the Machirim. And Machir begot Gilad. Of Gilad come the family of the Giladim. These are the sons of Gilad. Of Iezer, the family of the Iezerim. Of Chelek, the family of the Chelekim. And of Asriel, the family of the Asrielim. And of Shechem, the family of the Shechemim. And of Shemida, the family of the Shemidaim. And of Chefer, the family of the Cheferim. And Zelophehad, the son of Chefer, had no sons, but daughters. And the names of the daughters of Zelophehad were Machla, and Noah, Chogla, Milcah, and Tirzah. These are the families of Manasseh, and those that were numbered of them, 52,700. These are the sons of Ephraim, after their families, of Shuthelach, the family of the Shuthelachim, of Becher, the family of the Bakrim, of Tachan, the family of the Tachanim. And these are the sons of Shuthelach, of Iran, the family of the Eranim. These are the families of the sons of Ephraim, according to those that were numbered of them, 32,500. These are the sons of Joseph after their families. The sons of Benjamin after their families, of Bela, the family of the Baliim, of Ashbel, the family of the Ashbelim, of Achiram, the family of the Achiramim, of Shefufam, the family of the Shefufamim, of Chufam, the family of the Chufamim. And the sons of Bela were Ard and Naaman, of Ard, the family of the Ardim, and of Naaman, the family of the Namiim. These are the sons of Benjamin, after their families, and they that were numbered of them were 45,600. These are the sons of Dan, after their families, of Hushim, the family of the Hushimim. These are the families of Dan, after their families. All the families of the Hushimim, according to those that were numbered of them, were 64,004. Of the children of Asher, after their families, Yimna, the family of the Yimnachim. Of Yishvi, the family of the Yishviim. Of Beria, the family of the Beriim. Of the sons of Beria. Of Chever, the family of the Cheverim. Of Malkiel, the family of the Malkielim. And the name of the daughter of Asher was Serach. These are the families of the sons of Asher, according to those that were numbered of them, who were 53,400. Of the sons of Naphtali, after their families, Yachzeel, the family of the Yachzeelim. Of Gunai, the family of the Gunaim. Of Yetzer, the family of the Yetzerim. Of Shilem, the family of the Shimeleim. These are the families of Naphtali, according to their families, and they that were numbered of them were 45,400. These were numbered of the children of Yashrael, 600,730. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Unto these the land shall be divided for an inheritance, according to the number of names. To many you shall give the more inheritance, and to few you shall give the less inheritance. To everyone shall his inheritance be given according to those that were numbered of him. Notwithstanding, the land shall be divided by lot, according to the names of the tribes of their fathers. They shall inherit. According to the lot shall the possession thereof be divided between many and few.
And these are they that were numbered of the Leviim, after their families. Of Gershon, the family of the Gershonim. Of Kohath, the family of the Kohathim. Of Merari, the family of the Merarim. These are the families of the Leviim. The family of the Leviim, the family of the Chevronim, the family of the Machlim, the family of the Mushim, the family of the Korchiim. And Kohath begat Amram, and the name of Amram's woman was Jochebed, the daughter of Levi, whom her mother bore to Levi in Mitzrayim. And she bore unto Amram Aharon, and Moshe, and Miriam their sister. And unto Aharon was born Nadab, and Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. And Nadab and Abihu died, when they offered strange fire before Yahweh. And those that were numbered of them were 23,000, all males from a month old and upward. For they were not numbered among the children of Yashrael, because there was no inheritance given them among the children of Yashrael. These are they that were numbered by Moshe and Eleazar the priest, who numbered the children of Yashrael in the plains of Moab, by the Yarden near Jericho. But among these was not a man of them, whom Moshe and Aharon the priest numbered. For when they numbered the children of Yashrael in the wilderness of Sinai, for Yahweh had said of them, They shall surely die in the wilderness, and there was not left a man of them, save Caleb the son of Jephunneh, and Yahusha the son of Nun. Bemidbar, Numbers, chapter 27. Then came the daughters of Zelophehad, the son of Chepher, the son of Gilad, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, of the families of Manasseh, the son of Joseph. And these are the names of his daughters: Machla, Noah, Cholga, Milcah, and Tirzah. And they stood before Moshe, and before Eleazar the priest, and before the princes and all the assembly, by the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, saying,
Our father died in the wilderness, and he was not in the company of them that gathered themselves together against Yahuwah in the company of Korah, but died in his own sin, and had no sons. Why should the name of our father be done away from among his family, because he has no son? Give unto us therefore a possession among the brethren of our father.
And Moshe brought their cause before Yahweh. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
The daughters of Zelophehad speak right. You shall surely give them a possession of an inheritance among their father's brethren, and you shall cause the inheritance of their father to pass unto them. And you shall speak unto the children of Yasharel, saying, If a man die and have no son, then ye shall cause his inheritance to pass unto his daughter. And if he have no daughter, then ye shall give his inheritance unto his brethren. And if he have no brethren, then ye shall give his inheritance unto his father's brethren. And if his father have no brethren, then ye shall give his inheritance unto his kinsman that is next to him of his family, and he shall possess it. And it shall be unto the children of Yasharel a statute of judgment, as Yahweh commanded Moshe.
And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Get you up unto this mount Abarim, and see the land which I have given unto the children of Yasharel. And when you have seen it, you also shall be gathered unto your people, as Aharon your brother was gathered. For ye rebelled against my commandment in the desert of Sin, in the strife of the assembly, to sanctify me at the water before their eyes, that is the water of Meribah, in Kadesh, in the wilderness of Sin.
And Moshe spoke unto Yahweh, saying, Let Yahweh, the Elohai of the Ruachoth of all flesh, set a man over the assembly, which may go out before them, and which may go in before them, and which may lead them out, and which may bring them in, that the assembly of Yahweh be not as sheep which have no shepherd. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Take Yahusha, the son of Nun, a man in whom is the Ruach, and lay your hand upon him, and set him before Eleazar the priest, and before all the assembly, and give him a charge in their sight. And you shall put some of your honor upon him, that all the assembly of the children of Yasharel may be obedient. And he shall stand before Eleazar the priest, who shall ask counsel for him after the judgment of the Urim, before Yahweh. At his word shall they go out, and at his word they shall come in, both he and all the children of Yasharel with him, even all the assembly.
And Moshe did as Yahweh commanded him. And he took Yahusha, and set him before Eleazar the priest, and before all the assembly. And he laid his hands upon him, and gave him a charge, as Yahweh commanded by the hand of Moshe. Bamidbar, Numbers chapter 28. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Command the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, My offering and my bread for my sacrifices made by fire, for a sweet savor unto me, shall ye guard to offer unto me in their appointed time. And you shall say unto them, This is the offering made by fire, which ye shall offer unto Yahweh, 2 lambs of the first year, without spot, day by day, for a continual burnt offering. The 1 lamb shall you offer in the morning, and the other lamb shall you offer at evening. And a 10th part of an ephah of flour for a meat offering, mingled with the 4th part of a hin of beaten oil. It is a continual burnt offering, which was ordained in Mount Sinai for a sweet savor, a sacrifice made by fire unto Yahweh. And the drink offering thereof shall be a 4th part of a hin for the 1 lamb. In the holy place shall you cause the strong wine to be poured unto Yahweh for a drink offering. And the other lamb shall you offer at evening, as the meat offering of the morning. As the drink offering thereof, you shall offer it, a sacrifice made by fire, of a sweet savor unto Yahweh. And on the Shabbat, 2 lambs of the first year without spot, and 2/10 deals of flour for a meat offering mingled with oil, and the drink offering thereof. This is the burnt offering of every Shabbat, beside the continual burnt offering and his drink offering. And in the beginnings of your months ye shall offer a burnt offering unto Yahweh, 2 young bullocks, and 1 ram, 7 lambs of the first year without spot, and 3/10 deals of flour for a meat offering, mingled with oil, for 1 bullock, and 2/10 deal of flour for a meat offering, mingled with oil, for 1 ram, and a several tenths deal of flour mingled with oil for a meat offering unto 1 lamb, for a burnt offering of a sweet savor, a sacrifice made by fire unto Yahweh. And their drink offering shall be half a hin of wine unto a bullock, and the 3rd part of a hin unto a ram, and a 4th part of a hin unto a lamb. This is the burnt offering of every month throughout the months of the year. And 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering unto Yahweh shall be offered, beside the continual burnt offering and his drink offering. And in the 14th day of the first month is the Pesach, Passover of Yahweh. And in the 15th day of this month is the feast. 7 days shall matzah, unleavened bread, be eaten. In the first day shall be a holy assembly. Ye shall do no manner of servile work therein, but ye shall offer a sacrifice made by fire for a burnt offering unto Yahweh, 2 young bullocks and 1 ram, and 7 lambs of the first year. They shall be unto you without blemish. And their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil. 3/10 deals shall ye offer for a bullock, and 2/10 deals for a ram. A several tenth deal shall you offer for every lamb throughout the 7 lambs, and 1 goat for a sin offering to make an atonement for you. Ye shall offer these beside the burnt offering in the morning, which is for a continual burnt offering. After this manner ye shall offer daily, throughout the 7 days, the meat of the sacrifice made by fire, of a sweet savor unto Yahweh. It shall be offered beside the continual burnt offering, and his drink offering. And on the 7th day ye shall have a holy assembly. Ye shall do no servile work. Also in the day of the firstfruits, when ye bring a new meat offering unto Yahweh, after your weeks be out, ye shall have a holy assembly. Ye shall do no servile work. But ye shall offer the burnt offering for a sweet savor unto Yahweh, 2 young bullocks, 1 ram, 7 lambs of the first year, and their meat offering of flour mingled with oil, 3/10 deals unto 1 bullock, 2/10 deals unto 1 ram, and several tenths deal unto 1 lamb, throughout the 7 lambs, and 1 kid of the goats to make an atonement for you. Ye shall offer them beside the continual burnt offering, and his meat offering. They shall be unto you without blemish, and their drink offerings.
Bamidbar. Numbers chapter 29.
And in the 7th month, on the first day of the month, ye shall have a holy assembly. Ye shall do no servile work. It is Yom Teruah, the day of blowing the shofar, the day of the awakening blast unto you. And ye shall offer a burnt offering for a sweet savor unto Yahweh, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, and 7 lambs of the first year, without blemish. And their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil, 3/10 deals for a bullock, and 2/10 deals for a ram, and 1/10 deal for 1 lamb, throughout the 7 lambs, and 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, to make an atonement for you, beside the burnt offering of the month, and his meat offering, and the daily burnt offering, and his meat offering, and their drink offerings, according unto their manner, for a sweet savor, a sacrifice made by fire unto Yahweh. And ye shall have on the 10th day of this 7th month a holy assembly. Ye shall afflict your souls. Ye shall not do any work therein. But ye shall offer a burnt offering unto Yahweh for a sweet savor, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, and 7 lambs of the first year. They shall be unto you without blemish. And their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil, 3/10 deals to a bullock, and 2/10 deals to 1 ram, a several tenth deal for 1 lamb, throughout the 7 lambs, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, beside the sin offering of atonement, and the continual burnt offering, and the meat offering of it, and their drink offerings. And on the 15th day of the 7th month ye shall have a holy assembly. Ye shall do no servile work, and ye shall keep a feast unto Yahweh 7 days. And ye shall offer a burnt offering, a sacrifice made by fire, of a sweet savor unto Yahweh, 13 young bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year. They shall be without blemish. And their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil, 3/10 deals unto every bullock of the 13 bullocks, 2/10 deals to each ram of the 2 rams, and a several tenth deal to each lamb of the 14 lambs, and 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, his meat offering and his drink offering. And on the 2nd day ye shall offer 12 young bullocks, 2 rams, 14 lambs of the first year without spot, and their meat offering and their drink offerings, for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs, shall be according to their number, after the manner, and 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, and the meat offering thereof, and their drink offerings. And on the third day, 11 bullocks, 2 rams, 14 lambs of the first year without blemish, and their meat offering, and their drink offerings, for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs, shall be according to their number after the manner, and 1 goat for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, and his meat offering, and his drink offering. And on the 4th day, 10 bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year, without blemish. Their meat offering and their drink offering, for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs, shall be according to their number, after the manner. And 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, his meat offering and his drink offering. And on the 5th day, 9 bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year, without spot, and their meat offering and their drink offerings, for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs, shall be according to their number, after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, and his meat offering, and his drink offering. And on the 6th day, 8 bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year without blemish, and their meat offering, and their drink offerings, for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs, shall be according to their number, after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, his meat offering and his drink offering. And on the 7th day, 7 bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year, without blemish, and their meat offering and their drink offerings, for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs, shall be according to their number, after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, his meat offering, and his drink offering. On the 8th day, ye shall have a solemn assembly. Ye shall do no servile work therein, but ye shall offer a burnt offering, a sacrifice made by fire, of a sweet savor unto Yahweh, 1 bullock, 1 ram, 7 lambs of the first year, without blemish. Their meat offering and their drink offerings, for the bullock, for the ram, and for the lambs, shall be according to their number, after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, and his meat offering, and his drink offering. These things ye shall do unto Yahweh in your set feasts, beside your vows, and your freewill offerings, for your burnt offerings, and for your meat offerings, and for your drink offerings, and for your peace offerings.
And Moshe told the children of Yashrael according to all that Yahweh commanded Moshe. Bemidbar, Numbers chapter 30. And Moshe spoke unto the heads of the tribes concerning the children of Yashrael, saying, This is the thing which Yahweh has commanded. If a man vow a vow unto Yahweh, or swear an oath to bind his soul with a bond, he shall not break his word. He shall do according to all that proceeds out of his mouth. If a woman also vow a vow unto Yahweh, and bind herself by a bond, being in her father's house in her youth, and her father hear her vow, and her bond wherewith she has bound her soul, and her father shall hold his peace at her, then all her vows shall stand, and every bond wherewith she has bound her soul shall stand. But if her father disallow her in the day that he hears, not any of her vows, or of her bonds wherewith she has bound her soul shall stand. And Yahweh shall forgive her, because her father disallowed her. And if she had at all a man, when she vowed, or uttered aught out of her lips, wherewith she bound her soul, and her man heard it, and held his peace at her in the day that he heard it, then her vows shall stand, and her bonds wherewith she bound her soul shall stand. But if her man disallow her on the day he heard it, then he shall make her vow which she vowed, and all that which she uttered with her lips, wherewith she bound her soul, of no effect, and Yahweh shall forgive her. But every vow of a widow, and of her that is divorced, wherewith they have bound their souls, shall stand against her. And if she vowed in her man's house, or bound her soul by a bond with an oath, and her man heard it, and held his peace at her, and disallowed her not, then all her vows shall stand, and every bond wherewith she bound her soul
shall stand. But if her man utterly made them void on the day he heard them, then whatsoever proceeded out of her lips concerning her vows, or concerning the bond of her soul, shall not stand. Her man has made them void, and Yahweh shall forgive her every vow and every binding oath to afflict the soul. Her man may establish it, or her man may make it void. But if her man altogether hold his peace at her from day to day, then he establishes all her vows, or all her bonds which are upon her. He confirms them, because he held his peace at her in the day that he heard them. But if he shall anyways make them void after that he heard them, then he shall bear her iniquity. These are the statutes which Yahweh commanded Moshe, between a man and his woman, between the father and his daughter, being yet in her youth in her father's house. Bemidbar, Numbers chapter 31. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Avenge the children of Yasharel of the Midianim. Afterward shall you be gathered unto your people.
And Moshe spoke unto the people, saying, Arm some of yourselves unto the war, and let them go against the Midianim, and avenge Yahweh of Midian. Of every tribe 1,000, throughout all the tribes of Yasharel shall ye send to the war. So there were delivered out of the thousands of Yasharel 1,000 of every tribe, 12,000 armed for war. And Moshe sent them to the war, 1,000 of every tribe, them and Pinechas, the son of Eleazar the priest, to the war, with the holy instruments, and the trumpets to blow in his hand. And they warred against the Midianim, as Yahweh commanded Moshe, and they slew all the males. And they slew the kings of Midian, beside the rest of them that were slain, namely, Evi, and Rechem, and Sur, and Horai, and Reva, 5 kings of Midian. Bilam also, the son of Beor, they slew with the sword. And the children of Yasharel took all the women of Midian captives, and their little ones, and took the spoil of all their cattle, and all their flocks, and all their goods. And they burnt all their cities wherein they dwelt, and all their goodly castles with fire. And they took all the spoil, and all the prey, both of men and of beasts. And they brought the captives, and the prey, and the spoil unto Moshe, and Eleazar the priests, and unto the assembly of the children of Yasharel, unto the camp at the plains of Moab, which are by the Yarden, near Jericho. And Moshe, and Eleazar the priest, and all the princes of the assembly went forth to meet them without the camp. And Moshe was wroth with the officers of the host, with the captains over thousands, and captains over hundreds, which came from the battle. And Moshe said unto them, Have ye saved all the women alive? Behold, these caused the children of Yasharel, through the counsel of Bilam, to commit transgression against Yahweh in the matter of Peor. And there was a plague among the assembly of Yahweh. Now therefore, kill every male among the little ones, every woman that has known man by lying with him. But all the women children that have not known a man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves. And do ye abide without the camp 7 days, whosoever has killed any person, and whosoever has touched any slain. Purify both yourselves and your captives on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day. And purify all your raiment, and all that is made of skins, and all work of goat's hair, and all things made of wood. And Eleazar the priest said unto the men of war which went to the battle,
This is the ordinance of the Torah, which Yahweh commanded Moshe. Only the gold, and the silver, and the brass, and the iron, and the tin, and the lead, everything that may abide the fire, ye shall make it go through the fire, and it shall be clean. Nevertheless, it shall be purified with the water of separation. And all that abides not the fire, ye shall make go through the water. And ye shall wash your clothes on the 7th day, and ye shall be clean. And afterward ye shall come into the camp.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Take the sum of the prey that was taken, both of man and of beast, you and Eleazar the priest, and the chief fathers of the assembly, and divide the prey into two parts, between them that took the war upon them, who went out to battle, and between all the assembly. And levy a tribute unto Yahuwah of the men of war which went out to battle, 1 soul of 500, both of the persons, and of the cattle, and of the asses, and of the sheep. Take it of their half, and give it unto Eleazar the priest, for a heave offering of Yahuwah. And of the children of Yasharel's half, you shall take 1 portion of 50, of the persons, of the cattle, of the asses, and of the flocks, of all manner of beasts, and give them unto the Leviim, which guard the watch of the tabernacle of Yahuwah.
And Moshe and Eleazar the priest did as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And the booty, being the rest of the prey which the men of war had caught, was 600,000 and 70,000 and 5,000 sheep, and 60,000 cattle, and 1,000 asses, and 32,000 persons in all, of women that had not known man by lying with him. And the half, which was the portion of them that went out to war, was in number 300,007 and 30,500 sheep. And Yahweh's tribute of the sheep was 600 and 315, and the cattle were 36,000, of which Yahweh's tribute was 312. And the asses were 30,500, of which Yahweh's tribute was 301. And the persons were 16,000, of which Yahweh's tribute was 32 persons. And Moshe gave the tribute, which was Yahweh's heave offering, unto Eleazar the priest, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And of the children of Yasharel's half, which Moshe divided from the men that warred, now the half that pertained unto the assembly was 300,000 and 30,000 and 7,500 sheep, and 36,000 cattle, and 30,000 asses, and 500, and 16,000 persons. Even the children of Yasharel's half, Moshe took 1 portion of 50, both of man and of beast, and gave them unto the Leviim, which did guard the watch of the tabernacle of Yahweh, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And the officers which were over thousands of the host, the captains of thousands, and captains of hundreds, came near unto El Moshe. And they said unto El Moshe,
Your servants have taken the sum of the men of war, which are under our charge, and there lacks not 1 man of us. We have therefore brought an oblation for Yahweh, that every man has gotten of jewels of gold, chains and bracelets, rings, earrings, and tablets, to make an atonement for our souls before Yahweh.
And Moshe and Eleazar the priest took the gold of them, even all wrought jewels, and all the gold of the offering that they offered up to Yahweh, of the captains of thousands, and of the captains of hundreds, was 16,750 shekels. For the men of war had taken spoil, every man for himself. And Moshe and Eleazar the priest took the gold of the captains of thousands and of hundreds, and brought it into the tabernacle of the assembly, for a memorial for the children of Yasharel before Yahweh. Bemidbar, Numbers chapter 32. Now the children of Reuben and the children of Gad had a very great multitude of cattle. And when they saw the land of Ya'azer and the land of Gilead, that behold, the place was for cattle, the children of Gad and the children of Reuben came and spoke unto Moshe, and to Eleazar the priest, and unto the princes of the assembly, saying,
Adoroth, Divon, Ya'ezir, and Nimrah, and Heshbon, and El-Allah, and Sevam, and Nevu, and Beon, even the country which Yahweh smote before the assembly of Yasharel, is a land for cattle, and your servants have cattle. Wherefore said they, If we have found grace in your sight, let this land be given unto your servants for a possession, and bring us not over the Yarden.
And Moshe said unto the children of Gad and to the children of Reuben, Shall your brethren go to war, and shall ye sit here? And wherefore discourage ye the heart of the children of Yashrael from going over into the land which Yahweh has given them? Thus did your fathers, when I sent them from Kadesh Barnea to see the land. For when they went up unto the valley of Eshcol and saw the land, they discouraged the heart of the children of Yashrael, that they should not go into the land which Yahweh had given them. And Yahweh's anger was kindled at the same time, and he swore, saying, Surely none of the men that came up out of Mizraim from 20 years old and upward shall see the land which I swore unto Abraham, unto Yitzchak, and unto Yaakov, because they have not wholly followed me, save Caleb the son of Jephunneh the Kenizzite, and Yahusha the son of Nun, for they have wholly followed Yahweh. And Yahweh's anger was kindled against Yashrael, and he made them wander in the wilderness 40 years, until all the generation that had done evil in the sight of Yahweh was consumed. And behold, ye are risen up in your father's stead an increase of sinful men, to augment yet the fierce anger of Yahweh toward El Yashrael. For if ye turn away from after him, he will yet again leave them in the wilderness, and ye shall destroy all this people. And they came near unto him and said,
We will build sheepfolds here for our cattle, and cities for our little ones. But we ourselves will go ready armed before the children of Yasharel, until we have brought them in unto their place. And our little ones shall dwell in the fenced cities, because of the inhabitants of the land. We will not return unto our houses until the children of Yasharel have inherited every man his inheritance. For we will not inherit with them on yonder side of the Yarden, or forward, because our inheritance is fallen to us on this side of the Yarden, eastward.
And Moshe said unto them, If ye will do this thing, if ye will go armed before Yahweh to war, and will go all of you armed over the Yarden before Yahweh, until he has driven out his enemies from before him, and the land be subdued before Yahweh, then afterward ye shall return, and be guiltless before Yahweh, and before Yashrael, and this land shall be your possession before Yahweh. But if ye will not do so, behold, ye have sinned against Yahweh, and be sure your sin will find you out. Build you cities for your little ones, and folds for your sheep, and do that which has proceeded out of your mouth. And the children of Gad and the children of Reuben spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Your servants will do as my Lord commands. Our little ones, our women, our flocks, and our cattle shall be there in the cities of Gilad. But your servants will pass over, every man armed for war, before Yahweh to battle, as my Lord says.
So concerning them Moshe commanded Eleazar the priest, and Yahusha the son of Nun, and the chief fathers of the tribes of the children of Yashrael. And Moshe said unto them, If the children of Gad and the children of Reuben will pass with you over of the Yarden, every man armed to battle, before Yahweh, and the land shall be subdued before you, then ye shall give them the land of Gilead for a possession. But if they will not pass over with you armed, they shall have possessions among you in the land of Canaan. And the children of Gad and the children of Reuben answered, saying,
As Yahweh has said unto your servants, so will we do. We will pass over armed before Yahweh into the land of Canaan, that the possession of our inheritance on this side of the Yarden may be ours.
And Moshe gave unto them, even to the children of Gad, and to the children of Reuben, and unto the half-tribe of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, the kingdom of Sihon, king of the Amorim, and the kingdom of Og, king of Bashan, the land, with the cities thereof in the coasts, even the cities of the country round about. And the children of Gad built Divon, and Ataroth, and Aroer, and Atroth, Shofan, and Yazer, Yogbeha, and Beit Nimrah, and Beit Haran, fenced cities, and folds for sheep. And the children of Reuven built Heshbon, and Elaeh, and Kiriathaim, and Nevu, and Baal Meon, their names being changed, and Sevam, and gave other names unto the cities which they built. And the children of Machir, the son of Manasseh, went to Gilead, and took it, and dispossessed the Emori which was in it. And Moshe gave Gilead unto Machir, the son of Manasseh, and he dwelt therein. And Yair, the son of Manasseh, went and took the small towns thereof, and called them Chavoth Yair. And Novach went and took Kenath, and the villages thereof, and called it Novach after his own name. Bamidbar, Numbers chapter 33. These are the journeys of the children of Yashrael, which went forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, with their armies under the hand of Moshe and Aharon. And Moshe wrote their goings out according to the journeys by the commandment of Yahweh, and these are their journeys according to their goings out. And they departed from Raamses in the first month, on the 15th day of the first month, on the morrow, after the Pesach. The children of Yashrael went out with a high hand in the sight of all the Mitzrayim. For the Mitzrayim buried all their firstborn, which Yahweh had smitten among them. Upon their Elohim also Yahweh executed judgments. And the children of Yashrael removed from Raamses, and pitched in Succoth. And they departed from Succoth, and pitched in Etham, which is in the edge of the wilderness. And they removed from Etham, and they turned again unto Pi Ha-Chairoth, which is before Baal Zephon. And they pitched before Migdol, and they departed from before Pi Ha-Chairoth, and passed through the midst of the sea into the wilderness, and went 3 days' journey into the wilderness of Etham, and pitched in Marah. And they removed from Marah, and came unto Elim, and in Elim were 12 fountains of water, and 70 palm trees, and they pitched there. And they removed from Elim, and encamped by the Red Sea. And they removed from the Red Sea, and encamped in the wilderness of Sin. And they took their journey out of the wilderness of Sin, and encamped in Dovka. And they departed from Dovka, and encamped in Alush. And they removed from Alush, and encamped in Rephidim, where there was no water for the people to drink. And they departed from Rephidim, and pitched in the wilderness of Sinai. And they removed from the desert of Sinai, and pitched at Kivrot hat Ta'ava. And they departed from Kivrot hat Ta'ava, and they encamped at Chatzeroth. And they departed from Chatzeroth, and pitched in Rithma. And they departed from Rithma, and pitched at Rimon Peretz. And they departed from Rimon Peretz, and pitched in Livna. And they removed from Livna, and pitched in Rika. And they journeyed from Rika, and pitched in Kehelatha. And they went from Kehelatha, and pitched in Mount Shefer. And they removed from Mount Shefer, and encamped in Harada. And they removed from Harada, and pitched in Makheloth. And they removed from Makheloth, and encamped at Tachath. And they departed from Tachath, and pitched at Terach. And they removed from Terach, and pitched in Mithka. And they went from Mithka, and pitched in Chashmona. And they departed from Chashmona, and encamped at Moseroth. And they departed from Moseroth, and pitched in Bnei Yakan. And they removed from Bnei Yakan, and encamped at Hor Hag-Gidgad. And they went from Hor Hag-Gidgad, and pitched in Yotvatha. And they removed from Yotvatha, and encamped at Ebrona. And they departed from Ebrona, and encamped at Etzon Gever. And they removed from Etzon Gever, and pitched in the wilderness of Sin, which is Kadesh. And they removed from Kadesh, and pitched in Mount Hor, in the edge of the land of Edom. And Aharon the priest went up into Mount Hor at the commandment of Yahweh, and died there, in the 40th year after the children of Yashrael were come out of the land of Mitzrayim, in the first day of the 5th month. And And Aharon was 123 years old when he died in Mount Hor. And King Arad, the Kenani, which dwelt in the Negev, in the land of Canaan, heard the coming of the children of Yashrael. And they departed from Mount Hor, and pitched in Salmona. And they departed from Salmona, and pitched in Punon. And they departed from Punon, and pitched in Ovoth. And they departed from Ovoth, and pitched in Avarim, in the border of Moab. And they departed from Iyim, and pitched in Divon. And they removed from Divon, and encamped in Almon Divlataima. And they removed from Almon Divlataima, and pitched in the mountains of Avarim, before Nevu. And they departed from the mountains of Avarim, and pitched in the plains of Moab, by the Yarden, near Jericho. And they pitched by the Yarden, from Beit Ha-Yeshimoth, even unto Avel Hash-Shittim, in the plains of Moab. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe in the plains of Moab, by the Yarden near Jericho, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, When ye are passed over the Yarden into the land of Canaan, then ye shall drive out all the inhabitants of the land from before you, and destroy all their pictures, and destroy all their molten images, and quite pluck down all their high places. And ye shall dispossess the inhabitants of the land, and dwell therein, for I have given you the land to possess it. And ye shall divide the land by lot for an inheritance among your families. And to the more ye shall give the more inheritance, and to the fewer ye shall give the less inheritance. Every man's inheritance shall be in the place where his lot falls, according to the tribes of your fathers ye shall inherit. But if ye will not drive out the inhabitants of the land from before you, then it shall come to pass that those which ye let remain of them shall be pricks in your eye, and thorns in your sides, and shall vex you in the land wherein ye dwell. Moreover, it shall come to pass that I shall do unto you as I thought to do unto them.
Bemidbar, Numbers chapter 34. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe, saying,
Command the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, When ye come into the land of Canaan, this is the land that shall fall unto you for an inheritance, even the land of Canaan, with the coasts thereof. Then your south quarter shall be from the wilderness of Tzin, along the coast of Edom, and your south border shall be the outmost coast of the Salt Sea, eastward. And your border shall turn from the Negev to the ascent of Ma'ale Akrabim, and pass on to Sin. And the going forth thereof shall be from the Negev to Kadesh Barnea, and shall go on to Chatzar Adar, and pass on to Atzmon. And the border shall fetch a compass from Atzmon unto the river of Mitraim, and the goings out of it shall be at the sea. And as for the western border, ye shall even have the great sea for a border. This shall be your west border, and this shall be your north border. From the great sea ye shall point out for you Mount Hor. From Mount Hor ye shall point out your border unto the entrance of Hamath, and the going forth of the border shall be to Zedad. And the border shall go on to Ziphron, and the goings out of it shall be at Chatzar Enan. This shall be your north border. And ye shall point out your east border from Chatzar Enan to Shepham. And the coast shall go down from Shepham to Rivlah, on the east side of Ayin. And the border shall descend, and shall reach unto the side of the sea of Kinneroth eastward. And the border shall go down to the Yarden, and the goings out of it shall be at the Salt Sea. This shall be your land, with the coasts thereof round about.
And Moshe commanded the children of Yasharel, saying, This is the land which ye shall inherit by lot, which Yahweh commanded to give unto the 9 tribes, and to the half-tribe. For the tribe of the children of Reuben, according to the house of their fathers, and the tribe of the children of Gad, according to the house of their fathers, have received their inheritance. And half the tribe of Manasseh have received their inheritance. The 2 tribes and the half-tribe have received their inheritance on this side of the Yarden, near Jericho, eastward, toward the sun rising. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
These are the names of the men which shall divide the land unto you: Eleazar the priest, and Yahusha the son of Nun. And ye shall take one prince of every tribe, to divide the land by inheritance. The names of the men are these: of the tribe of Yehuda, Caleb the son of Jephunneh; and of the tribe of the children of Shimon, Shemuel the son of Ammihud; of the tribe of Benjamin, Elidad the son of Kiklon; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Dan, Ukiah the son of Yoglai, prince of the children of Joseph; for the tribe of the children of Manasseh, Chaniel the son of Ephod; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Ephraim, Kemuel the son of Shiptan; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Zebulun, Elitzaphan the son of Harnak; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Issachar, Paltiel the son of Azan; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Asher, Achihud the son of Shelomiah; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Naphtali, Pedahel the son of Ammihud.
These are they whom Yahweh commanded to divide the inheritance unto the children of Yashrael in the land of Canaan. Bemidbar, Numbers chapter 35. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe in the plains of Moab, by the Yarden, near Jericho, saying,
Command the children of Yasharel that they give unto the Leviim of the inheritance of their possession cities to dwell in. And ye shall give also unto the Leviim suburbs for the cities round about them. And the cities shall they have to dwell in, and the suburbs of them shall be for their cattle, and for their goods, and for all their beasts. And the suburbs of the cities which ye shall give unto the Leviim shall reach from the wall of the city outward 1,000 cubits round about. And ye shall measure from without the city on the east side 2,000 cubits, and on the south side 2,000 cubits, and on the west side 2,000 cubits, and on the north side 2,000 cubits. And the city shall be in the midst, and this shall be to them the suburbs of the cities. And among the cities which ye shall give unto the Leviim, there shall be 6 cities for refuge, which ye shall appoint for the manslayer, that he may flee thither. And to them ye shall add 42 cities. So all the cities which ye shall give to the Leviim shall be 48 cities. Them shall ye give with their suburbs. And the cities which ye shall give shall be of the possession of the children of Yasharel. From them that have many ye shall give many, but from them that have few ye shall give few. Every one shall give of his cities unto the Leviim according to his inheritance, which he inherits.
And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, When ye are come over the Yarden into the land of Canaan, then ye shall appoint your cities to be cities of refuge for you, that the slayer may flee thither, which kills any person at unawares. And they shall be unto you cities for refuge from the avenger, that the manslayer die not, until he stand before the assembly in judgment. And of these cities which ye shall give, 6 cities shall ye have for refuge. Ye shall give 3 cities on this side of the Yarden, and 3 cities shall ye give in the land of Canaan, which shall be cities of refuge. These 6 cities shall be a refuge, both for the children of Yasharel, and for the stranger, and for the sojourner among them, that every one that kills any person unawares may flee thither. And if he smite him with an instrument of iron, so that he die, he is a murderer. That murderer shall surely be put to death. And if he smite him with throwing a stone, wherewith he may die, and he die, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death. Or if he smite him with a hand weapon of wood, wherewith he may die, and he die, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death. The revenger of blood himself shall slay the murderer. When he meets him, he shall slay him. But if he thrust him of hatred, or hurl at him by laying of weight, that he die, or in enmity smite him with his hand, that he die, He that smote him shall surely be put to death, for he is a murderer. The revenger of blood shall slay the murderer when he meets him. But if he thrust him suddenly without enmity, or have cast upon him anything without laying of weight, or with any stone wherewith a man may die, seeing him not, and cast it upon him that he die, and was not his enemy, neither sought his harm, then the assembly shall judge between the slayer and the revenger of blood, according to these judgments. And the assembly shall deliver the slayer out of the hand of the revenger of blood, and the assembly shall restore him to the city of his refuge, whither he has fled. And he shall abide in it unto the death of the high priest, which was appointed with the holy oil. But if the slayer shall at any time come without the border of the city of his refuge, whither he has fled, and the revenger of blood find him without the border of the city of his refuge, and the revenger of blood kill the slayer, he shall not be guilty of blood, because he should have remained in the city of his refuge until the death of the high priest. But after the death of the high priest, the slayer shall return into the land of his possession. So these things shall be for a statute of judgment unto you throughout your generations in all your dwellings. Whoso kills any person, the murderer shall be put to death by the mouth of witnesses. But one witness shall not testify against any person to cause him to die. Moreover, ye shall make no satisfaction for the life of a murderer, which is guilty of death, but he shall be surely put to death. And ye shall take no satisfaction for him that is fled to the city of his refuge, that he should come again to dwell in the land, until the death of the priest. So ye shall not pollute the land wherein ye are. For blood it defiles the land, and the land cannot be cleansed of the blood that is shed therein, but by the blood of him that shed it. Defile not therefore the land which ye shall inhabit, wherein I dwell, for I, Yahuwah, dwell among the children of Yasharel.
Bemidbar, Numbers chapter 36. And the chief fathers of the families of the children of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, of the families of the sons of Joseph, came near and spoke before Moshe and before the princes, the chief fathers of the children of Yasharel. And they said,
Yahuwah commanded my Lord to give the land for an inheritance by lot to the children of Yasharel. And my Lord was commanded by Yahuwah to give the inheritance of Zelophehad, our brother, unto his daughters. And if they be married to any of the sons of the other tribes of the children of Yasharel, then shall their inheritance be taken from the inheritance of our fathers, and shall be put to the inheritance of the tribe whereunto they are received. So shall it be taken from the lot of our inheritance. And when the jubilee of the children of Yasharel shall be, then shall their inheritance be put into the inheritance of the tribe whereunto they are received. So shall their inheritance be taken away from the inheritance of the tribe of our fathers.
And Moshe commanded the children of Yasharel according to the word of Yahuwah, saying, The tribe of the sons of Joseph has said well. This is the thing which Yahuwah commands concerning the daughters of Zelophehad, saying, Let them marry to whom they think best. Only to the family of the tribe of their father shall they marry. So shall not the inheritance of the children of Yasharel remove from tribe to tribe. For every one of the children of Yasharel shall keep himself to the inheritance of the tribe of his fathers. And every daughter that possesses an inheritance in any tribe of the children of Yasharel shall be a woman unto one of the family of the tribe of her father, that the children of Yasharel may enjoy every man the inheritance of his fathers. Neither shall the inheritance remove from one tribe to another, but every one of the tribes of the children of Yasharel shall keep himself to his own inheritance. Even as Yahuwah commanded Moshe, so did the daughters of Zelophehad. For Malcha, Tirza, and Hogla, and Milcah, and Noah, the daughters of Zelophehad, were married unto their father's brothers' sons. And they were married into the families of the sons of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, and their inheritance remained in the tribe of the family of their father. These are the commandments and the judgments which Yahweh commanded by the hand of Moshe unto the children of Yasharel in the plains of Moab, by the Yarden, near Jericho.